they have my drink those things, what if I did it at the office? I'd probably fire myself.
He's actually go from wanting to be an acrobat to a cowboy to a gay man. The problem is that social media has a lot of useful information. It just does. Especially when you want to be healthy. You got all these PhDs with gorilla necks. Dead gorilla.
Yeah, I was waiting. I wasn't listening to anything that was saying. I was waiting for the next ad. Yeah, I think I could put that to bed now. It was gorilla. This is like probably talking about Hebrew. You guessed it. You guessed what? Oh, I didn't guess what. You didn't go or somebody else guessed what. Yeah, but that's close. That's pretty close.
Lift 500 pounds, like my doctor has apps. It's crazy, right? Just traps, and they've got all the secrets. All of it. There's so much information, though, just to try to live forever. Good luck. I gotta just narrow it down, man. I'm not a health crank. Like, you gotta get sunlight. Get sunshine, direct sunshine, at least 20 minutes on your genitals. Like, just don't go crazy. But if you have a pale vagina or penis, you're not healthy. You know that.
I have been watching a lot of sunsets lately, and I do think about putting the sunset directly on my butthole. You heard about this before?
Sunning, yeah.
Yeah, sunning. So I'm not much better than Callum, but I don't do it on stage. I just have the funny thought when I'm watching the sunset.
I only know about that from Tom and Chad and JT. They're saying a bit about it. Yeah.
Just out of yourself. We both have Callum pots all the time.
You know that, right? Are you guys cold plunging? Are you cold plunging? How are you? Be honest.
All right, good morning. Let's begin. First of all, a thank you
very inflamed. Everybody here
to our sponsors this morning. Both the breakfast are sponsored by the
energy. Guys, you have to sit. It's going to suck every morning after meditation, obviously, but just sit. Get it, I swear, it's going to hurt. It's going to suck, but just stay there until you're sure you cannot have children anymore. That's when you know. Make sure everything is frozen, but here's the good news. Go right into a sauna. Go right in. You want to go from the worst of the Arctic to Death Valley, because that's natural. Yeah, and you sit in a sauna. Sit in there. I don't give you how hot should it be. It should be so hot it makes you a better person, okay? Yeah, you should think about health, all right? Yeah, so those are the two non-negotiables. And by the way, balance. Balance, you all know this. This is, I give, my presentations are also full of useful information, and they are finding.
First joke. Was my presentation for the useful information.
You fall.
I mean, that was a joke, though.
Yeah, I don't
need to know how much you think hot guys are. That's not useful to me.
What if he did that before I said that? He went, that's what he meant there.
What's up, Eric Flat?
When you fall in your 80s and you break your hip and die, it's because you had bad balance. And the reason you had bad balance is because you had weak toes. See, you don't know this. You don't know this. It's amazing. We don't talk about toe strength. That is the most. You're working your whole body. You're doing nothing for your toes. That is so irresponsible. All right. You're not running in heavy sand barefoot at least 3 days a week. I do not know what to tell you. I don't. And I can't stand it. Like, I don't live near a beach. I can't find heavy sand. I have children and bills. Well, then, die in your 80s, you lazy piece of shit. Yeah, you want to live to one life. That's it.
That guy was not laughing at all. It was like cracking me. I was not happy with it. He fucking does not give a shit.
He's studying the grade speed.
Yeah, he's about to write a rap. He's about to.
And also kind of looks like me, too. That's successful.
My broken disguise is just blue light glasses.
Let your friends die at 85. You want to get to it. Oh, no, 5. Don't Don't miss those 20 years. Yeah, that's a blast from 85 to 1 of them. Yeah. Can't wait to get to 100. You ever see what the average 100-year-old person looks like? You can't tell if they're male or female. Become involuntarily non-binary. That's how like your face looks like a used catcher's mitt. You're walking sideways like a crab. I won. I have strong toes. I ate kale. I said ice water. All my friends are. I'm a winner.
That's like Jim Burr.
That was very much like Jim Burr. Yeah. That's like a Jim Burr Casey Rocket had a baby. What the hell was that?
Yeah, I would kill that baby.
I'm a winner.
That was kind of, that was a little too close to Jim Burr. That feels like Avery.
Keep talking about it.
Yeah. I think that, because he's walking like Jim Burr does with a It's so much funnier without sound. It's so funny that Callan feels better without sound. Brian Callan, better without sound. You might laugh at this if you can't hear. The worst thing you can do to somebody that can't hear is put captions on this. Because they probably, just watching this, that guy is really, if they doing sign like that. I think my favorite comedian is Brian Callen. Like, have you ever heard him though, or seen? No, I haven't even seen the captions. Why do you ask? And then you go, okay, well, let's just real quick. We're gonna caption it. Okay, I'm very excited to see this. And then they're a week later, they're dead. They're dead. Okay, and it's not by someone else's hand or natural causes. That's all I'm saying. All right. I'm the same as Kim. I'm doing the same. I'm gonna do the same thing over and over again. But I tell you, that one is funnier than the first. Goody, it's okay to laugh at the fart that we get, and you love that. There you go. That's true.
I remember watching the first Rogan special as a kid and thinking he was a comedian. Now watching him and all his friends do comedy, this really hurts me.
Yeah.
Shared sentiment there, brother, and Dalton. Sometimes I forget he's doing these comedy marks, and there are people that actually find it funny. I disagree. I think there's nobody that finds this funny. And like I said earlier, they're laughing at it at every point. It's like comedy used to be clever jokes from like, you know, the greats. You know what I mean? Tap Van.
Well,
What's to say?
Ralph, I mean, Ralph.
But okay, but you finish my thought. This is just like showcasing like psychosis. You know, so it's like some fucking crazy person on stage just that can talk a mile a minute, and you're laughing like things like this. Yeah, but it's not a clever things like this. You know what I mean?
No, it's very dated because a lot of what he does could be that old Howie Mandel where we watch it and we go, what the fuck is that? That's not funny at all. He's still doing a version of it. It hasn't, his stuff hasn't changed since then. It's almost, I'm not realizing, derivative of that, which is bad.
This is like a Jelly Roll stand. You probably
Actually, Jelly Roll probably would be better than this, but that's not the truth.
yeah, you can go on stage. My dick work. Sounds like we did other stuff.
Such bullshit. I'd rather die smoking than robbing a bank. Right? Salads for cowards. You know what the other thing is though, is you can do everything right. Is the other thing you realize when you get older, you can do everything right. You can literally take your vitamins, you can wear your seatbelt, go to church, pay your taxes, give to charity, eat all the food that's good for you, and somebody can still step out of the shadows and kill you. You can. That's a fact. That's the other thing social media reminds you of. That you can die at any time of anything. I've seen cold to death. I didn't ask for it, but I've seen people die of every way you can imagine, every way. And I think they do that. I think the social media gods monitor our levels. I think they're like, his
Gods. There's a social media gods. That's facts.
Colin has been doing stand-up since he was invented in the community. And he said, we're going to put her, I know he's smart, so he has to be aware of the audience's perceptions. And I agree, the Ringo Bobby is better than this. Oh, yeah, 100%. I lost where he was going with this, but I was trying to keep up.
You can't have a fun time watching this. Well, except if it's like bullshit.
That's what I tried to say at the beginning. At the beginning, I was like, I don't know if you recall all the times I watched before, but eventually we are literally in pain.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
It's something that we look forward to in the Callan special. But we do.
We gotta see. Even though it's bad, you want to like how right? Is it really the same? How can it be the same? Right? It doesn't change at all. That doesn't seem possible. It reminds you somewhat that there is some truth to that people don't change. Now, I disagree. I think people do change. Well, a lot of times they don't too. Good or both ways change.
It's like where the characters don't grow at all. It's like, really? You just watch the day in the life of this character, and there's no growth.
Grow when your job is that you work in a storage unit. I guess before he works and maybe lives in a storage unit.
monitor our levels. I think they're like his dopamine levels have been a little too high. Let's bring his cortisol and adrenaline levels up.
It's a great point. D is saying, how does he transition this back into animal sounds like you guys in check? We should be thinking this the whole time.
And like how soon till that happens?
Yeah. And Ringleberry, what the fuck is up with his thumbs? We brought this up before on Team Moose. His thumbs. He's got an ability to hit that we will never.
Brian giving Tony Roth for his money in the race for gas man in Texas.
I like how that's the screenshot. It says that I'm very bold. The comment pops up on the screen. It looks like he's like fit that ripping his head.
The video of the escape circus elephant stumped that poor guy to move.
That's quick. I did not. Dude, elephant was not on my bingo card for Brian Collins.
It'd be cool if he slipped in as a reference. He's an elephant graveyard.
Oh, yeah. Do you think he'll resurrect?
I think he's done that before, right? I didn't watch him right then.
Oh, somebody got money on Dolphins. Next. The next in the world is either Bears or Wolves. Okay, Bears, Wolves, or Dolphins. We got you guys on. We got who's the guy on the side taking bets?
The bookie. The bookies are right.
Every count social media I've ever been in had Simi highs by the last one. That's true. Yeah. Yep.
I know, you don't see it coming. You're just like, oh, I love elephants. Why is it shaking? And so finally, I thought a guy was running away from a bird. I'm like, look at the pussy running away from a bird. I'm like, that's a fucking drone. They were doing video. These kids were capturing themselves, sucker punching people on the street. I went nuts. I looked at my wife. I go, first of all, you're too relaxed. I need your head on a swivel. You're walking down the street. I want you, your hands up. I want you bobbing, breathing at all times.
See that?
Yeah, that might be way too much.
case, I've had to offer up separately have lost that. I offered up the second one instead of the five.
Oh, this is great. It's so much better without sound. The guy that white, the guy that go back again. Watch. The guy that white, this guy is dead. He's for sure dead too. 100%. He's like, what the fuck? What you mean? Okay, I'll stop. All right.
My wife is like, the kids are opening their presents. Christmas can wait. But by the way, I still box. I still keep myself. I'm always ready. And the other day, this is what happens. I was thinking, like,
that one was kind of funny. Like, not on purpose, of course. But that one made me laugh. I heard it. I'm not going to pretend like I didn't hear what he said. Oh, you box? Wow. Couldn't have done that. Just shocking. Wow. I don't think I can take anymore. That was great. I still box. Unfortunately, I have to understand the special. I still box. It's funny. I look at Callan and I know that he, just looking at him, I know that he doesn't say karate, he says karate. Every time. There's a kind of guy you can look at him and you go, this is a guy that says karate and thinks that it's funny.
Yeah. But by the way, I still box. I still keep myself. I'm always ready. And the other day, this is what happens. I can't go see like. I'm rolling with this kid, 26 years old. This man has an ankle. Give me your ankle, bro. You can't just leave your ankle like that. I'm an ankle guy. You must have forgot. I paid that. I just got that. I scooped that up. Drove it right.
Just doing all the hits right now. Yeah, it's weird how he looks like a real stand-up comic. He's very good. What was he calling the deaf guys? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? And they have to guess, because if I didn't know the context, I would think that he was missing my guess. Actually, think of something, and then on three, we'll both guess what he's doing. Okay, I'll count it off. Do you have something yet? Oh, I was going to watch it. Yeah, watch it, and let me know when you have something, but don't say anything. All right, on three. Okay, we'll both say what we think he's doing. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, I thought it was a mechanic telling you why you know. I think I guess but that's what mechanic is like. You don't fucking upgrade. You clutch. Yeah, you talk way more to your mechanics than I do. I'm like, hey, what is it? Yeah, they lie. I grew up in a mechanic shop. Well, that's true. You actually know. I was a truck guy. Yeah, no wonder it takes you 6 months to have being attacked by a mountain lion. Okay. Like acting out his
drove him right down the mat, had an ankle sky high, and then I had trouble looking left for 11 days. I'm just afraid to get bested by a younger, more symmetrical male. And my wife is young, and she's gonna be like, it's just a business decision, I'll raise my kids under a different name. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know. Like in my mind, in my fantasy, I'm gonna be 85, still training. I'll be in the cave, and some guy will be like, what's up, old man? And I'll be like, oh no, you chose the wrong grandpa. But you know what the problem is? Here's the problem. I'm starting to calcify. Okay? That's what they don't say. I don't care what you look like. I don't care what you do. Listen, you get to an age where if I have to fight for my life, if somebody attacks me on the street and I gotta go from 0 to 100 like that, I better be very warm and thoroughly stretched.
I love that one, dude. Christian Custody episode. It looked like Red Press guy from Starbucks. That's pretty great.
I'll pull everything from it. I have so many delegates, but don't worry about road rage. If I've been sitting in a car for more than 20 minutes, I can't just pop out of the car. I can't. I don't get human being beating my mother to a pulp, and I have to do my foot twirls. I have to. Dude, my Achilles will pop right off the bone. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Put your feet in his hands up.
That's pretty funny. But it's like it's not funny right now. But I can understand now this could be funny for sure. It's so for you for that screenshot for you saying that this is funny. Or this could be funny. It's so good. That was my background. He looks hilarious, dude. He looks hilarious. And again, a scenario where, okay, you try to convince your friend that you're woke friends, that you want to take them to a comedy show. You go, no, this guy's different. It's very funny. He doesn't do any of that offensive stuff, okay? And they go, all right, well, let's see what he looks like. And they show him this. And they're like, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not going to that. I'm not going to go live. I was so damn late to the Green Street. Shout out to Brendan. Welcome. No, but the idea of the joke is pretty funny. It's just he sucks. Oh, that picture is great. You should screenshot that and make your profile picture. Can you screenshot that and send it to me? I want to make that my Sora profile picture. Yeah, perfect. Doesn't get funnier than that. That's top tier right there.
So true, dude. I think the responsible thing to do now, I'm getting to an age where if I really want to be safe, I have to start.
All right. I like that idea for Walking Dead because you're always here, dude. And I'm sure he's donated a couple times. I'll do that. But tell me what, yeah. You guys should watch every 30 seconds. Not every 30 seconds, but one time. Watch with no sound. Guess the joke.
No, that's a good idea. But yeah, it's okay.
You know, he's standing out. At the end of a standing out.
I want to start mimicking some of the calendars in my life, but I want to cook, right? I'll cook something, but I do the stuff that the salt guy, I just throwing spice, smoking gas, just to think, make my fiance think I've gone insane. There's paprika all over the floor.
What's the Rabbi Mahalo in Pesach Bar. Ela Minach Basa Minach Ishi. Was it? Very vulnerable moment. Right? But again, you look at this passage, he said, oh my gosh, over the years, you never realize the consistency. The passage says, is that after Pesach Rashon, or Kachot sold to the Baka, you will offer up to Zerach to a Pesach Rashon to God, sold sheep and Baka cattle. What's the fundamental problem? Kala Pesach only comes from the sheep family, cannot be brought from cattle. The Halo, in Pesach Bar, Ela Minach Rashon, Minach Yisrael. Listen, what's going on here? Pesach only be Baka. What's Baka mean? Ela the most Pesach Shiei L'Davar Haba Minach Son U'Minach Baka. So what's the you're right. The pasuk over here is not coming to talk about what we call real cover Pesach. Rather, what is he talking about? Most of them. This pasuk is referring to the little cover Pesach that couldn't. Right, this is referring ultimately again to the cover Pesach ultimately again that was originally designated, but for reasons beyond its control was not actually offered up. What do you do it? You offer it up as a carbon from a combined category from which both heat and offer. Which carbon could be offered both in the form of and cattle, which Gemara says, Avoid Elam B'Kayim Alosa Pesach, she will double Hafon Mi'atzolam Min HaBakar. It should be offered up as a carbon as an offering for a type of carbon that can be brought from the Bakar. Remind you, and ultimately again, what type of carbon is that? Okay, my name is this. That is Drasha. That is Drasha. This is what Rambam also identifies as the definition that halachas of most of the time. So, for example, if you see the animal that's offered that is designated as a Pesach, not offered up as a Pesach, is brought as a carbon. What type of carbon? Type of carbon that should be brought ultimately a level of basma on the bakar. What type of carbon should be brought as a carbon from the bakar? It says flourish from it. Ella, Rossi type C. Also, this is very, very exciting. So, now it turns out that we are really seeking all that is just strange things. What are we seeking? All that is just same person halacha, which is that we said most such Pesach is offered up as a Shabbat. The Shabbat will say, so now the obvious question is, why do I need to read blood for this? I'm just saying, it's wonderful, yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, this is no speaking about it.
I think so. What's up, baby? I was thinking about it, and I'll let you know what the best note is.
Who the fuck is time?
That's the bottom line. That's the take home message of all. You know, we're going to get to that shortly. But again, let's get most of it. And again, we've already seen that there are a number of different ways you can have a trouble having most of it. What it is now we offered up as a trouble. This is now what the question is. The Gemara has a bad justice. Why do I need to see justice? Which the man said was a type of justice. Son, the question I'll say, what does it teach you about a case of where what? Little bit manner, where again, you cover things that you say most of things that why? Because it is not. I need her face that, right? And this supports the more bigger stuff. Or animal is more than little.
Babies, all right. Welcome to day 28 of Coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and Coffee. And
animal ultimately again that needs to live is
All sucks.
or an
Everything
animal that
sucks.
is biological.
Are you surprised you've been doing this? 28
Quite a lot
days.
of it. Oh, good.
All right.
So we'll say that's one case of most of things.
I have a quick story. So I was, pimping, and somebody came into the Discord yesterday, and they're like, normally when people come in the Discord, I just want to fucking fight them. Just like, what the fuck did your I'm like a fucking troll in bridge. Like, how dare you step into my fucking zone? It's like, dog, you're marketing this thing everywhere on the fucking internet. It's like, still, how dare you? I'm doing shit. And I'm like, how can I help you? And like, oh, look at this shit not working. Look at this shit not working. That's cool. Love when that shit doesn't work. Anyway, and the guy's like, how'd you find out about me? And he's like, actually, I was just on YouTube. And I saw it said, talk to a rabbi. Oh, yeah, right here, baby. And I'm like, all right, go ahead. What you got? He's like, well, I really wanted to talk about, like, mysticism and stuff. And I'm like, oh, baby. That's what we do. Really? Yeah, I'm no way an expert, but bring it. And he's like, well, he had an excellent question. And he was very knowledgeable. Man, this motherfucker might have been, should have started his own fucking Kabbalah class because he was quite. So he's like, well, what kind of Kabbalah do you practice? It's usually not Pimp Kabbalah, but it's the Pimp Kabbalah Chronicles, but it's whatever you want it to be. I didn't have the heart to tell him that, so I was like, oh. Cordovero and what is this book? Ilionic. I was like, damn, I fucking remember that. And he's like, and then I go into Tanya, a little bit about Shabbat, and he's like, oh, okay. But it's kind of grounded on Moshe De Leon. Oh, I'm well versed on Moshe De Leon. I'm like, oh shit, not teaching you too much. And then they talked about Simon Bar Yochai and he asks me about the world, which is an excellent question. It's a question, and frankly, nobody knows, and I don't know too many rabbis that straight up tell you we don't. We should. We don't. But we went into the shul, and 11 months of cottage righteous. I mean, I was giving him everything, and he's like, okay, what about the 4 words of Chabad? And I'm like, and he knew, I don't know if he was Jewish. He knew a lot about Kabbalah. He knew more than 99% of anybody you're going to meet on the street about Kabbalah. Fortunately, I just know slightly a little bit more, perhaps, or at least was able to give that out. And so I was able to answer his questions, and that was really refreshing to me because it was the first time anybody had ever asked me Kabbalistic questions, and I really felt like I knew what I was talking about because we meet every fucking day. We will have done like 20 at least hours on this bullshit. If you don't count the first like few ones that we did that were taking like 8 hours fucking upload. So I left. I was like, I told him a story about why I stream, and how much I stream, and everything, and he's like, "Oh, there's another guy who does this. Whenever you hear that, all right, who?" And he's like, "Oh, you can look him up on YouTube or whatever." And I do, and whenever this happens, my heart is just like, because I want to be the best. I am the best. I don't know anybody who's been doing this longer in the same way that I do. But I looked at this guy, and he does it in a similar way to what I do. He's archiving his footage. It's really important. But then I saw how many days he's been doing it. He's doing like a hunger strike too. As you can tell, ain't no hunger strike going on here. But fortunately, and I don't know what his deal is, but he um, he's been doing it like 200 in some days, and I've been doing it like 1,500 days. Is that true? Um, and I even think 200 days is a long period of time to be doing this. Like I'm still like I don't want anybody. I'm like boxing out. I'm the ultimate boxer out. Anyway, but like I'm boxing motherfuckers out. All right, so let's see here. If I would have started this, I started on 10. I don't know. We'll see. What is this shit? 10, 16, 2021, something like that. And we end it today. Okay. Calculate duration. 1,561 days. That's a long period of time. And this guy's not even at 300. But I didn't. I was proud of myself because whenever I don't know. There's like a, I guess it's humility, but whenever you've been doing, you see somebody doing something and you know it's important to them, and you just so happen to be doing something better than they have been, it's not a good idea to just come in and shit on them. And I did to that one girl who's been doing her stream for like 7 days or whatever. I mean, I just kind of had to clarify things. And I had to give him the breakdown on the date, like on the time periods and things like that. But what the fuck is this shit? Still recording? Anyway, would I would have gone viral by now? Yeah, I thought I'd go first 3 months. This seemed like such a cool idea. But you've been doing it more than 1,500 days. That's a long period of time. You have to do it 2,000 days before going viral. I think I'm gonna go viral. But I always say that. I don't know. So I checked out this guy. Well, I ended it this other guy, and that person is very smart. I need a lot of smart people doing this, and it's if you don't, you're like this shouldn't be about my life, but it was about Kabbalah. So I need to make it short because I got all that. All right, so then I went and checked out this other guy, and he's been doing his stream for. And I didn't go into. I tried chatting with him, but I totally get it. You don't pay attention to a chat when you have this long. You're just doing your own thing. Have like other stuff going on. It was just him, which is cool. But I think it's cool to have like the world news events. I think that's super important. And music and singing and things like that. That to me makes this. And the topics about which I discuss are really, really important. And I am communicating with other people. He did not seem to. Maybe the one guy said that sometimes he saw the other guy talking to some people, but I don't know. I mean, he just seemed. And here's the thing. Here's the kicker. He's on one stream, and while that isn't important, you can't really see him from the waist up too much. I mean, you can see my legs. Like that's going to be studied in the future, and you can. I'm on just so many different streams that I feel like that's really important too. And but that does not mean that 200 and whatever days is not. I mean, we'll call it whatever 300 days. That's really an accomplishment. And I try to get a hold of him because I'd love to have him in here. That would be, in some ways, a dream to be able to combine our forces. And he's about world peace, and I think that's amazing too. So I'm going to try to get a hold of him later today. Right, is that the end of your fucking story? Cause, for now, but shout to that, shout out to the guy who came and stayed and discussed Kabbalah. That guy was very knowledgeable. Shout out to the other guy who's doing the thing for 200 days is a long time. Alright. Now, listening to Chabad videos when I went to bed, and I actually didn't hate it. I was learning as I first went. I really liked the one on the Beta Mikdash. That shit's satisfying. Alright, so you know what's let's go, folks. Down, alright. That's what you say. I think fuck if I did something it could revive the dead or add years to one's life. But the Hebrew word is giver. That Levi, only or I wish. Then we watch that fucking thing. You know, though, if only so, like, do you want the Beta Mikdash to be the yeah? Probably. Alright, what's the other one? Yiddishakak, that's Jewish head. Yanta means a talkative bitch. Tacheles is our one for today.
Tacheles is a Yiddish word that comes from Hebrew, where it means end, entirety, ultimate, or purpose. King David uses this word in Psalms, where he has feelings for evil versus tacheles of hatred. One in this context, it means ultimate. A classic use of this word is the Hebrew adage, the tacheles of knowledge is to know that we cannot know evil, to in this case, the word quite clearly means purpose. An example in Catholic literature is the description of Jesus' favorite like setting down to know tacheles, point 3 in this case. It is best interpreted as end. One famous Chasic use of tacheles is Tanya, where we read that the tacheles of humankind, Gigi, should have such a final place here below. 4. In common Yiddish parlance, the word tacheles can also refer to real action, utility, practicality, or usefulness. Talking tacheles can be a no-holds-barred conversation about life's major decisions, such as settling down with a profession, a spouse, etc., or identifying purposeful goals in life.
So it's like brass tacks. Let's get down brass tacks. Alright, tacheles. That's tight. Now what? Well, now we're gonna do more Kabbalah. Actually, no, before we do let's learn what the full is. Does anybody know what that really? The thing that reads this? Like, come on, Chabad. I've donated to you. You could use that money to fucking get your shit. Really? Yeah, do. It's like, no, I'm gonna ever read my bullshit. Come on.
Imagine a customer totally out of the blue. In a flash, they had a picture in their mind of a statement of population, all the cards, and a pool. Launching such an idea, the couple then sat down and worked out the entire structure in their mind by visualizing each bedroom, dining room, kitchen, garage, etc. In their mind, the initial idea has been developed in breadth and depth. After such a beautiful dream, they can easily delete the entire image from their mind. However, to carry the idea further, they have to get emotionally excited about the idea. The couple must then call an architect and a builder and start putting the initial idea on paper. Once the plans have been drawn, our couple then has to review the practicalities of buying the plot plan for building permission, financing the project, and the actual building of the house. All the other months of housekeeping finish, and our couple may then enter the development period. We can delineate 4 stages of this process. 1. The initial flash of inspiration, concept. 2. Framing the concept, developing the concept in detail. 3. Emotional involvement in drawing the master plans. 4. Practicalities, building. The couple explains the next 4 stages of the creation of the world. The first stage is the overall concept. The first level is the visualization.
Alright, that was tight. No one was Really? Really? I kind of get it, like a house or some shit.
some stuff you see in violent machine on the that I expect to become the ultimate again for someone who's alive. He is an actual who is like that. Everybody's not like that, like that. So when you attack us, setting it up, it's more so if I'm opening up a comment, so again, just because I have to be coming contact. I see something else to come in contact. I'm not offering it up. Just see it, just have in mind for someone who's alive who would have brought a conference contact like not something on another. Who is a living person who has been in a conference contact like not something on another? There was a thing that coming contact that's not brought for a sin. Because he's proving that so the video contact, who is tied to coming contact, not for a sin. I'm going to sin. Not something those concepts doesn't some of us so it's a what's the case? What's the chief of the I'm walking down the context. But when I say I have in mind for someone else, what's the context? What type of coming context? Not like my context, but a context like not coming on another. So what's the context like not coming on another? Sin offering that's brought but not for a sin. So what's the case of someone who's trying to come in context but not tied for a sin? What's that case? Remind you, context Nazir, context Mitzvah. So I go ahead and accept the coverage context. I have in mind that it's the same the common unit. Well, what kind of context is you have to do? Ruben was a Rothschild, or was a Rothschild. Ruben was a Soda. He has a feeling for a context also as well. We'll say that context is still somebody checked it coming out of right. So ultimately, I why? Because what is this? This is a teenage toilet. Offering essentially as happens what as an Ola, then what? So why don't you just do that natural? This is the Torah. Where I'm offering it up, the same type of thing that happens in Torah. Eat the tacos. I want to prepare this. Was the time of that so we'll say, so again, so first of all, it appears that last original state notion was questioned by his scholars. You can have two pieces of it that will ultimately give a state combination of those two dimensions results. So have in mind when I'm checking my concepts, and I have in mind that I'm checking the same concepts. I want to do what is and have in mind that I'm checking there's a type of concept that not going to be another one.
Indeed, most denizens of this world are not at all bothered by the question of how they got here. Why we just are. Messiah means an action such as throwing a rock or kicking to the thoughts and words carry meanings to things that happen. If you know for someone and they carry information, If you see a rock flying through the air, the only information you have is that a rock is flying through the air. A Sia is a world where each thing says I am here and where I am, nothing else can be. Sia is also a world of high definition from another Sia, where one thing is, another cannot be. For one to begin, another must end. Your hand cannot go through the without at least one of the two breaking. No two things may share the same space and the same room. Asia is a world where things says, I am here and where I am, nothing will be. Yet, in this world that soul descends to the mitzvahs and empire, because only here when divine light is most concealed are we granted enough to one spectacle or to space to make our own decision of our own free choice. And only through making those decisions in a place where failure is always a possible outcome can growth, change, formation occur. This is why all the higher worlds, the many realms within Zero Gara, and even absolute, so much depend on our thoughts right here in the world of Asiya. That way the lowest world is truly is beyond worlds. Beyond all that, the Kabbalists will tell you lies infinite life. And the soul, baby. Unbounded and identified, no rules, no patterns, nothing that can be known at all. And from where does this light emanate from God Himself? Where is God everywhere? As the Zohar repeats again and again, He fills all worlds, He encompasses all worlds, and there is nothing else. Alright, well, that was a cool story. What are the four worlds? It's just like why? It's just such a weird, super weird. Why? Shit. That's cool, but like, what does that have to do with aliens? I don't know why I have to go to that. Why? Hey kid, how are them? That butt boba shrinking every day. Right. Allegedly. Maybe I'm just being funny. Alright.
Abraham and Isaac of Noah, also known as Abraham Merritt, was a columnist of the 13th century. Works. Abraham wrote. Jewish Encyclopedia. Bibliography.
Right, so he wrote Sefer Habarit, a work on Kabbalah. Moses Border wrote this work and introduced into his commentary on the Sacred Torah. Great Menuna couldn't of the rest. Another work on the Kabbalah, valued highly by Isaac Luria for its profound comments, its language, as well as how Shimon ben Yochai is introduced as showing a striking resemblance to the Zohar, and it may be that the author had a larger version of the Zohar before him than is now extant. Unlike the Zohar, however, Beret Manuha is primarily focused on the practical Kabbalah and the powers of divine names and angels. Megale Ta'avama, quoted by the author in the work previously mentioned. Cool. Who are these guys? 13th century Kabbalistic commentary.
All right, I want to say good morning, or good Tavach. A great is the first Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this last discussion, hey, with learning together in the Shachas book. And begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentator sponsor, the Mishpach America itself, for dedicating all the training Rothschild this year and gives the host for the Summer College to Amisrael. Cover sponsors for the month of
His writings reflect the numerous intellectual currents that converged in Castile in the last third of the 13th century and formed a unique milieu for Jewish mysticism in the late Middle Ages. His works, especially his major work, Shari Work, Names of Life, before 1293, had a profound influence on the later development of both Jewish and Christian mysticism. In different manuscripts of the work, the author states various later works of credit, limited, all corrections and changes.
From the Rafa and his mother take a little bath belly and the whole so all the kilos of our entire Tila and Kali soul Rabinowitz, the Nishmas, Zabit from Rabbi Al-Islam, Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh Ben HaChavar Yaakov Zikron Racha, Shem Cohen, Ilu Nishmas, grandmother Eleanor Cohen, Elza Bas Miriam Tzvi, Yerte Christian, we hope them the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of them is from the families in the Talmud, all of those we need to report, Shalom Kiddos, Kol Ladies, Christoph, and yes, it's in the Talmud, Shalom. Coming to Torah, Balao, all these discussions before my see, they then, is result in us, the church, all flowers, that we see what it's in the so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is daf Zion, and it's many start to the lift of beginning us to the two dots on 7a. Ismar, told us to shut from it and told us Havila. So it's a very interesting piece over here. What happens if Halachah myself? So again, a told is shut for the sake of someone else's told. Now remember again, this is not Jafta. Good. So you're just talking during Shia. That's what's happening over here. Okay, good. So come on, people, get it together. So you must say as follows. Remember again, this is not a case of Shinoi Bible, right? Because Shinoi Bible is a little bit different. This is actually a very unique case. So over here, we're talking about a situation. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Rashi says, Moshe Shach Hashem Dami She'en Ba'ala. There's not been like a case where the Torah is ultimately against the Torah for someone else who's not the owner. Maybe the Shinoi Bible, Ella Shinoi Shahai Ruben Video, or the Shimon told Acheres, the Shachar has Todah from the Shin Zeh, Todah for Zeh. So that's very interesting. In this case over here, both Ruben and Shimon are high of a carbon Todah. Todah is just the example. The actual carbon itself is not really all that important. Right? But the idea is both Ruben and Shimon are high of a carbon Todah. And what ends up happening, Ruben is then they call him Shach. Ruben's Todah, he has in mind. This is different because again, at the end of the day, both of these individuals are Chayve carbon Todah. When the Kohen shechted it, he shechted it for the wrong person. So what's the status? Rashi, so Rabbi says it's kosher. Rav Chisda Psula, and Rav Chisda says that it's possible. That it's possible. Now, what I want to point out over here is something very interesting. Shera in this case over here means not only is the carbon kosher, but what? It counts to satisfy the obligation of the particular owner. Right? That's what Kshira means in this case. So Rabbi says totally good. Rav Chisda says it's possible. Rabbi Amar Kshira. Rabbi says that it's good. Why? Totally shing, totally issue. Because Rabbi says, listen, at the end of the day, what happened over here? The Todah was shechted for the sake of Todah. In other words, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Ruben needed a Todah. Shimon needed a Todah. So ultimately, again, two Todos get slaughtered. So we're good to go. We're good to go. Granted, there was a little bit of a mix-up in terms of whose Todah is who, but practically, it shouldn't really matter. Rav Chisda Psula, so Chisda says no, because at the end of the day, Halacha l'maisa, Rav Chisda calls this a shinui kodesh. He calls this at the end of the day, in order to discharge your obligation as a carbon, the carbon itself has to be offered for the sake of the particular, explicitly the sake of the particular owner. So fuck them up, whole case. So it says, well, I'm Rabbi Menah. So Rabbi says, how do I know? I know. There was, I said, just want to point out, just in this typical shinui bailim. Right? In a typical shinui bailim is Reuven is bringing the Todah, and the coin has in Shimon. Now Shimon has nothing to a Todah. Shimon is just a regular guy minding his own business. That's the typical piece of shinui bailim. What's unique in this case over here, Reuven and Shimon are both chayiv to bring a carbon Todah. So whereas again, the carbon should have been shechted for Reuven, it was shechted for Shimon. Rabbi says, listen, at the end of the day, it was for the sake of Todah. Both individuals are chayiv Todah. No harm, no foul. We're good. Rabbi Yisrael Chisda says, no, that's not true. In order for it to ultimately discharge the obligation of the owner, it has to be explicitly slaughtered for that owner. So, Rabbi says, how do I know that this carbon is kosher? So ultimately, again, that's this pasuk, right? And interestingly enough, what we're going to see over here is that halacha l'maisa, Torah calls a carbon Todah a shlamim. What does this come? Todah sheshachta l'shem shlamim kshev. it teaches us an important halacha, namely that if a Todah shafted for the sake of a shlamim, ultimately again it's kosher. On the other hand, shlamim shemishchet halashim Todah psulim. Shlamim ultimately is shafted for the sake of a Todah. It's possible. Now, why is that? So why is it here? Why is it that if a Todah is shafted for the sake of a shlamim, it's good? But ultimately, again, shlamim shafted for the sake of a Todah is possible. Very simply, Gemara says, Todah kruyi shlamim. Because in the pasuk itself, the Torah calls a Todah a shlamim. Ve'in shlamim kruyin Todah. But ultimately, again, a shlamim is not called a Todah. It's actually very logical. Because again, essentially, a Todah is a category of shlamim. So therefore, if you go ahead and you chef a carbon Todah for the sake of shlamim, the carbon is good. But to go ahead and chef a shlamim for the sake of Todah is not good. Shlamim l'shem Todah, psuha Todah l'shem shir. So what can you infer from her? You can infer from it like this. What's this qualification? If a Todah, if you chef a shlam, there's no Korean Todah. Shlam is l'shem Todah psula. So what do you see from there? It's when you chef a shlamim for the sake of Todah that it is possible. But what can you infer? Ha-Todah l'shem Todah sheira. But if you shefted a Todah for the sake of Todah, it's kosher. That sounds pretty intuitive. Right? Thinking, what's the concept here? My love, the chavrei. So we're not talking about a case where both Reuben and Shimon both have a Todah, and you accidentally chef Reuben's Todah for the sake of Shimon, and what do you see there? That it's still kosher. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe not. Maybe not about the chavrei line, or maybe it's only about his own Todah. So what happens on the most side? And Allah said, you want to cover the kosher? Cover Todah must be exclusively shefted for the sake of the actual owner. What's about the chavrei line? What happens if you chef Reuben's Todah for the sake of shifting Todah? Rabbi is Sula. See here, Rabbi wants this whole proof, right? Rabbi, that is only Dafka for the sake of Todah that is possible. But if you were to Todah for the sake of, so to speak, minister, what's the case of for the sake of Todah? Oh, it's the moving still for the sake of Shimon, both the Todah. That's going to be kosher. No, who says? Who says? Maybe the halacha actually is that at the end of the day, when you chef, one person told for another told ultimately again it's possible. And that's the case. That's true. At the time, Shlomo machine told the
applies to the
instead of highlighting the case, that's shed for the sake of Todah. That's going to be possible. This needs Todah on the shoulder. Even in the beginning, because once I say that even when you chef Todah for the sake of Todah, what's the case of Todah for the sake of Todah? I chef Reuben's Todah for the sake of Shimon's Todah. Say that case is possible. And if that's going to be possible, then what? The Kol Shekin Shlamim Machine Todah. All the more so will say you chef the Shlamim for the sake of a Todah.
He shows that the Talmudic view that space is filled with spirits agrees with the belief of the philosophers that there is no darkness. He also treats here of the revolutions of the sun and moon, giving the relative status of the planets. The third part is a treatise in 4 chapters. One involves the three transforming Shura of her represented on lower realms. The 3 compounds, Seri, Sega, and Shura, represent the composition of the construction of the worlds. The Pota and Tonas represent their movements. Shara Aura, content and style. Shara Aura deals with the names of God according to commentary with Chitta, Metadaya, Ben Solomon. It discusses 300 names organized into 10 chapters, 1 for each sphere. Each has 1 primary name, but may have many others. Some names are associated only with 1 sphere. The purpose of the book is so that you can understand the experience of the fountain of living waters. The fountain of living waters. Jeremiah chapter 13. That from all his names and when to attain this then he will prosper.
Carbon is what happens if you go ahead and both Reuben and Shimon are buying the carbon Todah, and you end up shifting Reuben's Todah for Shimon or Shimon's Todah for Reuben. That's a machlokes. this. Rabbi says it's
I don't know.
kosher.
I don't know.
Rav Chisda says it's paul. Okay, let's go back to Rabbi case. Chatos
Keter
sheshachta
from
l'shem
Chachma,
chatos.
wisdom, Bina, understanding,
So what's the interesting case of this?
Chesed,
We
kindness,
actually saw this
Gabriel,
before.
severity, different, beauty,
So Rabbi says, if you shech to the
subject,
chatos for the sake of a
Trinity,
chatos.
victory,
Now what's that?
power,
Rashi
Yesod,
Rashi in the wide
foundation,
lines, 4 lines in.
Malchut,
Chata sheshach
kingship.
l'shem chatos.
Other word,
Chatos
Sha'arei
chelev
Sedek or Sha'arei
shenishchita l'shem chatos
Shemayim,
dam.
other
So what's the
tributes by
interesting case? So let's say
Vikatila
I
on
ate
Prince
chelev
World,
and
Diva
I
di
ate dam.
Trento, 15
It's a bad thing.
Niku,
It's a bad thing. I ate
mystical
chelev and I
explanation
ate dam.
of
So that's 2 different carbon
included
chatos. So what
with
happens?
the
Let's say
RCA
again, some bringing both these words, but they were mixed up. Right. So therefore, again, I that are the coin as an offering my chatos for chelev or my chatos for dam. What the lahon sheira? Ultimately, again, the covenant is brikasha. Okay, we'll see why that is. L'shem olav. But interestingly enough, if chatos is offered up for it's possible. Also, we on this in Friday's that the Gemara quoted a pasuk. Chatos,
Kabbalistic essay
chatos,
in 130 paragraphs
one of those
about
where if you have
according
in
to
mind for a
Jelinek,
different carbon, the chatos itself is
same
invalid,
as Sudat
totally invalid. So again,
well,
chatos
commentary
off
on some
for the sake of a different kind of
unpublished
chatos.
system
So
of
again, I was
structures
supposed to add and bring in chatos
for the
again for chalev. But all the coin has in mind for
use
ultimately the covenant is good. But
on which
chatos
the
l'shem
correct
olav,
understanding
this is going to be invalid.
is
Says the Gemara.
wrote Asago at the beginning of his literary career when he was more of a philosopher and less
Chatas has to have explicit intent. And therefore, it's chatas is offered up for all.
Kabbalistic revelations of
I
the divine
are
serpent.
chatas l'shem
Jelinek
chatas nishkata
thinks that
l'shem olav psula.
Tila composed the Kabbalistic treatise entitled Piccolo of the same character as Perkei.
So let's say another key, so the angels then. If a chatos was shafted for someone who is chayiv chatos, ultimately again it is possible. But if it was shafted for someone who's chayiv an olah, ultimately again it's going to be kosher. I must say, what's the case over here? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's about 6 lines after the bottom. So this is a case of shinur ban. This is a case of change of ownership. Let's say I am chayiv chatos. Chayiv chatos. The Kohen has in mind, when he does the Avod, he has in mind for Ruben. But interestingly enough, Ruben is also Chayiv Achatos. Also Chayiv Achatos. So in that case of Shinui Bailim, the Chatos is going to be possible. But interestingly enough, if the Kohen went ahead and offered it up on behalf of Ruben, and Ruben's Chayiv and Olah, so ultimately the covenant is
meanings
kasher.
based
Now again,
on the
remember, when we say
textual
kasher, what does kasher
interpretation of the
mean?
Bible. It
Kasher
describes
means
many
covenant
visions
that
and
obviously
celestial
does not
revelations
come towards my obligation. So much
by the author who was by copy and expresses the highest respect for all copies, even the most recent apocryphal ones. The work is the was republished with commentary by Mordecai Jaffe, Catlin, and 15 and was also included in Latin by Pico D. Morando. Perush Tikko and Ta'amni
This is very interesting.
Mitzvah.
When my friend is
Published together in 1540 That was
so
Wikipedia.
ultimately,
The
my
preceding work.
chatos will not
These are
work for
strongly
him and will
tinctured
be
with
possible.
German
But however,
mysticism.
if my friend has a different level of liability,
Rekanani,
then although the covenant will not atone for me, but the covenant itself will still be kosher.
the Hasid of Regensburg, Eliezer Worms, and disciples, and alludes also to the Spanish Kabbalists. Mathematics alone. He is rarely original, quoting almost always other authorities, although Vacanti has a high reputation. Technically, he exercised less influence on his contemporaries than upon Christianity to his in his Kabbalistic churches. These are the logic and philosophy, and he endeavors to support the Kabbalah by philosophical engagement.
Such a yid like this that exists. So ultimately, the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, so someone who ultimately, again, Chatas was shafted for someone who has zero liability. What's the halacha? Psula. Psula. The chatas is false. I'm not saying why is that. She'in lecha adam she'edi yisrael she'in lecha yavaseh.
All right.
Why?
Rabbi
Because there's no such thing. There's no such person who will say, okay, if I'm good enough that I haven't violated any averos, I'm for sure going ahead and say,
do it yourself to fill in. That's cool.
The Rabbi said as follows, ultimately again, achatos, and both is actually very interesting halacha, that achatos ultimately again is mechaper.
Oh, I thought he was making his own
mechaper
fulfillment
on
day.
Chai
Oh,
V'Yaseh
the
from a Kabbalah Chomer. That was very interesting. Remember again, let's go back. Achatos 101. And it was learning habits from our Harriet days. Right? What's halacha by achatos? Achatos is mechaper on what? Avera, for which intentional violation is a key kares. Intentional violation comes, right? Unintentional violation results in achatos. Now the Gemara introduces something very interesting. Not only is it achatos ultimately mechaper on private pieces, but also again achatos is also mechaper on an asay. On an asay. So you must Kavachon makes a Kavachon. What's the Kavachon? Listen to this. Achadi Pisos Mechateres. If Achatas is Mechater, ultimately again Achadi Pisos, then ultimately again Achadi Asay Lakoshiki. So what's a very interesting idea? If Achatas is powerful enough to be Mechater, then you don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. Lucky, I think an extra caffeine this morning. It's good. It's good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says that if ultimately again, if Kratos is mechaper on Chayve Kisos, then Allah has killer bakam is going to be mechaper ultimately again on Chayve Aser. Remember, the Bas Minahi, the most is very interesting. So is that to say that halacha l'maisa? Is that to say that ultimately again somehow the liability for an assay is in the same category ultimately again as Chaimiki. So this is Rava said, because remember again, Rava said that if you go ahead and what? If the coin checks the chatos, it's supposed to be for me, but instead the coin does it instead for Ruven. And Ruven is chai, but chatos, ultimately again, that's possible. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, chatos is only the chaper for the owner. Now, what we infer from that is that if the other person who checked it has the same level of liability, that stops when it's invalid. Amisha machliv ola sheira. But if the chatos is checked for someone who's chai ola, interestingly enough, it is going to be kosher. That was said at a certain page. Take a look at the last Rashi. Rashi says, "Alma lat minehu da there's a seishef inshallah ola aleim." Those I say, see, being chayv and ola is not considered to be comparable to chayv b'chatos. Other days, so the Gemara says, "From the time that we make the blessing." The truth is, it's actually very interesting. Achat is not fully mechaper an assay. Rather, kind of just like tangentially. Tangentially is mechaper ultimately for an assay. Very good. In other words, so achatos really is much more focused as a precision type of kapara, or again, chayvekisus. It kind of just on the side goes out as mechaper on the assay because that's its primary form of kapara. Monorava says this. So it's like second line from the top. Zayin Medeiz. Other Israel Sama Shalom Lishma. So we've actually seen this. So it says as follows: an Ola that check Shalom Lishma. Now listen, remember again, in order Shalom Lishma, what does the Shalom Lishma mean? What Shalom Lishma mean? What Shalom Lishma mean? Two forms of reverse is very important. Right? It's fucking 101. You gotta hold cup on this. Right? Two forms of Shalom Lishma. Either, right, Shalom Lishem Shalom Lishma for Kodesh, I have in mind for the wrong Karban, or Shalom Lishma Rabbi, have in mind for the wrong owner. So whenever you see Shalom Lishma, those two categories are interchangeable. Somewhere of the Ola Shashakta Shalom Lishma, if an Ola was shafted Shalom Lishma, Asr Mizrov Damasha. So what is the Gemara saying over here? Essentially, just because you did one part of the carbon Shalom Lishma, don't do the rest of it Shalom Lishma, right? So let's say Shchita was done Shalom Lishma, okay? Make sure the other parts of the carbon are done Lishma. Everybody say the Svara. Either it's a pasuk, can be based on a pasuk, or it can be based on logic. You must keep by saying svara. So we'll say, I'm sorry, say a cross. So I'm sorry, if I say a cross, if it's a pasuk, motza svasa The pasuk says again, keep the ark, which means what? When you say the covenant is going to be an olah, then do it as an olah. The shechita wasn't done. Okay, so get the rest of it right. By saying sla. But say the other possibility is that it's logic. Why? You shouldn't be shunning bar. Because what's again? What did you say before? That's because you messed up on one stage. Does not mean you should mess up the subsequent stage. In other words, so I messed up the shechita. In other words, I wrong shechita. Okay. So just because I had wrong kavanah by the shechita does not mean that I should maintain wrong kavanah for the rest of the processes. And I was saying, messed up before a tremendous Musar Hasid in life.
Yeah, there's like 1,000. That was good.
Sometimes we think that just because we've made a mistake, it puts us on a particular irreversible path. It's not true. Just because I've made a mistake in certain ways doesn't mean I can't course correct later on. But 1 second, even if I course correct, I can't go back and fix the shechita. The shechita still does shalom shema. So I'm harking back and reference the words in Shas, which are my dahava hava. You're right, my dahava hava. The shechita is messed up. Okay, and we'll say the reality that there are some things in life, and this is a hard pill to swallow. But the truth is, there are some things in life you can't correct. There are some things in life, right? You can't fix it. You cannot fix it. No matter how much you daven, no matter how much you yearn to go back and fix it, you can't fix it. Once the shechita is done, shaklo the shema, that is an irreversible mistake. But just because I've made irreversible mistakes does not mean that I can't going forward.
To my knowledge, it's not possible to do 613 mitzvot because you have to be able. Please give me main areas where you would hick up and how many the average person could be able to do if they're a man or if they're a woman. And also give me a strong man that are still in that argument how if they somehow were able to change genders could do them all.
And then he died. So we'll say, so what's the halacha? His offspring will never say,
yo, dog, you're basically right. No single human can do all 630 mitzvot, and gender is one of the big reasons. I'm not the only one. Here's a clean breakdown of why nobody can do 630 gender-specific mitzvot. Here are the biggest hiccups. Mitzvot that apply only to men. Time-bound positive commandments. For instance, to fill in seats at certain prayers. Priestly mitzvot, if you're in temple service blessings. Kingship, war-related mitzvot. Writing a Sefer Torah. Mitzvot that apply only to women. Laws of Nida, family purity, letting Shabbat, and Yom Tov was classically framed as her domain, certain childhood-related mitzvot. So yes, you do need to be both male and female just to qualify for all of them. Status-based mitzvot. Even if you could gender swap, you'd still be stuck. Cohen versus Levi versus Israel. You can't be all three. King of Israel, only one guy at a time. Zen, Hidron judge. Nazir. Someone who owns land in Israel, someone who sins accidentally, yes, there are mitzvot that apply only after failure. Temple dependent mitzvot, roughly 200 to 250 mitzvot, staying in temple, with purity, active sacrifices. Right now, the mitzvot can someone actually do rough, means very approximate. Average Jewish man today, 270 to 200 million mitzvot are applicable. Of those, maybe 60 are regularly doable in daily life. Average Jewish woman today, 230 to 250 mitzvot potentially applicable. Of those, maybe 60 to 80 are regularly doable as well. Different mix, similar count. Important point, exempt does not equal less holy. The system is role-based, not skill-based. Some traditional student, someone could do all 630. How that works conceptually. Here's a answer, especially in Kabbalah and Chassidut. 113 is for Klal Israel, not the individual. The mitzvot are distributed across the collective body of Israel. Just like the organs of the body, no single organ does everything. Perfection exists at the national level, not the individual level. Gilgul reincarnation theory. A soul may return multiple times. Each lifetime fulfills different mitzvot. Across incarnations, a soul can theoretically complete all 613. Arizal Zohar. Gender searching argument. Yes, a soul could be reincarnated as a male in one life and a female in another. So across lifetimes, the same soul fulfills both sets. Explicitly discussed in Kabbalistic sources. In 10 counts where action is impossible. If a mitzvah is truly impossible, temple status, etc., wanting to do it and accepting it as binding still has spiritual value. Bottom line, Rabbi Micah, no one is meant to do all 613 in one lifetime. Mitzvah are a distributed system. Gender difference is a feature, not a bug. Wholeness is achieved through community time, soul, cycle, and time. If you want next level, we can list exactly which mitzvah are genderless, or break it down via Rabbi or Sefer Chaskenet, or full mystical, how mitzvah make on the soul order.
When you say that there is yesh bailim la'achar nisa, so are you saying like literally that the orange, that the heir becomes the owner? So to the point that the Kohen at Adasa Shinoi Bailim had in mind for someone else, that the heir himself would be obligated to bring a new carbon? Is that literally what you're saying? Right? We see Odilma, the Ika Kami Ase Gabe Mechapra, right? Or maybe no, right? Maybe it's not literal, but rather what do you mean? Maybe what you mean is as follows. That halacha l'maisa, that halacha means like this, that the heir is considered to be the owner, that in that halacha l'maisa, if the heir himself has certain averos, specifically positive commandments that he transgressed, ultimately, again, this ola that is being brought could atone for it. In other words, but not that he's the literal owner, it's just that he has the ability, so to speak, to be a quasi-owner, in that this carbon can atone for him. So which one do you mean? So here the shadows are, Ravashi literally says that the heir becomes the owner. So ultimately, again, Rav Pinchas asks, Ravashi says, do you mean that like figuratively?
How does reincarnation in Judaism work? Because it's not really in Torah. Where does that come about?
So Rav Pinchas says, I mean it
is mainstream thought?
Literally. And therefore, Allah if the Kohen were to have das with Shinoi Bailim, the carbon itself would quite literally be
Rambam. Yoda, great question. This is one of the Judaism and Slayer stuff that people get up because they expect everything to be explicit in the Torah. Reincarnation, Gogol, is a perfect example. For sure, reincarnation is not explicit in the Torah. You will not find a verse that straight up says souls come back in new bodies. So where does it come from? Where reincarnation comes from in Judaism, really hints at close midrash. There are bread not full doctrine. A generation goes and a generation comes. The soul being remembered or returned. Midrashim where biblical figures seem to reappear spiritually. Nothing is airtight, more like mystical, hidden things. Zohar 13th century game changer. This is real game changer. This is where reincarnation becomes real Jewish discourse. The Zohar explicitly about Gilgal and Sham, which explains souls return to fix unfinished spiritual work. Frames reincarnation is tikkun, not punishment. From here on, it's in the air. The Arizal 16th century systematizes everything. Rabbi Isaac Luria Ari basically turned incarnation into a full operating system. According to Arizal, almost every soul reincarnates. Souls come back to complete this fixed character flaws repair. Souls can switch genders, enter partially. Soul sharing temporarily possess someone, giver. This becomes normative Kabbalah. So it's mainstream Judaism on reincarnation. Here's the key nuance. Orthodox tradition, mainstream tradition is widely accepted, especially Hasidic, Sephardi traditions can influence communities, but it's not required belief. You can fully be Orthodox and say, I don't really focus on this stuff. Totally fine. Rambam. It actually gives me jokes. Rambam does not mention reincarnation at all. Important points. Rambam emphasizes one life, Rambam as intellectual, spiritual, avoids mysticism almost completely. Silence is not a rejection, but most scholars read Rambam as not believing in Gilgal. So Rambam Judaism, no reincarnation, and Judaism is reincarnation everywhere. Both are legit within Orthodoxy. Reincarnation dogma, no. Judaism required beliefs. God exists, Torah's wording, consequences of afterlife. How souls get there, that's flexible. How Jews usually think about it practically. Most people don't walk around obsessing over past lives. The Bible live this life right. Do the mitzvot in front of you. Whatever cosmic bookkeeping exists is God. Reincarnation is more like if justice or soul growth needs more time, God has two mechanisms. One, mind serving. Torah is silent. Zohar introduces it. Ours systematizes
is
it, Rambam
offering,
ignores it.
offering to the
Mainstream
king is
Judaism allows it
offering
and
the Shem
requires
is
it.
considered to be an abomination. The Ika Tshuva,
Yo,
and I
dog,
must say,
what
if
happens
it
when
is
we die
Tshuva,
in
if
Judaism?
there is Tshuva, I say, I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn. Remember again, the Iker of Rosh Hashanah is not Tshuva. Rosh Hashanah is not a day of Tshuva. Hashanah ultimately is
Okay, what happens? Death equals separation, not annihilation. Your body returns to dust. The neshama soul continues. Judaism never treats death as the end of existence, just the end of embodiment. Immediate stage accounting clarity called Din B'Chospon, judgment and accounting. Olam HaNeshama, Neshamos, world of souls. There is no not important drama, it's truth exposure. You experience your life as it actually was. No deception, no ego filters. Think radical moral clarity, not punishment theater. Purification stage. Yes, Judaism has Gehinnom, but not what it is. Spiritual cleansing, ego burning off, in identity, refinement, moral detox. What it's not eternal damnation, fire torture. Max is 12 months, most souls were left. It's rehab, not prison. Haba, world to come. This is the destination they describe as closest to God, soul awareness. True consciousness, spiritual pleasure, not physical reward. Rambam, version, pure intellect plus divine closeness, version, soul resonance with divine light. Different metaphors, same idea. Conscious existence of the dead. Sophia Helmetim is a future world theology, immediate afterlife. Belief at some point in Messianic times, souls return to bodies, physical, spiritual reality reunites. That's core Jewish belief, principle faith, very non-Greek, very embodied theology. Judaism doesn't believe salvation equals escape of the body. It believes in redeeming the body. Mainstream map, simple version. Death, so clarity, so cleansing, if needed, Olam Haba. Direction, future, Rambam versus mystics, Rambam versus Olam Haba. Intellectual closeness, that resurrection, future merit, not daily focus. Kabbalah, reincarnation, soul repair cycles, multi-layered afterlife, realm, soul fragments, levels, reincarnate. Judaism is vibe about death, not fear-based or based. Judaism is life-centered, afterlife centered. We focus on praying life is important, but not obsession. One line rabbi summary. You don't go somewhere forever, somewhere bad forever. You don't get erased, you don't float in clouds. You go through truth, repair, closest in return. What about Shield?
I'm going to make this happen. I'm not moving from here until it gets done. That's the way accomplishments happen. If you're here, if you're there, you're multitasking this, that.
No doubt, Shield is an OG afterlife term, and it's way earlier and way quieter, and everything we just talked about. Shield is the great underworld, and the Tanakh, Hebrew Bible, key phrases. Everyone goes there, righteous worker, kings, peasants, no reward, no punishment, no fire, angels, no judgment, just existence in shadowy silence. Think cosmic waiting room, muted consciousness, the land. Where Shield shows up all over early biblical books. Tehillim, Psalms, Job, Kohelet, Job, Kohelet, Ecclesiastes, talks about the dead do not praise God. And Sheol, who can thank you? I descend to Sheol. That's not hell, that's not heaven, that's a neutral dead space. Why Sheol feels so different from later Judaism? Because Jewish life evolves. Early Israelite view on this life God rewards nations and families here. After Ezekiel vague, not central. Sheol reflects the stage. What replaces Sheol later? Over time, Sheol splits conceptually. Gehinnom, moral reckoning, purification, temporary. Gan Eden, Olam Haba, reward, closeness for someone instead of everyone going to Sheol. It becomes soul purification reward. Sheol basically gets absorbed later in metaphysics. Sheol still exists in Judaism. Depends on who you ask. Rambam Greek Sheol is a poetic way to say death grave, not a literal medical physical place. Biblical language, not doctrine. Academic spot read. Sheol is an ancient Near East underworld concept similar to Mesopotamian beliefs. Judaism later moves past it. Mystical read. Sheol is the lowest spiritual state, a kind of unconsciousness, soul level before refinement, sometimes associated with early Gehinnom stages. The Sheol no pardon. No eternal punishment, no Satan torture, no moral sorting. One line evolution. So Torah early to know everyone goes. The Second Temple era moral afterlife ideas start emerging. Rabbinic Judaism Gehinnom plus Olam Haba. About full soul journey, full time. your
points
bigger
out that
question,
every
613
sin,
mitzvot
this is one of
reincarnation
his
to the
first
show
essays, and I'll let you
reflects
know.
a
He
Judaism
says
where covenant mattered
every
more than
sin
individual
creates
collective
two
destiny.
realities.
Personal
There's
heaven obedience with the physical payoff later. As
punishment
Jewish
and there's
theology
impurity.
deeper life ideas
Sin
got more
creates
precise, but chill
impurity,
never fully
right?
disappears. It
So
just
what
becomes
happens when
background language.
someone is
Mic drop
impure?
on
What
chill
happens
is
when there's
Judaism
tuma?
before Judaism
There's
finished
this,
thinking about that.
like again, I will say, if I come in
Alright, that's
contact
cool.
with corpse, right? I go to a
Anything
levaya,
else? No, that's good
and therefore
for
I
now.
become tame. So
Alright,
again,
go fuck
if you want to
yourself.
go to the Beis Hamikdash, you gotta stay away from me a little bit. That's because you don't want to become tame. Tuma is communicable. So one of the great paradoxes of sin, we often focus on onesh as punishment, but the real negative byproduct of sin is that it creates it fractures the relationship between myself and God. I will say it's like in any time, like whenever you're in a human relationship, sometimes we do things, and what we do, we put a distance between ourselves and people that we love because of things that we've done, right? You say something not nice to your wife, you do something not nice to your wife. So what happens? Now there's a distance. That distance itself is painful. So I will say, we create the distance from that. Is there owners? There's punishment. Yes, every sin carries punishment. But I want to tell you something. Punishment is the hard to deal with. But you can forgive as long as we're sincere. That punishment. So the distance, that's the hard part of it. So ultimately, says, what happens when I sin? There's a difference. Carbon chata is the atonement. We bridge the gap. That's how ultimately, once I come up for it, now that the relationship, so to speak, has been reinstated, still not reinstated, then comes my oath. The Ola is the gift to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I'm here and I'm ready to reinstate. But I will say, but remember again, carbonos are not hocus pocus. Even a carbon only works how? With tshuva. Right? A carbon without tshuva is an empty offering, is an empty gift. It's an empty gift. Right? You say, you know what a carbon like tshuva, can you imagine for a moment? You go ahead and it's your anniversary and you walk into your house and you take a gift and you fling it on the kitchen counter and you say, hey, go enjoy. Right? So it's like, so you don't need to schedule a meeting with me to know, right? To know that is not going to work. So remember again, a carbon without tshuva, bless you, is like flinging at a guy, here God, here you go. Carbon tshuva is zero. Is not only that, you give a gift like this, the gift not worth, compromise the relationship even more. A carbon without tshuva meaning literally you value the relationship so little with HaKadosh Baruch Hu that I'm not willing to invest to go ahead and repair it. On the other hand, when there's tshuva, real tshuva, a real sincere desire to just go to shalom. I'll say, you know what tshuva is at its most powerful core? It's miss you. I miss you in my life. I miss the closeness. I miss the togetherness. I miss that when I just walk down the street, feel like you're holding me. I felt that way in life. And because of my actions, I don't feel that now. And I want to feel that again. I want to feel your embrace. I want to feel your love. I want to feel like you're always holding me every single moment. But my actions have pushed you away. And I want to come back to you. That's tshuva. That's tshuva. Are you tshuva? Then that carbon is a beautiful gift. So the chatas comes first because that's part of the tshuva process. After tshuva is done, ola then comes along to really it's a gift to reunite the relationship. So beautiful. All right, let's go back to chutz minapes. Back chatas. Most remember again in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah said that there. Remember in general, what was the first rule of the Mishnah? What was the first rule of the Mishnah? That Allah Lamaisa, if you go ahead and you offer up a carbon shalom l'shma, right? You offer up a shlomim for the sake of a toda, right? Or an olah for the sake of a shlomim. What's the halacha? Carbon is kosher, but doesn't count for the owner. There are two exceptions to that rule. Well, according to Tanakh, there's two. According to other things, there's two exceptions to the rule are chatos and pesach. Now, chatos we already took care of, right? Chatos, explicit pasuk. Chatos is only valid if done explicitly, ultimately again for a carbon chatos. Gemara says, the Mishnah said also, now the Gemara focuses on carbon pesach a little bit. It says the Gemara, chutz mina pesach v'chatot, so pesach minolam, from where do you know Karban Pesach? From where do you know? Shamar es HaChodesh HaAviv V'Asisa Pesach. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, literally, keep or guard the Chodesh HaAviv V'Asisa Pesach, and you will go ahead and do the Karban Pesach. So what do we learn from here? Shiv Kol Asiyosa L'Shem Pesach. All of your dealings, right? All of your dealings, everything you do, ultimately, again, should be for the sake of Karban Pesach. So what's it? That's the pasuk. Vas Shamar es Chodesh HaAviv V'Asisa Pesach. All of your asiyos, all of your doings, all of your actions should be for the sake of Karban Pesach. Ashkichon Shinui Kodesh. Okay, so that teaches me Shinui Kodesh and validates the Pesach. Shinui Bailumino. Then how do I know about a change of ownership? The Kseba Martin Zevach Pesach. Pasuk says, you shall say, it is Zevach Pesach. Shavei Zvicha L'Shem Pesach. Teaches me that the offering must be done L'Shem Pesach. Now, in Eno in the Shinui Kodesh, if I don't need this to teach me Shinui Kodesh, because remember again, we just learned that Shinui Kodesh from where? Shamar es Chodesh Aviv Asisa Pesach. So therefore, again, Tinehu le'inyan Shinui Bailim. Ultimately, I'm going to use it to teach me Shinui Bailim. Incredible. So Ashkir from the mitzvah. Now I know the Chatila, Karban Pesach has to be offered out for Karban Pesach and for the designated owner. La'akev minolan. How do I know that if you didn't do this, the Karban itself is compromised? Because the pasuk says, "Avachta Pesach the pasuk says you shall offer up the Pesach for Hashem your God, meaning that if it's not the sake of Pesach, ultimately again not going to be good. Maskil for Rav says 1 second. Does that phrase come to teach us that it's Lika? The Gemara says, I must say ultimately, and this is needed for Rav Nachman. What did Rav Nachman say? Dam Rav Nachman or Rav Barabuach, Minayin Lamosa Pesach, Shekar Shlomim. So what's very interesting? How do you know that if you have a leftover Karban Pesach, it's offered up as a Shlomim? And what's the case of a leftover Karban Pesach? So very simply, I designated a sheep as a Karban Pesach. Then what happens? I lost it. I replaced it with another animal, offered that replacement animal up, and then what happens? Hashavas Aveda, I found my original Karban Pesach. So what happens with that animal? That animal is offered up as a Shlomim. How do you know this? Shneimar, Zavachta Pesach, Hashem Elokecha, Son Ubakar. You shall offer up the Pesach for Hashem your God, Son Ubakar, sheep and cattle. I will say, here's the problem with that. You can't be Karban Pesach from cattle. Karban Pesach only comes either from sheep or goats. What's going on over here? What do you see from here? From here you see about that if you have we call this a leftover Karban Pesach. But you understand the case? You see, if you have leftover Karban Pesach, you offer it up for the type of carbon that can normally be brought from sheep or from cattle. What's the type of carbon that can normally be brought from sheep and cattle? Ma'ininu shlamim, ultimately a carbon shlamim. So that's I need that pasuk for. I'm going to safra. Mizavachta Pesach l'chid Rav Nachman. Ultimately against Rav Safra says that will darshan Mizavachta Pesach by Rav Nachman. Shamar es Chodesh Ha'aviv. So Shamar teaches me that what? L'mitzvah b'shinui kodesh. That teaches me ultimately again that Allah l'chatchila you have to have the right kavanah for the right carbon. Martin Zeva Pesach b'shinui b'ayla limits. So Zeva Pesach teaches me that l'chatchila it has to be offered for the right owner. So we'll say so now the l'chatchila Karban Pesach has to be offered for the designated carbon and the designated owners. But how do I know that if I fail to have the right kavanahs, that the carbon is invalid? How do I know that? To which the Gemara says one word. Who? Right? Who? Both say whenever you see the word who is always the action b'havyasal yeh. It has to remain that state. Who teaches me that halacha l'reisa? It is not just l'chatchila that you have to have in mind for the carbon, and not just l'chatchila that you have to mind for the bailim, but rather again, failure to have those right ultimately fundamentally compromises the effectiveness of the carbon. The ashkechon ultimately again zicha. So now again, I will say now I know that halacha l'reisa ultimately again zicha that shchita sharatos minalan. How do I know about other as well? Hoil the gully. Once he reveals it in one, then ultimately we apply that to others. Rashi says, Hoil the gully lo minar ella avodos minalan. Zos haTorah lo ulamincha. ultimately, and this says, this is the pasuk, this is the Torah for Mincha. The Tanya, Biyom Savosos Bnei Yisrael, Lahakid Es Karbaneim, Zeh Bechar U'Maisur Pesach. Ikishu HaKasav L'Shlamim. The Torah ultimately again has all of these kavaros, namely Pesach, the Shlamim. How so? Mash Shlamim, Bein L'Shinoi Kodesh, Bein L'Shinoi Ba'inon L'Mitzvah. So just like by Shlamim, you have to have in mind for the right owners and for the right carbonic designation. This is L'Chatchila. At Kol Bein Shinoi Kodesh, Bein Shinoi Ba'inon L'Mitzvah. Ultimately, so to all of these other kavaros, we're focusing on Pesach, L'Chatchila. You have to have in mind for the right owner and for the right carbonic designation. Uke Shlamim, Mashlamim Bein Zvicha Bein Sharav. Ultimately, again, so it's just like the Gemara says, La'akid, Mishum Shemar, who, Zikayel La'akid, Elohu, Lamali. Ultimately, again, but let's say not, we'll stop over by the who. Stop over by the who. We'll say, so again, we're starting to just understand what we have over here, right? Two more lines. Elohu Lamali. Perfect. Pardon me. Elohu Lamali, Kidisanya. Nemar Bepesa, who, Bishchita La'akiv. Aval Asham Lo Nem, who El La'akak Tarasim. We're going to get to two dots. Now, the Gemara says like this. It says by Pesach, who. Remember again, what did we use the who by Pesach for? Which teaches us that the need for right carbonic designation, as well as the need ultimately again for right carbonic designation, is not only l'chatchila, but rather what? It is la'akiv. It is la'akiv. If you don't have it, it compromises the carbon. And interestingly, the Gemara says about Asham lo ne'amar bo hu elachar tarsimur. By Asham, it only says the who after the offering of, or after the burning of the limbs. So, interesting enough, by an Asham, even if you didn't burn the sacrificial limbs, the Asham ultimately again is going to be kosher. Just what I want to point out over here is that the word who, depending on where the placement is, ultimately redaction sermon. So I'll say bottom line, what's the takeaway from this last sugya? All the Gemara is doing is just backing up what the Mishnah said. Whereas by other onos, l'chatchila, you have to have in mind the Shema. The Shema means the Shema for the carbonic designation and for ownership designation. To have the Shema by others, ultimately again, itself is still kosher, does not count towards the obligation of the owner. The Mishnah says there are two exceptions to that rule. Exception number one is chatos. We saw the source of that on Friday, and again, it was reinforced today. Chatos, who? Again, it's the same who. Chatos, who? Who means that you have the Shema is not only the Chatchila, but even B'di Eved. And you fail to have the Shema at all stages of the Chatos. The Chatos is puzzle. Puzzle means that does not work. Now the Gemara says, Pesach, how do we know? Artem Zeva Pesach. Who teaches me that by carbon Pesach, I must have a Lishma designation, both Lishma for the owner, Lishma for the particular type of carbon, by every step of the carbonic process of carbon Pesach, and failure to do so fundamentally invalidates the carbon. Incredible. All right, stay tuned for the schedule for tomorrow. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. You might thank all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Torah sponsors. Those are Rabbi Israel. We're dedicating all the Shumer Joshua's this year in the schools of the service for all of Israel. Torah sponsors for the month of Elul. Habba Avinu Retovah Ben Goldberg, Kaliyah Ben Hashem of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Begar Ezel Bas Zelig, and the hope that the tefillos of our Kidon all of Israel are answered. And our Torah sponsor for the month of Elul Shmuley Lee Bebinovich Le'ili Nishmas David Chon's father, Rabbi Arithwan, Rabbi Yitzchak Ali Ben Rabbi Yaakov Zichron Lebracha. We will say today's is Hey 5, but we are picking up Mamish, the top of Dalit of the days. A lot to do today, and we're going to get it done. So the verse is the top. Yapagab the part, literally the top. Yapagab the party lab daf. Right to me, adapt, orient ourselves for literally a set. So remember again, yesterday, Zambigi had the fantastic sugya on the Aleph, discussing the idea of how we know that every step of Kabbalah, Zrika, have to be done with L'Shem Kachin, for the purpose of a particular card. We then transitioned to the topic of how we know that each of the steps has to be done for the sake of the particular owner. So the Gemara said, so essentially we're trying to learn out one from the other, and the Gemara says that therefore, Dafka of the talk about Dafka, even though two of the distinctions are not necessarily so specific and explicit, two of them are Maishna Shin, example, the Gemara says, Maishna Shin Le'Bailin, the Lo Havi Psul B'Gufo. Remember again, on one hand, Shin Le'Bailin is not really in the actual carbon itself. In other words, nothing changes in the identity of the carbon. So it's really just a different thought, a different mindset. The Gemara says, well, in truth, Shinoi Kodesh Nami Machshav is Machshav. Anything about Shinoi Kodesh, change of carbonic designation, is also really just a thought and not the color of the carbon. I would keep it the Akshiva Psula, but I would say that Shinoi carbon, since a change in mental designation ultimately affects. How can I make even the Akshiva Pasla have a change in the mental designation of the owner that also negatively impacts the carbon? According to Pinchas Mari, who says that there's violent even at the death of the owner. I will say again, so we spoke about this before a little bit yesterday, but let's say again, Ruben was going to bring a shlomin, he died. So his children could bring the shlomin on that, right? The only carbon that you bring posthumously, not for an ashram, a sin offering. You could bring even, you can't bring it posthumously, but you're showing violin even after you die. So the Gemara says, ultimately again, there are still two other keys which withstand. Allah Amra, Shi Amakra. Sefer Rashi is like this. Remember again, we're asked, how do we know that the of Shinoi Bailim, namely, that you can't change the designation, you should not cognitively change the designation of the actual owner of the carbon. So any steps of the carbonic process, the Kabbalah, Zrika, Halacha, Zrika, the Pasuk says, the Mitzvah, Lechater Allah, the Lo Al-Kabbalah. So it's a pretty simple drasha. Pasuk says, it shall be accepted for him to atone for him and not his friends. Who's the him? The owner of the carbon. Because the way you see, you cannot change the designation of the carbon. You must look at it. I will look at it for another drasha. What's the drasha? The mitzvah of the Allah. That same bond. That's Shalom Chayba for you. That's Shalom Chayba. That teaches us a different halacha will say. What happens if something is designated carbon and ultimately something happens to the carbon? It's the personal responsibility of Allah, which is upon you. Ultimately, we must, for example, a nega. Right? A nega is a person who says, Allah, I hereby put upon you obligation upon you. If something then happens to the carbonic animal, you are obligated to go ahead and replace it. On the other hand, if you bring lava, a gift offering, the problem is these animals are carbon. Well, if something happens to the animal, then what? So again, you are not obligated to go and say, some of these things are being might have all reason. Even though I'm alive, you might because when you say Allah, it's as if literally again you're putting that animal on your shoulders and you are obligated for responsibility. So using Rashi is even near so low lechater. Rashi is dashing the first part of the party from near so low. He's not dashing Allah. People don't say turn dash to Allah. So where's the part to start listening to Allah? Number one, the near so low lechater teaches me that during every step of the carbonic process, the processes must be done to the shape of the intended owner. Now that's the chatira. Obviously, as you see, the ever, you still the carbon still may be kasha depending on the carbon. The last phrase, Allah, or the last word, Allah, teaches me that when I take a neder, if something happens to the animal, I am obligated to replace it. If it's in a davar, ultimately I'm not obligated to replace it. Difference between a neder and a davar, a neder is harei harai, take it upon me. If I take it upon me, if something happens to the animal, I have a replacement obligation. The davar, harei zuka, something happens to the animal, I'm not obligated to replace it. So now I know that I have to check the animal to the sake of the intended owner. Now I know checking and zika. What about Kabbalah?
Tell me come out night. Maybe I'm retired. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up.
Now, if I don't need that to teach me about carbonic designation itself, because we've already learned that, teach me about owner designation, that there must be explicit owner designation to the cover. Now, Rabbi says this. Yasa cloud, say the word Yasa as a cloud. Zeva prat, cloud is prat. In the cloud, I will not show the prat. So say, remember, you never have a cloud and a prat. So ultimately, again, the cloud itself is going to be limited by the prat. So the Gemara says,
Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater.
Just that phraseology.
When I'm out with you, not much you can do. And I was not think that you rip your world apart. Then you'll matter. When you burn in the earth as a man designed to the heart. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater.
Ultimately, again, the first cloud, ultimately, again, substances anything involved in the carbon, even not for primary level, this has been done wrong. But ultimately, the first cloud, ultimately, again, the rights. Cloud, Basra, called Hashem, I think the streets are sharing about carbon. The last cloud is indicated anything involved in the carbon. Even the spilling out of the leftover blood ultimately again has to be Yishma. So even if you want to touch the Kalutaki cloud, the two bookends don't match either. Whereas it's not Yishma, the Kalutaki Garish Gagap. That's okay, because again, the Shira Yishma, they would Garish the Kalutaki cloud even like this. Even if the first cloud and the second cloud didn't exactly mirror each other, it's still Garish. Whereas it's Kalutaki cloud, yeah, everything a cloud. Whenever you have a Kalutaki cloud, remember again, the driver is there, and you help modify the cloud. Not practical food just like the talk, it's talking about one of the sacrificial rights. Has to be done with so to any part of the sacrificial service has to be done with in fact, מפורש אבוד וחייב עליה בחוץ. אז כל אבוד וחייב עליה בחוץ. Again, but I could also say, just like the Clark is talking about in Avoda, it's a chai that you do outside of the Mikdash. So maybe they bring up the Shema, the only applies to any Avoda that can't be done outside of the Mikdash. Shrit is Rika in, the other applies to Shrita, slaughtering, Shrita sprinkling, but Kabbalah and Halach allowed, but technically speaking, Kabbalah and Halach are done outside of the Mikdash. Ultimately, with that, double right. Yeah, I mean, Mahafat Mufura, double Hakal. The extra that Hakal second was, the fact that we only refer to something that needs to be done over inside the culture of this system. And only applies to Hakals that are done in the years. I mean, inside of the Dash, at Kol Hakal, the Hakal, something else. Rita the Kabbalah is Rita law. Or the two Rita and Kabbalah, but not Rita. If you're in the Hafi, Rita in the Hafi. The truth is the Rita got either way. Pulling name,
Oh, this motherfucker doesn't even have it.
We know another Hafi word, Kata, the Kata, Tezu, and each one of these report here is not a classic tick. Each one is able to stand on its own and therefore has to rest. Okay, you guys know how to do it. Rita, that's what also that Rita will not do. Rita is small, because they're all about to be discovered for. So I speak from our Nazir, who wants to shout from the nose. I know about El Nazir. What about the rest of the people? And there is an El Nazir. It's an El Nazir. Mali El Nazir, she came here. Coming Achille. Because it's different because the other blood is included in Rashi says, there's a concept in the older that accompanies the ayah of the Nazir. Shalme, my shlomim. Why does it say shlomim taken the plural? Kol shlomim, kol to include all shlomim, and all shlomim with shma. First one, I'm shar kol kachim now. So now I know that all shlomim have a din ultimately again of lishma. What about the rest of Kabbanas? If he came in Elif Mishlamim, maybe I'll learn out from Shlamim. Mashlamim should be doing smicha. Unisakim, Chazir Yeshov. But some are different. Why? Because all Shlamim require all the smicha, meaning on the carbon, the sakim one libations, nufa, and a waving of the leg and the chest. There's some inexclusive different of Kabbanas. And Amakra, Zos, HaTorah, the Ora, Lemincha, Ulachatas, Ula Asham, Velamiluim, Velazera Hashlamim. The Kishan HaKasav L'Shlamim. The Torah equates all Kabbalos to Shlamim. Mashlamim bein Shinrei Kodesh bein Shinrei Bailim Ba'ina L'Shma. Af Kol bein Shinrei Kodesh bein Shinrei Bailim Ba'ina L'Shma. So that's it. Therefore, the Gemara, once you've established that ultimately again the din of L'Shma, like Shlamim, the Torah then goes ahead and equates all other Kabbalos to Shlamim. And just like Shlamim require, the Shema, let's remember again, there are two types of L'Shma. There's what's called L'Shma for Kodesh and L'Shma for Ba'il. L'Shma for Kodesh means that when you offer up a carbon, you have to have in mind, you have to intend for the particular type of carbon. Just like Shlamim needs it, all other Kabbalos need it, so you have to have L'Shma for Ba'il. Ownership L'Shma. You have to offer up the carbon with the intention for the particular owner. Incredible. Ema, hey, Chadish Teklavul, Shalom L'Shma. So that's the end. That's the end. Now what we've successfully established is that there is, again, this twofold Lishma. You have to have what we call Kabbanic Lishma and ownership Lishma. You have to have in mind during all of the avodas, Shita, Kabbalah, Zrika, Holacha, you have to have in mind for the particular carbon, and you have to have in mind for the particular owner those steps as well. That's what we established in the last block. Now we're going to ask the very good question. So the Gemara said, well, 1 second. Here from the stuff that we use for Lishma, Yitzi. Now, the principle that we started this Masechta with a couple of days ago is, although you're supposed to have Lishma, what's that Lishma? What's the halacha if you don't have Lishma? What's the halacha? The carbon is kosher, but it doesn't help hold the owner's obligation. The Gemara says, why? If we just established that Lishma is a necessary carbonic criteria, both for the sake of the carbon, for carbonic designation, and for ownership, So why would they say if you don't have lishma then what? The cup is puzzle. It's totally no good. So the Gemara says, the cup should be puzzle. Once you go ahead, offer up to so whatever you utter, right? Make sure to honor the utterance of your lips. We shall go ahead and do as you vow. The verse at the end of the passage is that you spoke out with your mouth. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. The pasuk itself is confusing. Let's think about it. Because the pasuk is talking about ultimately again a neder, and then at the end of the pasuk it switches over to a nedava. So that's what we're already right. So let's find nedava. But neder, why is it called nedava at the end of the pasuk? It's a neder. Now here we go. You cannot say that will not be nedava. That if you execute it, then it's a person that it's not a single problem. Or in other words, the best is teaching you like this. If I open up a covenant to the intended purpose, I do it small. It's small, then the covenant is going to come for its intended purpose. But if for some reason you have a deviation or a flaw, the covenant will still be effective, albeit in a different way. It won't be the negative, it won't be the obligatory offering that you're going to bring, but it will count as an asaba. So from here we see that if you lack the lishma, the carbon itself is still a valid carbon, but does not go ahead and specify your particular obligation. Okay, so one more time. When you're doing a carbon, ultimately go ahead and honor the carbon by correct designation. As you promised. You said you were going to. But if you did not do that, the end of the passage says, right, that's all in the Dava, I should be back to the people. It becomes your Dava, it becomes a gift offering. So therefore, again, still kosher, but doesn't count towards your obligation. It's just what it's your Torah. So what's interesting in that narrative is that we have two systems. Now, if you want to refer earlier, totally different model. So here is that we have two different systems. The highlight is saying, I mean, unless the body is both. You dare me to draw the line. You got my body, now you got my soul. Tell me and think about it, this ain't no more. And I'll do anything that you want me to. Yeah, I'll do almost anything that you want me to. So it's interesting enough that you know that things like this. The first part is also probably the idea that Lishma is really necessary. But the last passage has the thought that the absence of Lishma fundamentally invalidates comes the pasuk of Moses Vasechai, the absence of no can be done. No lie, you by now, you got my soul. Can't say no more. I'll do anything that you want me to. You almost anything that you want me to. Yeah, but I can't go for that. No, no. You can't do that. I can't go for that. No, no. You can't do that. I can't go for that. No, no. You can't do that. I can't go for that. Can't go for that. Can't go for that. Can't go for that. So So Rabbi says this doesn't make sense, right? If you tell me, like, I'm sorry. So this doesn't make sense. Why? Because at the end of the day, the carbon is a dollar carbon, then it should count towards the owner's obligation. And if it doesn't count towards the owner's obligation, then it shouldn't be a dollar. So he's asking, I don't think either a carbon is good or it's not good. And if it's good, it should be good for everything. And if it's not good, it should be invalid for everything. Which was all the other Matsino B'Ba'il La'achamisa Shem Rasim. It's not true. We find this designation like Kabbalah. Halacha sometimes a carbon could be a valid carbon, but it doesn't count towards the obligation. For example, there are some carbonos that are brought posthumously. So obviously, a posthumous carbon is a valid carbon, but obviously it doesn't count towards the obligation of the owner. Why not? Why not? The owner's dead. So the owner says, it's not. We learned by each issue of the Echad in Nisa, was the system of a woman who's bringing her carbonos after Chakras. So remember again, let's say, so Rachel gave birth, she brought her Chakras, then she died. So what's Halacha? He makes the mercy. You ultimately made her children, her orphans, to bring her up for love. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, that Halacha nights again, so an Ola is one of the childbirth commands. Right? So Halacha nights again, using her for children to bring her carbon. Now, obviously, what's the nature of that carbon? It's a valid carbon. Doesn't it work for Rachel? No, Rachel's dead. So the Gemara says, Allah only, so the Rabbi obviously, this only works by over for example, she brought her own died, her children suffering from childbirth, like there is no such thing as in this context. So the point of this, what do you see? This exact same subject, what do you see? You see that there is a concept that a carbon could be a valid carbon, but doesn't count towards the owner's obligation. So listen, so it's like this, I agree with this Ola, right? Because an Ola can be brought after death. But Hashem, what about Hashem? So Hashem can't be brought after death. Yes, and it's like this says, according to our Mishnah, you can go ahead and name Hashem, right? If somebody doesn't, if you didn't name Hashem, but you have a mind for Ola, so how about when that was?
I see you, and you see me. No, girl, you got to know. I've been taking that from my heart. And if that's in my life, you might take my eye. Rather than I watching you with your every move. Rather than I watching you. I'm watching you. Word, you play with love. Inside, you can take my eyes, brighter than I'm watching you.
I don't understand. If you tell me now that a carbon should be offered up to Shema, right? Let's just retrace our steps for a moment. But you told me that a carbon should be offered up to Shema. Two forms of the Shema. The Shema for the sake of the designated, for the designated carbonic, for the specific carbonic designation, and the Shema for the particular owner's designation. Okay. We've also established that if you don't offer the Shema, what's the halacha? It's custom valid, but doesn't count towards the owner's obligation. Rates like this just simply says, I don't understand.
It's your every move. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Whoa. Watching you, they see your every move. I'm watching you, round and round. I'm watching you, round and round. I'm watching you. They see your every move. They say driving it out. They're watching you. Driving out. I'm watching you. Driving out. They're watching you. They see your every move. They say driving it out. They're watching you.
As we just said, it's tricking us for halacha. If you do cover the small, then ultimately again it will be halacha l'maisa your nether. But if you don't bring it with small, then at least it's in a cover, which means it's a valid cargo, but that is held towards your obligation. That's the source. That's the source. Yosef Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Gavai. So all these are sitting together. Yes, the Kamri, actually, they thought this Hashem. They thought this problem was Hashem. Right? But it was really so the Hashem the Akhanim. So the Nosibli Kamri, the Nosla Sasefa. Because Hashem on one end is not what us to do. Yet we want to apply the principle or the rule of Nosla Sasefa Kishmar to an Hashem. Ema Haba Neder Ben Abdallah. Hashem realized he wow. Perfect in reality you could do like this. But a cover that can be brought as an Dava. It was loaded small. Ultimately, it was a licensing means should be accepted as a cover, although used as not work power to specific owner. Hashem, the maybe Hashem is different. Because if you're under Hashem cannot be brought as a major element Dava, so maybe they like to tell. Maybe if Hashem is brought to small, it should not work at all. The Rabbi will not preach in the Hashem. They plug it through the Kala. The Shabbat also will have us. That's because you have to practice. Also, the small Shira, Shemot the small Shira. We don't even have to tell you. Don't say, remember again, this from the beginning excludes the practice from this principle. Right? Kind of come off. That's the principle. What's the principle? If you are right, the principle really your argument is valid, it doesn't count towards the owner. You have to exclude Pesach and Chatas. But yet we never say why is Chatas excluded? Because by Chatas it says, right? The Pasuk says
every eye on consolation.
What we got from there, Osah
Maybe not like for me. What the fuck is that? Is that the song?
Maybe also here again, if the puzzle teaches me, the Sunday we brought as never in a double, the proper small, we said that's a covenant, doesn't want to know it. Maybe in Hashem, it really works with the Abai Hashem, the Yetzi, then that's his hand off. But that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You can't say that a Hashem blood load is small, and then go ahead and work to affect the owner's obligation. Why not? Kavkone Ola, not Ola, in Manasseh, and Ola, which doesn't affect Hafara, is considered to be a high level. Shalom is small, ultimately again, it's a valid covenant, but doesn't refer to the owner's obligation. Hashem is in the Kata, it is in Manasseh. And Hashem ultimately again, it does provide Hafara, so it's
carry on. Making a big decision. Now plain to see what will be. She's gone, oh I better learn how to face it. She's gone, oh I Oh, I pay the devil to replace her. She's gone. She's gone. Oh, what went wrong? Every morning I look in the mirror. Let the color in the brush again in the stain. Face ain't looking any younger. I can't see love taking on toll on me. She's gone, oh, I better learn how to face her. She's gone, oh, I paid the devil to replace her. She's gone, oh, what went wrong?
I think the second line, ultimately again a shepherd shalom l'shmo. Halacha l'maisa again. It works, and ultimately again but does not work towards the owner's obligation. I said, give me 1 second. Maybe become the denominator amongst all these other kabbalas of those blocks. But technically speaking, they could all be brought as a neder and a mitzvah. And that obviously would exclude us, which cannot be brought as a neder and a mitzvah. This is the Torah of Kabbalah. Again, once I the Kabbalah, Zos HaTorah, the Ola, the Mincha, the Chatas, the Asham, the Lamilim, the Zerah HaShon. And that pasuk is really incredible. That pasuk is really incredible. What does that pasuk do? It brings all of Kabbalah together. It brings all of Kabbalah together. What's interesting enough, if you look at the way the pasuk is it's only in the Chatas Asham, the Lamilim, in the Zerah HaShon. So it's almost as if it's the Kabbalah and containment. This is a very important aspect. The amount of math, function, culture, discussion, all the time. If you go ahead and check Shalom Shema, and I want to remember again, referring to both types of the Shema. The Shema for Kabbalah designation, the Shema for ownership designation.
Dan Marino. Bill Sims. Yeah, he's a good one.
My study is that someone says, this why is it that you are comparing this ultimately again to Shalom? Why not compare all Kabbalahs to Chatas? That would be a very scary comparison. Why? Because what's halacha by Chatas offered up to Shema?
John Unitas.
It's not good. So why not say that all Kabbalahs are good? Why do you compare all Kabbalahs to Shema? Why don't you compare all Kabbalahs to Chatas? You might say, no. Hamid Rachmana or Saul. Because remember again, the Torah already is
Randall Cunningham? Bullshit.
I just been given the Star Search alumni yearbook, and let's see who I am. She's speaking incredible. I mean, hello, Christina Aguilera. Say beautiful. Remember when you were little, like force yourself to cry and stare at yourself in the mirror? I would do that. And I still do it. Britney Spears, Freedom Better Function. Say, how nice.
And we'll say, no, why is that pasuk important for us? Because that pasuk is the source of the divination. That's why everyone agrees that we check the Chatos Shalom B'Shma. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? The covenant is totally invalid, right? It's not effective. I'm going to change this in the order. Why? That phrase, B'Shachat Osa L'Chatos. L'Mi Techmona Osa. Hani Techmona Osa. Let's take some stuff like that. We can watch it just a moment. Catch up just a second.
The number one question family friends keep asking me is what do I really think is going to happen this weekend?
Right, number one,
This is a real lady?
Right, that's number one. Number two, right, the
bitch.
Shema by Kabbalah designation, ownership designation. Both are the, and where does that apply? All of the primary sacrificial laws. Shvita, Kabbalah, Shvita, Allah. That was second. Oh, no, that was the English. Right, so that was second. Step two, the concept of the Mishnah established that when you go ahead and you offer the covenant Shalom Shema, the carbon is an effective carbon that does not count towards the owner. Where do you get that from? So most likely it all comes down to the
Damn, bitch.
This is royal. Royal from Gimel Mendal, right? Motza Svasat HaTishma, Vasisa Hashem Nadanta LaHashem Elokecha. Ultimately, again, the pasuk says, but literally, Moses says, whatever you articulate, make sure to honor it, as you vow to Hashem, you vow, Mitovat Hashem Divat, a big offering like this book. So what's going on here? You start talking about a neder, and then you switch to Mitovat. That's our case. Our case is where you set out to offer up a particular carbon. And then what happens? You change the Shema designation. So in that case, what happens? Your neder becomes an Mitovat, which is another saying that. Because another saying that ultimately, your carbon is still going to be about the carbon and the Mitovat, but it's not going to come to your own obligation. So let's say that's the passage. Last piece we got today, ultimately, the Chatos is over like Shalom Shema, it totally does not come from the Shachat also L'Chatos. We shall go offer up as a Chatos, which means that Chatos has even a more intense being of Shema. So we offer up to the Shema. That's the entire story, just from those three times. That's it. But again, we need to follow upon every little thing we work on those two things. Let's go back to it in a few minutes back. You know what I'm saying? Exactly what you're talking about, right? Because the Ashams can't be brought posthumously, nor can it be brought as an Ezra Midava. So it seems to be like, why is it fitting a category of other Kabbalos that, of course, the Shema still works as a carbon, but ultimately, again, still works as a carbon, but it doesn't count as a zero. Let's say you have an Asham, even if it's an Asham, what do you do with Asham? You let it raise, you let it unload, then you do this, and use the money for other Kabbalah. So in that respect, interestingly enough, technically speaking, that Asham is brought after that. Which you must be know. It's not that we know. And it's not the Asham that's brought after that. It's the value of the Asham that's taken us. After signing the Kabbalah, you don't have the Chatos guys, and also the church that has what happens, but the Chatos plays, and then now that's the Chatos is also brought up together. You know, someone needs to be ridiculous value, but that's why it's called the Chatos itself.
Damn, who's this bitch? Are you? This isn't even a real person. Really? Lady, I don't believe it. Fake people, fake news. I gotta take a whiz. One of perhaps the biggest whizzes of all time. They call me a whiz kid. Why?
offered up.
Because I'm amazing.
אבל אשם לא נאמר בו הוא אלו לאחר כעס אימון. והוא עצמו אם לא קיבל אימון כאשר. So that's ultimately again by Asham. Allah might again if we cover after the burning of the rings. And technically speaking, even if that is omitted, ultimately becomes a sin. Because one of the Allah who at least what I do. If you don't know that, I'm not going to Asham Shemitek Raya, the Shakto if you have an Asham that is set aside for grazing, and then what happened? You ended up shefting it without any particular designation. Ultimately, it's kasher. The Gemara says nitak in, lo nitak lo. Only if it was actively set aside for grazing. My time, Omikra, move to have yasar because the pasuk says, and therefore it remains in its designation until it is ultimately designated for grazing.
Do a little bit of everything, girl.
Shefted its stam, ultimately becomes as any kasher. But okay, scratch everyone. A little bit fast, I know. I will say that's let's say that's a halach. When I say again, so just remember the three principles that ultimately, again, I gave you just like a few moments ago. That's the ikra of the entire talk. Those are the takeaways, and those are the principles that we're going to be using going forward. Osai, tremendous. What a run. This wasn't even a sprint. This was a marathon. Shkayak, everyone. All right, everyone, Zoom, have a great day. Good Shabbos. Eretz Yisrael, everyone, such as supposed to be okay with you all the time. You are now the majority. The majority, which is tremendous. You don't want to be. That's right. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We're dedicating all the Shuman Joshua this year. And the school syllabus help us follow the time. For the month of Elul. Habavim with Toba Ben Goldberg, the son of his parents, Avram Ben Ashkinchas, Figure Azel Bas Delegate, and the hope that the Tfilos about all of Amisal are answered. And our time with the sponsor for the month of Elul.
Athleticism. Oh, fuck. Look at that footwork, though. So unprecedented shit.
So we'll say today's dot is Hay. 5. We are picking up Mamish, top of Dalit of the days. A lot to do today. We're going to get it done. It's our shot. So what is the solve? The Afagab the literally the top. The Afagab the Tarti Lav Dafka. Right to me a Dafka. We're supposed to just reorient ourselves for literally a second. So remember again, yesterday's Daf, we really had the fantastic sugyan on the Aleph discussing the idea of how we know that every step of the carbonic process. Shita, Kabbalah, is what have to be done what we call L'Shem Kachim, the purpose of the carbon. We then transition to the topic of how we know that each of the steps has to be done for the sake of the particular owner. So the Gemara said, essentially we're trying to learn out one from the other, and the Gemara said that there are 4 distinctions. Even though the distinctions are not necessarily so specific and explicit, 2 of them are, for example, the Gemara says, remember again, on one hand, Shinoi Bailin is not really a psul in the actual carbon itself. In other words, nothing changes in the identity of the carbon. So it's really just a different thought, a different mindset. The Gemara says, you can see the same thing about Shinoi Kodesh. That change of carbonic designation is also really just a thought and not something physical in the carbon. But it was said by Shinoi carbon, since a change in mental designation ultimately affects the carbon, how can I make even the Akshiva Pasla? So too, when you have a change in mental designation of the owner, that also negatively impacts the carbon. According to Pinchas Rabbi, who says that there's shinui even after the death of the owner. I will say again, so we spoke about this before a little bit yesterday. But let's say again, Ruben was going to bring a shlomin, he died. So his children could bring the shlomin on his death. Right? The only carbon that you really can't bring posthumously is a chatas or an ashal. So other carbonates you can bring, you can't bring posthumously, but the children can bring it. So you can have shinui violin even after you die. So the Gemara says, Tarti mina ikalam nifra. Ultimately, again, there are still two other pieces which were down. Ella amra ashi amra. Sefer of Ashi is like this. Well, so again, we're asking now, how do we know that the din of shinoi bailim, namely that you can't change the designation, you should not cognitively change the designation of the actual owner of the carbon during any steps of the carbonic process. Shchita, kabbalah, zrika, holacha, zrika. The pasuk says, "V'nir salo lechaper alov v'lo al chavero." Good, pretty simple drasha. Pasuk says, "It shall be accepted for him to atone for him and not his friend." Who's the him? Who's the him? The owner of the carbon. So from here you see you cannot change the destination of the carbon. Awesome. Is that what that pasuk is used for? How you going to look at the science? You just another drasha. What's the drasha? The near slow the katra alav. That same pasuk, the Shimon Omer, as sha'alav chayvach yisrael, as she'inu alav inu chayvach yisrael. That teaches us a different halacha. What happens if you designate a carbon and ultimately something happens to the carbon? If you took
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented.
If it's upon you, ultimately, for example, a neder, right? A neder is a person says, Hare alai. I hereby take upon this obligation upon me. If something then happens to the carbonic animal, you are obligated to go ahead and replace it. On the other hand, if you bring in a dava, a gift offering, a dava is Hare zu. This animal is a carbon. If something happens to the animal, then what? Then halacha l'maisa again, you are not obligated to go ahead and replace it. What's the reason?
This athleticism.
Because when you say Allah, there's as if literally again you're putting that animal on your shoulders and you are obligated for responsibility. So using a pasuk something different, which Rabbi is near so low l'chaper kama. Rabbi is dashing the first part of the pasuk near so low. He's not dashing a lot. Because I will say, it turns out that halacha reminds the pasuk itself is teaching me two halachas. Number one, the near so low l'chaper teaches me that during every step of the carbonic process, the processes must be done for the sake of the intended owner. Now that's the chatila. Obviously, we see the evet, the carbon still may be kosher depending on the carbon. The last phrase, Allah, or the last word, Allah, teaches me that when I take a neder, if something happens to the animal, I am obligated to replace it. If it's in a dava, ultimately I'm not obligated to replace it. The difference between a neder and a dava, a neder is hare harai. I take it upon me. If I take it upon me, if something happens to the animal, I have a replacement obligation. The dava, hare zu. Something happens to the animal, I'm not obligated to replace it. Incredible. So interestingly enough, this entire exercise tells me fine. So now I know that I have to check the animal for the sake of the intended owner. The Gemara says, Kabbalah, Ashketan Zvika. So now I know, checking and Zvika. Kabbalah 9. What about Kabbalah? The Hebrew, my way listen is Zvika. Which is your name from Zvika and Zvika. Mali Zvika, Shekina, First of all, Shvita and Zvika are sacrificial rights that there's liability for if you do it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore you can't run out from there. Interestingly enough, we learn it out from the ram of the Nazir. It's one of the Kabbalas that the Nazir brings at the end of his Nazirite vow. Interesting. The pasuk says, he shall do the aisle zevach shlomim. What does this mean? Shete asiyaso shem shlomim. Teaching us that when the ram of the Nazir is offered, it must be offered up for the sake of shlomim. Now, if I don't need that to teach me about carbonic designation itself, because we've already learned that, ultimately, use it to teach me about owner designation, that there must be explicit owner designation for this stage of the carbon.
Folks, look at this athleticism. Folks, look at this athleticism. Have you ever seen anybody so athletic in their entire life? Folks, look at this athleticism.
Maybe only teaches me Shvita and nothing else. If it would have been phrased, he shall do Ishton as a carbon that I would agree with that. Hashtag the tip, Yasa Zeba Shlonim, this is very interesting. Just that phraseology makes it essentially an interrupted Faru Patu. The word Zeba ultimately breaks up the process. Klal she'eno molech ain't done it also the Faru Patu. And any klal that is a piece is not essentially darshan as a klal Patu. Avino says the Olam Zarim.
Damn, bitch.
Says it does work.
What's this called?
The last time, the last time at the end makes it actually a cloud with cloud with cloud. Although you're not going to be different, but I think the Baha, and I'm happy that be because the first cloud doesn't mirror the last cloud. Ultimately, again, the first cloud, ultimately, again, seems to indicate that anything involved in the carbon, even not the primary avodas, has to be done with Shema. But ultimately, Kol Hashem, inside. The first cloud, ultimately, again, is the only sacrificial rites. Now, Basra, the last cloud seems to indicate that anything involved in the carbon, even the spilling out of the leftover blood, ultimately again has Shema. So even if you want to dash the Kalupatu, the two bookends don't match. Either you want to say Rabbi Shema, or you can't be done because again, you see Rabbi Shema, they were dashing the Kalupatu even like this. Even if the first cloud and the second cloud didn't exactly mirror each other, they would still dash. You want to say Kalupatu cloud, yeah, Kalupatu, everything like that. Whenever you have a Kalupatu, remember again, the cloud is there, ultimately help modify the cloud.
Is this a real picture?
Talking about one of the sacrificial rites, and it has to be done with Shema. So to any part of the sacrificial service has been prat, but Fudash Avod Chayav and Allah Bachos. So again, but I could also say, just like that in Avodah, which is outside of the Mikdash, in of Lishma can be applied to any avodah that can't be done outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Shchita uzrita in, that would apply to shchita, slaughtering, shchita, sprinkling, but Kabbalah and Halakha, well, but technically speaking, Kabbalah and Halakha done outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again, would not be problematic. If we also say the prat, maybe only refers to something that needs to be done in order inside the karka of the Mikdash, and only applies to katos that are done in the previous, on the inside of the kodesh. Kol hatal, something is in the katos of the Mikdash. Shvita the Kabbalah, Shvita law. That would include Shvita and Kabbalah, but not Shvita. So the truth is the drasha can go either way. What do you do when you can do the drasha either way? Therefore, essentially accept both drashas. Listen, we know another possibility is kata batata teiku the milsa. Each one of us is teiku over here is not a classic teiku. That what it means is each one is able to stand on its own, and therefore each are correct. Okay, so another possibility is Zrika Midrabashinaka. Possible also that Zrika is learned out. You know, Zrika Lishma is learned out from the Drasha of the Bashi as we saw before. So Ashkif on Al Nazir, you want to Shash from the Nazir. So now I know about Al Nazir. What about the rest of General Shlomin? If he came when they listen to Al Nazir, maybe you're sitting around from Al Nazir. Mali Al Nazir Shekin Yesh Mohen Shlomin Achirim. Oh no, it's different because the other books of this is included in that. He says, Sheba in Imo Kachas Va'ola. There's a passage that I love the Nazir. In the mitzvah, Shalmei, my Shlomin. Why did it say Shlomin like in the plural? Kol Shlomin. So we all Shlomin have a bit of a Shema. First one, I skip on Shlomin, Sharkal, you know, so now I know Shlomin having ultimately again the Shema. What about the rest of Kabbalah? If we came in the other Shlomin, maybe I learned that from Shlomin. My Shlomin is to smicha Unisachin, who's Kazi the show. 1 second. Some are different. Why? Because also my ultimate smicha on the carbon. The second one is smicha and a waving of the leg and the chest. There's some beginning. This is where Kabbalas Alamakra, Hatorah, the Ora, Minfa, Ulakatas, Ulasham, Kalamiluim, Razeva Hashmanim. Kishin Hakasa Lishlam. Torah equates all Kabbalas Lishlam. Mashlam and Shinei Kodesh, Shinei Bailim, Abaina Lishma. Called Bein Shinei Kodesh, Shinei Bailim, Ba'in Lishma. So that's it. Therefore, the Gemara, once you've established that ultimately again the din of Lishma, like Shmarim, the Torah then goes ahead and equates all other Kabbalas to Shmarim. And just like Shmarim require, the Shma, remember again, there are 2 types of Lishma. There's what's called Lishma for Kodesh and Lishma for Bayit. Lishma for Kodesh means that when you offer up a carbon, you have to have in mind, you have to intend for the particular type of carbon, right? Just like Shmarim needs it, all other Kabbalas need it, so too. You have to have the Shema for Bible. Ownership to Shema. You have to offer up the company with the intention for the particular owner. Incredible. So let's say some other. So that's the end. That's the end. Now what we've successfully established is that there is again this twofold Lishma. You have to have what we call carbonic Lishma and ownership. You have to have during all of the avodah, shvita, kabbalah, zika, olam. You have to have in mind particular carbon, and you have to have in mind for the particular owner in each of those steps as well. That's what we've established in the last block. Now the Gemara asks a very interesting question. So the Gemara says, well, 1 second. Now, the principle that we discussed with a couple of days ago is, although you're supposed to have Lishma, what's the halacha if you don't have Lishma? What's the halacha? The carbon is kasher towards the owner's obligation. It says, why? If we just established that Shema is a necessary carbonic criteria, both for the sake of the carbon, for carbonic designation and for ownership, so why don't they say if you don't have the Shema, then what? The carbon is possible. It's totally no good. So the Gemara says, let's do it. The carbon should be possible once you go ahead. Once you go and offer it up to all the Shema, those are very interesting. So the Pasuk says, so whatever you utter, right, make sure to honor the utterances of your lips. And you shall go ahead and do as you vow. And most of that, the end of the Pasuk is that the gift offering that you spoke out with your mouth. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. The Pasuk itself is confusing. What's confusing about it? The Pasuk begins by talking about ultimately a neder, and then at the end of the Pasuk it switches over to a nedava. So what's going on over here? So much time nedava neder. Why is it calling it nedava at the end of the Pasuk? It's saying neder. Here we go. In Kamash Nadar, you're not even nedava. This is a very important halacha. That if you executed on what you intended to do, then it fulfills your neder. But if not, it's your nedava. Or in other words, what the Pasuk is teaching means like this. If I offered up a carbon to the intended purpose, i.e. the Shema, the Shema, everything that you were going to bring, they don't count as in the carbon. So from here we see that if you lack the carbon itself is a valid carbon, but does not go ahead and satisfy your particular obligation. Again, so let's say, so one more time. When you're going to bring a carbon, ultimately go ahead and honor the carbon by bringing it to the correct designation. As you promised, as you said you were going to do. But if you did not do that, the end of the pasuk says, right, that's only from the dava, I should be back to the FIFA. It becomes an adava, it becomes a gift offering. So therefore, again, still kosher, but doesn't count towards your obligation. So what's interestingly enough, now it appears that we have two Gemara earlier quoted a different process. So it appears now that we have two different psukim to highlight this same idea. The Gemara says, why do you need both? So the Gemara says, I'll tell you, like, because of Rahman and Motzah, if you want to wear this and Motzah, on top of hay, I would not have known ultimately again what the pasuk of Yosef are referring to. Because of Rachmana Zos HaTorah, if your pasuk would have just written the pasuk of Zos HaTorah, Havamina Lipslo. I would have said ultimately again, when there is a lack of lishma, perhaps the the carbon is possible. In other words, that point does not count towards my obligation, but when I say it's an invalid carbon. If I cost a Rachmana, Motzos Pasecha. So it's interesting enough. There's interesting ones that things like this. The first pasuk of Zos HaTorah really teaches me the idea that lishma is really necessary. But from that pasuk, I would have thought that the absence of lishma fundamentally invalidates the carbon. Comes the pasuk of Motzos Pasecha, it teaches me that no, the absence of lishma does not invalidate the carbon. In other words, the carbon doesn't count towards my obligation, but it's still a valid carbon. Incredible. Everyone says, fine. Rothschild was lying on his stomach in the day's measures, and he went ahead and raised the following question. This is how he was positioned in the day's measures. He asked the following question. And showed him Yersu, the Imaratin Lama Boy. Those of you should know why you're on the stomach. There's a halacha that says that many people who live in the base measures, are allowed to take like naps inside of the base measures. People think that this applies to Balabatim also, but it is not true. Actually, some are not required to take long naps. Like, it's not true. So come to come in who live in this, so they have the work each other. So it could be that what's happening over here is that Rabbi is laying down, so to speak, for a moment. But it's incredible to see that even if he's lying down, so I said, well, that's the first time I'm talking. Not being on the Torah. The occupation of the Torah. The occupation of the Torah. And even if Rabbi is going ahead, and catch a few moments, say just to relax for a few moments, even then he's still awesome for Torah. He's flying on a stomach, but at the end of the day, he's still awesome for Torah. It's like beautiful. So you have the following question. In Shir and Yersu, in Imaratzim Lamaboy. So Rabbi says, this doesn't make sense. Hey, if you tell me like, I'm sorry. So this doesn't make sense. Why? Because if at the end of the day, the carbon is a valid carbon, then it should count towards the owner's obligation. And if it doesn't count towards the owner's obligation, then it shouldn't be a valid carbon. So there's something I don't think either a carbon is good or it's not good. And if it's good, it should be good for everything. And if it's not good, it should be invalid for everything. It's not true. We do find this designation by Karbanis. Then Halakha Lamaisa sometimes a carbon can be a valid carbon, but it doesn't count towards the obligation of the owner. For example, there are certain carbonos that are brought posthumously. So obviously, a posthumous carbon is a valid carbon, but obviously doesn't count towards the obligation of the owner. Why not? You understand? So they're going to say, you're going to supposed to this about a woman who's bringing her carbonos after child. Remember again. Let's say so Rachel gave birth, she brought her chatas, then she died. So what's halacha? Ultimately again her children, her orphans could bring her olah. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, that halacha lines again, so an olah is one of the childbirth carbonos. Nice halacha lines again, we see from here, her children could bring her carbon. Now obviously, what's the nature of that carbon? It's a valid carbon. Does it work for Rachel? No, Rachel's dead. So the Gemara says, Allah only, so the Rabbi Yersh Chatas. Now obviously, this only works by all the Chatas. For example, she brought her olah and then died, her children can't bring her chatas. Right? There is no such thing as a posthumous chatas. So we'll say, but the point of it is, so what do you see? They say that what do you see? You see here, there is a concept that a carbon could be a valid carbon, but doesn't count towards the owner's obligation. So listen, so which says, I'll agree with you with Ola.
I can't disagree with one thing.
What about an asham, for example? What about an asham? So asham can't be brought after death. Yes, the Rothschild says, you can go ahead and bring in asham, right? If somebody, if Reuben had to bring an asham, but he had a mind for an olah, The halacha is that what? That the carbon is a valid carbon that doesn't count towards the obligation. I don't understand that.
Their intros are so long.
And the other responds back, no, there's another sheet. Rabbi Elazar Omer Afa Asham. Rabbi Elazar says that an Asham is treated like a chatos, meaning that an Asham is actually an example of a carbon that if brought shalom lishma is totally invalid. Rish Lakish gets upset. Amar Zer Sha'omer Allah Adam Gadolu. This Rabbi Elazar, this is what people say is a very common talk. What kind of answer is that? The Gemara says, Kamina Ana Mishka Shlema. The Ad Amar Li Rabbi Elazar. I'm asking a Tanakama. Tanakama has a very special any covenant to bring the small, the covenant is down, but it doesn't count
some secrets because your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss is on my list. One that's in July. Your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss, I can't resist. Dog. Can you not see I'm busy here? Dog, do you think that my life revolves around you?
Mr. Rabbi.
Okay, well, you're not right now, especially not with that attitude. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Take care.
Which I will say, by the way, is a profound idea. In life, sometimes it is better to try to answer your own questions and not wait for others. And figure it out yourself. But like most things in life, learn to become self-reliant. Even when it comes to a great life question, should you seek out details? Should you seek out insight from others? Of course. More often than not, if we're honest, all the answers I need to the great complexities of my life, especially when they're personalistic questions, the answers are inside. I just have to be really enough to look into it. So the Gemara says as follows. Here's the answer. Moses Vasaka, I would have done another people out. They start to say the answers as we saw before. The concept is what now. The concept says Moses Vasaka to work. The concept is bringing the carbon. Right? Literally again, honor your right, do what you're supposed to do. And if you do what you're supposed to do, bring it before, then it'll be ultimately again in Neda. But if you don't, it'll be coming in Dava. How would the Bible is talking about Neda? Why does it switch to Dava? As you just said, it's teaching us the halacha. If you bring the carbon the Shema, then ultimately again it will be halacha.
What did I tell you, my man?
Neder. But if you don't bring it lishma, then at least it's in the double, which means it's a double carbon, but doesn't count.
Well, I don't give a flying fuck about the other people.
That's the source. I will say incredible. Yosef Rabbi say Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Galagu. So all these are sitting together. Yosef did calmly. Actually, Rish Lakish Asham. So Rish Lakish's problem was Asham, right? It was really carbon Asham. The lo asila acham himself. The nosively tamuda mosa sasefa. Because Asham on one hand is not brought posthumously. Yet we want to apply the principle or the rule of Motzas Vasat Tishmar to an Asham. Ema haba beneda benedava laisi v'lo yirtzi. Asham lo laisi klau. So I say, in reality, we should say like this: that a carbon that can be brought as a neder, as an adava, if brought lo lishma, ultimately, I will say laisi means it should be accepted as a carbon below lirtzi, but does not work towards the particular owner. Asham, but maybe an Asham is different because at the end of the day, an Asham cannot be brought as a neder or an adab. So maybe lo laisi klau. Maybe if an Asham is brought lishma, it should not work at all. Rabbi Reish Lakish mehacha pasach. Reish Lakish really answers from the following: the shachat osa lechatas. Pasuk says you will shachat for a chatas. Osa lishma kshera shalom lishma.
Well, that was fun.
It's only a chatas. By the way, I will say, remember again, I mentioned this. the Tanakama from the beginning excludes the Chatas from this principle, right? The Tanakama espouses a principle. What's the principle? If you are right, the principle really, the other part of the principle is every single covenant we offered up the Shema. And there are two pieces to the Shema. The Shema, the covenant designation, the Shema, the owner. If you don't offer up the covenant Shema, what's Talabah? Covenant is valid, it doesn't count towards the owner. The Tanakama excludes covenant Pesach and Chatas. But yet we never explained why those are excluded. Here it is. I will say, why is Chatas excluded? Because by Chatas it says, the Shapat also lechatas. Right? The pasuk says, you shall shecht it as a chatas. What do we darshan from here? Osa l'shma kshera, shalom l'shma psula. A chatas, if shechted for the sake of a chatas, will be kosher. If it's not shechted for the sake of a chatas,
because your kiss is on I miss. When you're living out the life, wondering why you mean more to me. I want. This, I'm knowing my bliss. Down you this. You wanna go like amazing is. You will be found when I'm not gonna tell them why. Because your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss is on my list. One of the best things in life. Your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss, you can't resist. Because your kiss is what I miss. I turn out the light.
Requires Nesachim wine libations and waving of the chest and thigh.
That was tight.
The Chazra didn't lower his Zekris,
Was it?
They're really
It is the tightest shit of all time.
And what's the common denominator? Shane, Kachin, Ushak, all of them are Kabbalas. Ushak, Shalom, Lishma, Shane, the Imran. And also, if you're going to Ushak, Shalom, Lishma, the covenant is bound, but it does not work towards the owner's obligation. Ani Abi Hashem, she comes and says, I will go ahead and include Hashem, which is a carbon, and Shakti Shmobishma, Kashan in Maratza. So to Hashem, which also is a carbon, ultimately, again, if a Shakti Shmobishma, which is valid, but does not work towards the owner's obligation. One second. Malas are Shadasha, English for the seaboard. So what's that? Maybe come denominator is that all of them can be brought on the seaboard. Umar says, what's an Hashem which can't? Told the Tokia. No, because Told will show you that's not true. Because Told can't be brought on the seaboard. We'll say, I'm days. Nine Told shaking to the left hand. Told is different.
Damn, bitch.
Told comes with those 4 robes. Umar says, oh no, it's one of your people. Second line is 5B. The Chazar gave lower Zekri, Zev, lower Zekri. What's the common denominator? That's how Shabbos line. Shem Kachin, Shem Kachin, Ushaka, Shalom Bishma, Sheva Inamarat. The common denominator was a Mabat, that if you shach them Shalom Bishma, the carbon is effective, but ultimately, again, does not count towards the owner. Abani Abi Asham, so that will include Asham in this. Shu Kodesh, the Shakta, Shalom Lishmo, Kasha Veimarata. So to an Asham, ultimately, again, if Shakta, Shalom Lishmo, Halakha Lamaisa, again, it works, and ultimately, again, but does not work towards the owner's obligation. I said, give me 1 second. Umala Tzalav Sheva Shabayan, Shem Boim Benedja Benedala. Maybe the common denominator amongst all these other Kabbalahs will say is what? That technically speaking, it could all be brought as a Neder and a Nedala, and therefore that obviously would exclude Asham, which cannot be brought as a Neder and a Nedala. Ela Amarava, Zos Hatula. Because the Pasuk says Zos Hatula. This is the Torah of Kabbalah. We will say the Pasuk covers Zos Hatula, the Mincha, the Chatas, the Asham, the Lamiluim, the Zerah Hashlam. So we'll say that Pasuk is really incredible. I mean, every Pasuk is incredible. But that pasuk is really incredible. Why? Because what does that pasuk do? It brings all of karbanos together. So the Gemara says, "Kisha kasa v'shlamim." And it will say, interestingly enough, if you look at both types of
How do you sing? Do you just go? I don't know. This came out before I was born. Did it? Likely. And I got to take a piss. Really? I got to do a little bit of everything, kid. What does that mean? It means whatever you want it to mean, son.
Why don't you give her Okamas Lachatos? First, Gemara says, no. Hamid Rachosa. Because remember again, the Torah already excluded Chatas. How so? Because the pasuk is, if someone has Yado Rosh Chatas, B'Shachat Osa L'Chatas. So we'll say that it's there are a couple of key psukim that we have in today's daf. That's
I wanna play that game tonight. I wanna play that game tonight.
What's the halacha? The covenant is totally invalid. Right? It's not an effective covenant. Why? That phrase. Shafat osa l'chatas. So read Rakona osa. Hamid Rakona osa. Look, let's say something like that. Just a moment. Just a second. So much as right, that's number one. Number two, like the Shema by Kabbalic definition, ownership designation. And where does that apply?
I want to play that game tonight.
That was step one. No, that was the answer. Alright? Right, so that was step one.
I wanna play that game tonight.
Then when you go ahead and you offer the covenant Shalom Shema, the carbon. But it's an effective carbon, but does not know the owner. Where do you
I gotta take a piss.
that from? So
Really?
it's like
I gotta do a
all
little
comes
bit of
down
everything,
to
kids.
literally,
Why?
again,
Why not?
one pasuk. Motza Svasecha Tishma. This is Dvarim. Dvarim from Gimel and Dalet, right? Motza Svasecha Tishmar. Vasisa Kasher Adarta LaHashem Elokecha. Ultimately, again, the pasuk says, like literally, Moses, whatever you articulate, make sure to honor it. As you vow to Hashem your God.
Look at this athleticism. This is some of the most athletic athleticism we've ever seen.
Talking about a neder.
This motherfucker.
Oh, that's our case.
Okay.
Our case is where you set out to
Yeah,
offer
I told
a
you.
particular carbon, and then what happened? You changed the Lishma designation. Oh, so in that case, what happens? Your neder becomes an adaba, which is another way of saying what? Which is another way of saying that halacha l'maisa, ultimately your carbon is still going to be a valid carbon, an adaba, but it's not going to count to your obligation. So we'll say that's the pasuk. That's the pasuk. Last piece we got today. Ultimately, if the chatas is offered up shalom l'shma, it totally does not work. Where do we get that from? Chatas l'Hashem. What was l'Hashem? That wasn't V'shachat osa. No, I'm sorry. V'shachat osa l'chatas. You shall go and offer up as a chatas, which means they're going to both say a chatas has even a more intense din of l'shma, that it put up Shul Lishma, doesn't work at all. We'll say that's the entire sugya just in those three tenets. That's it. But again, three major pillars upon everything that we're learning is built on those two pillars. Good. So let's go back to it. We have 3 minutes left. The Gemara says as follows. Yosef Rav Nachman. This is Sheish Kabai. Rav Nachman saying Rav Sheish is with them. Yosef becoming. They sat and they're saying the following: Kashi the Reish Lakish Asham the utterly being Nisa. Nisa. So remember again, Reish Lakish when he's on his stomach and he makes medrash. But what was he bothered by? He was bothered by the Asham. That's really what he was bothered by, right? Because the Asham can't be brought posthumously, nor can it be brought as a neder nedava. So it seems to be like, why does it fit in the category of other karbanos that if brought lishma still works as a karban, but ultimately again still works as a karban, but it doesn't count towards the it's not true. Maybe an asham could also be brought after that. So we'll say, what does it mean that asham could be brought after that? Really, asham can't be brought after that. So what does that mean? We'll say, if you have an asham, let's say you have an asham, and Reuben was supposed to bring an asham, and then Reuben died. So what do you do with this asham? You let it graze, develop a mom, then redeem it, and use the money for other kabbalas. So in that respect, interestingly enough, technically, an asham is brought after death. To which the Gemara says, no, that's not real. Not the asham that's brought after death. It's the value of the asham that ultimately again redeemed. So the truth is, because if that's the case, because you're saying there's a chatos, right? If the owner of the chatos dies, and ultimately goes ahead, and what happens? You let the chatos graze, develop a mom, and then go ahead and sell it off. So you say, oh, a chatos is also brought after death. So, I mean, the residual value was brought, but that's not called the chatos itself. Chatas avagav the karba or a meitach mano. You can't bring a right from chatas. Why? Because we'll say again, speaking though the value of the chatas is brought. Halakha l'maisa. Remember again, the Torah already gives this exclusion by chatas. Okay, I keep on forgetting the pasuk. Osa lechatas. Asham nami ksiv bei. I also says who by an asham, to which the Gemara says hahu. That's talking about after the limbs are offered up. Kidisanyo, Asham lo ne'emar bohu elul achar taris imur. V'hu atzmo im lo imur in kasher. So we'll say ultimately again by Asham, again, as we talk about after the burning of the limbs, and technically speaking, even if it's omitted, ultimately the covenant still going to be kasher. Lama, at least, why don't you do it? If you do Asham Shinita Kloraya, Shakto Stam, Kash. If you have an Asham that was set aside for grazing, but the owner died, and then what happened? He's shifting it without a particular designation. Ultimately, it's kasher. The Gemara says, Nitak in, lo nitak lo. Only was actively set aside for grazing. Because the pasuk says who, and remains in its designation until ultimately designated for grazing. Even if you shafted it stam, ultimately the covenant is going to be kasher. Okay, so a little bit fast, I will say that's right. Yeah, let's say that's how long. So just remember the 3 pillars that ultimately, again, I gave you just like a few moments ago. That's the ikra of the entire top. Those ways, and those are the principles that we're going to be using going forward. Both sides, tremendous. What a run. This wasn't even a sprint. This was a marathon. Shkayak, everyone. All right, Chavra Zoom, have a great day. Good Shabbos. Eretz Yisrael, Chavra, such a festival thing with you all the time. You are now the majority, which is tremendous. You know what I mean?
And so, actually, the name of the candidate, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines of whatever again, you're introduced to the new says now, you'll let us.
man says, let's say she offered up a fantasy and then she died. So she would go ahead and look the over. If, however, again, the reverse is she offered up the Mula and never brought the fantasy and then died. So the children do not bring the fantasy. So that is usually what it's there. Whereas a lot of the Mesa, the fantasy land can be seen bringing the fantasy after the death of the people. So the first thing that we do, the first suggested idea that perhaps we can children to receive some type of atonement through the Ola of the mother, that's the Ola family, and you tell them that when, let's say the parent dies, that the nurse should parents, the nurse should acquire, I should say. So the nurse of Muhammad will find, the first probably even died, and he left behind a renewal or a sequence of her renewal, but he left behind her renewal.
Who's fighting? No one knows. Really? Jewish.tv. Well, that's tight. How about halakhically Jewish.tv? Rabbi, get your shit together. Really? Yeah. Halakhically Jewish.tv. That's the shit. Fuck Jewish TV. Anybody can be Jewish TV. I want halakhically Jewish TV. That's my shit. That's the real shit. Really? Yeah. What if it's not? Then it ain't Jewish, baby. If it ain't halakhically, it ain't Jewish. Motherfucker. You know that motherfucker in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City? That's how fucking serious I am about this bullshit. Come on, you little bitch. Ganji versus Pimblett. No one cares. In 16 minutes. Unmute me. Have some like pre-game shit. Like, oh, here's how the gloves are made. That kind of shit.
Talking about this, you can't get a second chance with any of that. Then a jam, you can. How can a second chance on a first chance? Start the timer. Wait, Ryan, let's stand it over. That's right, we're watching Brian Callen's stand-up special on this special episode of 10 Minutes of Shaw. And if you're Total Wireless, you get total power. Unlimited video data, full power, wireless best 5G network. No slowing you down, no hidden fees. $25 a month, 5-year price guarantee. Switch to Total Wireless.
Yo, that's tight. Really? Psych, bitch. Oh, not this shit. The fucking Canadian isn't showing you this, kid. What is this bullshit? Who the fuck wants to see that?
Celebration. The wedding's antics stack up all time. Boys are going to give you their rankings on that. We'll also bring you an exclusive sit down with Paddy Pimblett as Megan Levy dives into what makes Paddy the Baddy must-see TV. You're watching the UFC 324 pre-show on Paramount+.
Oh, tight Paramount Plus. Suck this dick. What's going on here, boys? Yo, dog. What about watching Chabad shit. I can't believe you even published this shit. My sound quality is it's sick as shit of all time.
That's so funny. Is that a real? I always ask if that's a real post from his Instagram. Yeah, it's so filtered and set up. If I were out hunting, I would probably take a picture, but it wouldn't look like this. This is how do you have the cell phone service?
You know what? It needs to say right here, instead of call up Rogan, we need help me, it should say looking for it.
Yeah, he's pissed. He's like, you gotta fucking get your own Erewhon stuff out here. I have to make my own smoothie in the woods.
I'm so terrified that the audience is going to do that.
Yeah, he's pissed. Oh, yeah.
Very loud.
Don't mess with us.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's for real, a real thing. This is,
I'm the great of all time. Everybody knows that. Check it out. Don't let me know. We've been there. Let me go. Let me know. The fancy Running down the street, open up, must be the storm. And so really matters to me. You're hard to touch. I'm out of time. You're out of my hand when you're not around. You're out of touch. I'm out of time. Going out of my.
The missing link in this fight is realizing that it's 3 rounds instead of 5, and I do believe that every support to both sides has a very powerful start. He can continue to move forward in this fight, attack the body of O'Malley. You know, O'Malley's got a style where he kicks. He's got the power, but he tends to take his time with his technique. Whether he lands his big shots, the way he trying to touch on hands off, gets to the pocket, he's going to catch it and return it. These are keys you're going to need against a longer fight. Because the range is not as important. If you can eat the range you shot,
When you're not around. Whoa. Thinking out, but something is wrong. You got my life, feeling it all, making love, making hanging on, the party the touch, you never let me find, yeah, and so really matters to me. You're out of touch, I'm out of time, going out of my head when you're not around. You're out of touch, I'm out of time, going out of my head when you're not around. Oh. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
Let's switch things up from 135 and move on to the big boys. Waldo Cortez Acosta and Derek Lewis waited at 262.
What's going on here, bro? I can't go for that. No. So candy, so I can't go for that. No. How and
It's never done this, so it makes sense. I guess they chose to put him on this card to start this year. Derek. Derek Lewis's trademark celebration to go well beyond the UFC. Even the former Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin got in on the action, tipping his cap with this celebration we can show to you in just a second. After the Steelers had clinched a playoff spot, so we did a bit of a Derek Lewis celebration. That got us all thinking about what else celebrations do we love. So we're going to do a bit of a ranking here. All right, Mike, I'll start with top five, please.
She can kill with a smile, she can warm with a fly. She can dance like she's on your life. She can always be she acts like a child, but she's always a woman to me. She can dance for the hills, but she'll never be seen. She can kill with a smile, she can roll with her eyes. She can get in your face with her natural lies. She always believes she wants you to see. Act like a child, but she's always the one to me. She can get you alone, she can make you always good. She has got you, but she'll never believe you. She's never back at me, but she's always willing to me. Oh, she takes pride in herself. She can create what she wants. She's ahead of her time. Oh, then she never gives up. She never gives in. She just changes her mind. She gives you more than the Garden of Eden. And she definitely cut you in half and you believe him.
Alright, well, the fighters have started to arrive here at the T-Mobile Arena. Heavyweights are afraid of Joe Johnson in the last week, so that will be the wrestlers, of course.
That was so sick. Really?
Is he championship material?
Congratulations on the engagement. Wedding cake with salsa.
Thank you, James. You just turned yourself
Cut you in half and you believe me. You're not the best and the worst you can be. Put it all on yourself, but she's always a woman to me. Oh, she takes care of herself. She can wait if she wants. She's ahead of her time. Oh, she never gives out. She never gives in. She just changes her mind. She's really kind and she's really cool. She believes that she's nobody's fool. She's been big and convicted, she earned her degree. With them shadows that you, but she's always a woman to me.
Okay, Charlie C, you're getting muted for the all caps stuff. It's booked me. Yeah, no all caps. Use your time out. Do 5 minutes for now. No more all caps for you. Don't be an attention hog. That's what shop does. Yes. Shop, your favorite thing. Beach shop. Truck shop. SHUB. Food shop. And then, that's good. KO shop.
She's been living in her uptown world. I bet she never had a backstreet guy. I bet her mama never told her why. I'm gonna try for an uptown girl. She's been living in her white bread world. This is the way everybody can. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. And when she knows what she wants from her time, and when she makes up the days of her mind, she'll see I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. She's going dinner in an uptown world. Everybody's up with high-class toys and all the presents from her downtown boys. I got her toys. Oh, 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 fuck.
This shop will tell you that your kid needs if he has what is that thing? What is this? Epilepsy. They wouldn't sell you CT. Selling CTE, folks.
Uptown girl, you know I can't afford to buy her pearls, but maybe someday when my shit comes in, she'll understand what kind of guy I'm in, and then I'll win. And when she's walking, Facebook getting so fine. And when she's talking to say that she's mine, she'll see I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. She's been living in an uptown world. That's where everyone club can. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. Oh, 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 uptown girl, she's my uptown girl. I'm in love with an uptown girl, my uptown girl. I'm in love with an uptown girl, my uptown girl. I'm in love with an uptown. That was the sickest shit of all time. Maybe The greatest performance in the history of humankind. You be the judge. I'll wait.
Jelly roll up here. Tifa came before he went anywhere else.
I'm gonna start a timer for 5 minutes, and we'll change it up and see who wins Jelly Roll Shop or KO Shop. I feel like it's gonna be the closest moment. Alrighty, guys. So seriously, if you care about the audio,
What the fuck?
just it might be a good idea. I'm just saying. I don't watch people like ours.
We should use this one. We watched this on our Raccoon Tweeties live stream posted by Dole. In the back of the head on a plane. And upside down, drug flip shot upgrade, double pull, hamstring shot.
I don't dye my beard, John. Maybe even. That was pretty
We already watched this, so we're gonna have a very articulate, very concise viewpoint of what happened here. I mean, just the breathing.
Yeah. And a lot of stuff, because you see comedians do airport material and you think, okay, that's hack, but not what Bert does. No, very good at the words. He's back the October time.
It's like, what's the
That's good.
Gaethje versus Gimlet.
Thank you, Doug.
Justin Gaethje, I've been hearing this motherfucker's name for like a year. He could fucking walk in the room right now and be like, who are you? Why? They'd be like, I don't know who the fuck he is.
Now remains, can Patty accomplish the goal he set out for himself almost 16 years ago to the day? Does it go about? We'll find out. Tom's up the interim champion. Guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's talk about Patty Finley, which is really popular for major wins will take you to another level. What would a win just engage you for tonight?
Just validate everything he said right from the start. He said he was going to be a champion. He said he was going to take over. But the reality is, he's kind of left out. You got to see fell on the planet. Just in the sense that by far his biggest win. He's another champion. He's already got rivalries. He's building support with others. That's what he's doing so well. He's always creating moments. He's always instinctive. He's always talking about things.
I tell you what, he's in the and the longest active in the UFC lightweight division. He stands for the top of his list.
People, I see a memory. I never realized how happy you made me, oh Mandy. That you gave, that you gave without taking. That I set you away, oh Mandy. When you kissed me and stopped me from shaking. And I need you to stay, oh Mandy.
I'll tell you the reason. It's because there's 5 rounds and I can see whether a strong first comes
It's not in my eyes. You never make my eyes old man. No, you came and you gave without taking. But I sent you away, oh Mandy. Will you kiss me and stop me from shaking? And I need you to stay, oh Mandy. Yesterday was there, and oh Mandy, will you kiss me, gave without taking? And I sent you away, oh Mandy. Will you kiss me and stop me from shaking? And I need you today, oh Mandy. And you gave without taking. And I sent you away, oh Mandy. Will you kiss me and stop me from shaking? And I need you.
Super chill right now. He's just having a great time enjoying the moment. Yeah, I love the sound George talking about sports psychology, trying to get into your opponent's head. He's different. Truly, that leads to I like this entire existence. Manifestation, whatever you want to call it. In his mind, this is a foregone conclusion. He truly believes he's going to walk out. Dominate just to get security for their life. That's why he's so relaxed. That's why yesterday, the way he's the man with the biggest smile on his face. Remember, he's sitting on the speaker. I'm taking a leap and just singing away to the music. Whereas Justin was a little bit tense, a little bit like you can see the nervous energy. But the way Paddy is, that will help you in a fight.
This was fun. I tell you what, yesterday you guys all got out of your suits and you got inside the octagon so that you could give us a bit of a close look inside the X's and O's of the main event. So let's take a look at that.
He's like kind of canceled on everyone's brains.
Hey, well, my temperature's more than a feel of fall. When people knocking when I'm on the home. Really is, baby, does I know what you got? You gotta take it easy, cause this place is hot, you know. So glad we made it. So glad we made it. God, give me some love. 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 Every day. Hey. When you play so good and the money's in your hand, you better take it easy cause the place is on fire. It's been a hot day and you never know what to do. You ready, baby? You can hear it in your mind. It's on fire. It's been a hot day and I gotta do. We made it. It can happen to you and I'm so glad we made it. So glad we made it. You got. Give me some loving, give me some loving, give me some loving, give me some. Every day. Hey, I feel so good, everything is getting high. You better take it easy because the place is on fire. It's been a hot day and it's not gonna be good. No, like, I mean, everybody should, and I'm so glad we made it. Hey, so glad we made it. You got. Give me some love, 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 hey, you're so gone, give me some love, make me so
I like the animation tips in these videos. So I want to fucking sketch that bit. I don't want to do animation. I want that on the video. Let's make it happen, Kevin. So every time they take the if Uncle saw the price of a lunch today, he has some choice words. But with KFC's all this crispy chicken and in tray. Because his mouth gotta be filled with gravy and grease. 5 KFC days, just $5.
No. Worst. Jump on. Hey, hey, devil will be just, devil will be just, devil will be just, song. Beep, five, five, four, thumb. Looking on the now, here she comes. Wearing a red dress and hazelnut. Got high heel shoes and an alligator hat. Wearing the pearls and the diamond ring. I'm great and everything. Devil with a blue dress, devil with a blue dress, devil with a blue the devil in the bless. Chanel number 5. Got to be off routine, thinking everybody high. Nothing, they can't say something. Not too good, it's not too fast, it's a real. Come dig your head out like it's like that. Devil with the blue, that's blue black song. Do the devil with the blue black song. Hell, not be the devil with the blue, devil with the blue black song. Isn't that too pretty? It's not too skinny.
No, that's not true. I mean, oh shit.
Are they punching yet? No. Good God, miss my good God. Oh, she like the ball. Now you're gonna miss my ball. Everybody to do, yeah. I forget about my car. From the early morning to the early night. See me fly rocking in the house of new life. She now in this mind. Oh, it's your mom. I'm having no golden. Looking on now, wearing a red hat and taking that got high heel shoes and wearing a girl diamond the dark face is right on every mile and everything. Devil with a blue, devil with the blue. All right.
Have you got a favorite fighter?
This card, I think, everybody Justin, John O'Malley,
What about a favorite of these three when they were fighting?
I'm fans of all three of these. I love all of you guys. Like I admire and I have so much respect for all the fighters. Like and just training the little I do is so hard. And so much goes into it. And watching people like Dominic train, like
Cool. I know you got involved with us as well coming up to this fight, and you filmed something for us. What was we need to see in the show tonight?
Before the last fight, the Raw fight here at T-Mobile, we came in at like midnight till 4 a.m. and played this musical piece that I produced like 30 or 40 times in the middle of the octagon. It was amazing. It was so cool. I was telling Dominic Cruz, it was so surreal. Standing there, I just stood off the game. Like standing there, I was like, it's insane. They do like backflip off of it or just being in there was like next level.
Walkout song, very quickly. Which walkout song would you go to?
What, right now?
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with working out to the G.
Okay. All right. I like it. Okay. But before we go, we're going to get your fight picks. Going to stick with us. Keep it short. Fight picks.
Oh no shit, the thing stopped. 24 hours.
Let's see. Okay, main event, just engaging you. I've got to take it, guys. He's going to lose this fight. Danny Fiddler is going to go out there. I don't know how he's going to do it, but somehow, some way, he'll take it down to the canvas. He's going to choke him out. Okay, we're ready for it. It's a big kind of fight coming up at UFC 224. It starts right now for you. We're going to head over to the guys on the outside before we do that. I'm so sorry to be rude. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you having us. Let's see if your picks are right. Let's go to the guys. Thank you. Welcome to a new era of the UFC on Paramount Plus. John Ann, alongside the greatest to ever do it, Joe Rogan, UFC Hall of Famer, Daniel Cormier. No more 5 or 6 week wrestlers. We're ready to go.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. The card is so stacked. The main event is spectacular. I mean, and we're in Vegas, which is my favorite place to see fights.
Yeah, it's amazing to be back on the fight. I thought I wanted a break until I had a break. Y'all didn't tell me that we were wearing black suits. But I gotta tell you, I look pretty good today. I look at low block. I can't believe it. Look at this man right here.
I know some guys on the crew were saying maybe it's too late to call it for January. I think you look right.
I think I look good, baby.
Let us show you all that is coming your way. On Paramount Plus, 9 p.m. Eastern, by the way, for the main event. You know that.
Fantastic fight and a true crossroads fight for the interim lightweight title. Just a Gaethje, you have a guy who's one of the absolute best lightweights of the modern era. And controlled violence is what he brings to the outside. He used to be much more wild. He's no this. He's turned out with discipline and intelligence. He's a knockout striker. He's outstanding wrestling. And his resume is the best of the best in mixed martial arts. He has fought them all. And he is still, by his last fight with Rothschild, at the top of his game. I think Danny Fiddler is having a long wait. I think Danny Fiddler is extraordinarily confident. He has a phenomenal ground game. He's tall and long with excellent kicks. I can't wait to see how this plays out.
This is going to be a crazy fight. All those things you said about Justin Gaethje, Danny Fiddler has not done that yet. He has not fought that level of competition to put himself in that position. But the ones that he has fought, the Michael Chandler, the Tony Ferguson, the Tim Breeze, he has put them away and he's dominated. So he finds himself with an opportunity to come in from champion. But a lot of the weekend been spent saying I was going to run through Gaethje. We don't run through Gaethje. This doesn't really happen. I don't know if this is just a game. I know he respects him, and he will eat you to the inside the octagon if he wants to get that belt. This is a big fight.
Danny Fiddler,
right, guys. I'm just fucking eating my gun. I just ate cheese. I'm all during the day.
Hey, thank you so much, John. Well, yesterday it was almost as if Patty Piglet floated into the local arena for the ceremony. It was
Hilarious.
full of excitement. In fact, he was telling everybody, I'm going to knock his block off. And a lot of that energy comes from what he called the best weight cut of his career. In fact, when we spoke to him on Thursday, he was very vivid in his description of just how good he felt. He saw the number on the scale. He actually had 50% less weight to cut Thursday night into Friday morning as compared to that Michael Chandler guy. So that's giving him a real sense of confidence and believing that he's going to finish this fight with those 3 rounds. But all of that extra expended energy, that's the big focus. If you ask just the exact the big focus for the highlight has been to be composed, not just in the fight, but also everything surrounding the fight as well. As he's going to control the pace for this one. And that's we got those stories. Guys, we know that all the deadly weapons will shed through that, but perhaps it might come down to how they hold the weight and significance of this big one. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much. You go, I'll have an iceberg that they have Americana, but you say, I want an iced coffee, black, and you get, they go, okay, yeah, for sure, that's fast. And then they hand you the sugariest little coffee that you've ever seen in your life.
Alex Perez won the world title challenge in the flyweight division, taking on Charles Johnson, who has a win over current champ Joshua Van. Big things at light heavyweight, we'll see if Odessa now is going against the perennial top 15 contender, Nikita Krylov, a team of Coach J, all the way to taking on Hudson, Wyatt, and our feature flyweight champ, Davison Figueredo, taking on Nurmagomedov. Well, a new era being tonight, as you know, now I'm looking over the vaccine. That means no more running around. We look at Paramount Plus subscription. You can have every UFC fight, that means every number of events, every fight, you try to fight people, also get Dana White's 10 years, the other fight for all included, and no extra cost. Not subscribed yet. ParamountPlus.com/UFC title today. Play strong, $8.99. Justice for bouts. More bouts are 25-minute round. Title fights are all UFC main events. We are scheduled 5-minute rounds. Round winner gets 10 points extra point. Out of the work, 26 on head strike. Back to tertiary conditions of suppression. Followed by off-to-cross control.
What would you like to McDonald's? Using
Also, Virginia Rothschild partners with the United States official hours for played by police and stop the fight video. All a result is officially announced reflecting the insurance result assistance from a designated official using commissioner group technology. Now, unlike national unified rules, that is rules to limit arbitration replay, not limited to just one night sanctified deal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have been waiting for this night. It is now upon us. Welcome to Paramount Plus. Welcome to that all you can put on here. Come against game like you. Pacific Northwest Advocate has established himself as a top veteran presence in the welterweight division across his first 5 UFC appearances, earning a pair of wins, while constantly taking on significant challenges. Out of the blue corner tonight, and undefeated in 6 professional bouts, we take the light contenders. Ty Miller, company ladies, all that is to emerge from the robust outdoor Mexico fight scene. Coming up next, we'll kick off the Paramount Plus as absolute face on Ty.
Before I do all that stuff, then you kept asking for somebody.
Aggravated UFC contractor Dana White in the Contender Series this past August. Ty Miller's journey to the octagon was a bit of a brief. He actually sustained a pretty serious leg injury during that battle this summer and decided to rest it out. He had over 180 pieces of fluid drained from the leg, and he told us it was a great time to watch him do things the right way, worked on skills and his mindset in order to be better. His martial arts journey began at a very young age. His dad told him he needed to learn to defend himself. They quickly realized that training was really the only thing that could keep Ty's attention. They used to watch fighters like Chuck Liddell together, and guys, tonight Chuck will be
Rebecca, thank you very much. Huge moment for the UFC to cover and father of 2, Ty Miller.
And you may have heard Megan talk about the legacy of sustained that one with Jimmy John goes to the Denver series. Certainly some valuable information that you can try to employ here moving forward, but not sure how to fund major that was absolutely painful and he's glad to be on the other side.
Well, that is an insane amount of fluid he's drained from his legs. So that's what she did. Hopefully he's able to recover. Outstanding boxing skills. Top Golden Glove champion. When you look at the way he fights, played like the 10 series, tremendous amount of confidence, outstanding striking. And, undefeated fights, they have an aura about them. They haven't felt the pain, the sting of loss yet. And this guy comes to the octagon, making his debut with a tremendous amount of confidence.
Todd Miller is a guy like that. Joe Smith boxing said it's going to be very important tonight to make sure that everything all this stuff in the back is on the back. He said he's got the position. He might bring another fence. He said if he throws straight, he believes that he's going to dominate this fight. He said, listen, I've been here before with my coach. Watched it in corner, but I've never been in there with the man that is not a opponent. The guy that gets the middle. So funny. My biggest fight, I'm not sure you see my training partner of 10 meetings. So many of you know Tom Long is now chief in the corner alongside President John Chimney. All right, don't come to me, all right? I have small teeth. It doesn't matter.
Representing Eugene, Oregon, and Rafe Reddy in Arizona here at Megan Walker, a CUSC appearance. Daniel Dominic on the show yesterday, just finished 6'1" in Southpaw in the welterweight division makes you a little bit of a problem just with those measurements. Obviously, not all training exclusively left-handed fighters, but he's got a lot of confidence, a very good schedule thus far in the UFC, and we'll see how he fares tonight as a plus 420 heading underdog.
Yeah, the big time so John, you would think that Adam Hewitt will see this as a real negative, right? In there with a young guy that has a lot of hype. He said, nope, this is who they are, and I would like anyone. He said, I look forward to it being killed or be killed tonight when I get in there with Ty Miller. This man is a very tough guy, very long. That's really good skills. He has very careful how he approaches this fight because of how good Miller is in his hand.
You can have your advantage, you're most likely in the grappling. He comes out of fight ready. Of course, a great grappling. And he also has his lead to ground belt. And when you think about experience inside the octagon, when he hasn't won them all, but he's been there. He's been on the right leg. That means something. It means a lot. He's also a 37-year-old man. This is a guy who's got a lot of life behind him. And still is running physically. He's a very dangerous fighter. Cannot be chicken. He's just paying attention to the line. As he can use this opportunity to change the game.
He's there with the prospect, right? It's all good. What Morales, what Mike Morales. He has fought those guys here. He's been in that position before when they're not interviewing them.
Yeah, he fought Michael Morales in a short notice UFC in 2022. Morales is doing very well. Next for welterweight champ Islam Makhachev. Folks, if you're jumping out of your skin at home, so are we in the podcast. You should tell the tapes. Todd Miller, 25 fights to get the title. Always shoots on the scale here on Friday for either man. Avalanche and reach for the player. Todd Miller, folks, are now for the introduction. Say hello.
It's like, okay, now Kickboxing like has a little bit of interest in it. You got Jelly Rolls in the same scenario. Like, Jelly Roll in period. Also laughing about how bad Jelly Roll only exists in
This fight is 3 rounds in the UFC.
Oh, yeah, so you bet. I bet the guy that's Adam Devine is workaholics. Adam Levine is 10 toes down. Another guy that yeah, he's at 6. like, I would like to meet in person. Would you pick one? Jailer. Jailer was a big deal. That's probably the big now that we've spoken to Brian Campbell. I don't know if maybe Lou is up there. Giovanni. It's better than Jailer. Kristen. It's just like whoever put this here just put it there. He's not an easy out. There you go, right? I saw that. Yeah, see, it's like slightly on the side. Yeah. It makes like somebody partially open it. When they found out Magic turns out.
24 available with a subscription. I'm breaking this down for just JJ, the main audience. JJ, live made a challenge against 2025 live JJ. I know the world championship. JJ, middleweight champ, Aldo Jr. Put his belt on the line. JJ, world champ, coffee stop. That's all the action. Thursday, the 12th of February, live at the UFC. Well, how about some of these new visuals? Platform adding with justification. And our handicapper, Johnson the Great, really depicted this main event solution. I think he should be at least 3-1 favorite at this point. 3 out of 4 times. That's the fight. And it's 6 years in age. And more importantly, I just don't think he's going to be
That looks like a diet search Monday.
as Gage will find himself this one.
That might be a diet search Monday.
I think he's getting disrespected for his fighting schedule. He's right for competition. Like both these guys, 7 UFC wins. And anything less than minus 250, there's value.
I will say this is here.
Coming up next from Vegas,
Yo, what up?
college wrestler, NAIA runner-up in 2014. Tonight, Georgia native vows to be more active and physical the finish. What will be Las Vegas. Now it will on his opponent back over. Make only.
Thank you so much, John.
Welcome.
Well, Josh told us in main program that everything he sees comes to light. So what do you see for this matchup?
I think it's going to be a really tough fight. I think that Josh is a great fighter.
So it is a
Never do. You know, you talk about being an athlete, wrestler, playing in the NFL, and now, of course, an MMA fighter. Utilizing the physicality of these other worlds into the MMA fight.
That's what's nice about Josh. He comes kind of pretty tough. He's done so many things in his entire life. The toughest sports, football's tough. He does have my job for me. He's already done very coachable.
We're going to have a lot of fun watching him, Greg. We appreciate it. As always, don't go anywhere.
they just do fighters club or UFC guys.
Hot town, summer in the city. Back of my neck getting dirty and gritty. Been down, isn't it a pity? Doesn't seem to be a shadow in the city. All around, people looking half dead, walking around the sidewalk hotter than a match head. But now it's a different world. Go out and find a girl. Come on and dance all night. Despite the heat of your riding days. Don't you know it's a pity the days can't be like the nights in the summer. In the city, in the summer, in the city. Cool down, living in the city. Dressed so fine and looking so pretty. Swoop hands, looking for a kitty. Don't live in every corner of the city. Now I'm breathing like a nut stop. Looking at the stairs, don't hit you on the move time. Tonight it's a different world. Go out and find a girl. Come on and dance all night. Despite the heat, it'll be alright in days. You know it's a pity the days can't be like the nights in the summer. In the city, in the summer, in the city.
Some cats. I think we should start a clothing brand, hire British shopping.
This is a this is a mold for lots of crayons.
I remember this one. I remember this is the one I remember the most.
People wait for about 5 minutes for the yellow wax to get hard, and then they scrape off the top, which they'll melt and use again. Now watch the crayons come into those crayon relaxers. This is a mold fit on the wait for about 5 minutes for the yellow wax to get hard, and they scrape off the top, which they'll melt and use again. Now watch the crayons come into those crayon relaxers.
Kids, this shit is just baller as fuck. Damn, bitch. Like a man that near the river. Came down, isn't it a pity? Doesn't seem to be a shadow in the city. All around people looking happy, walking on about my home like a happy. But now it's a different world. Come on and find a girl. Come on, you dance all night. Just like the music that you all right. And hey, you know, it's a beautiful day. Dancing like the night in the summer. In the city, in the summer, in the city. Damn, bitch. Who the fuck is this lady?
And I know this different, but they'll cover on it. They'll drive it. I'm like, can they tell you? I'm like, drive it. You precious fish. Look at you and your Detroit style Venus slices of crispy caramelized edges. And you get 4 pieces of Italian cheese bread topped with butter and garlic bristle too. Wait, plus a side of French sauce. That sounds bad. I can just go get my own Detroit style slices of cheese before I die. Maybe there's something wrong with YouTube.
Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart, how music can free her whenever it starts in its magic. If the music is groovy, it makes me all happy like there's no time movie. Tell you about the magic and if you know it's over, it's like trying to tell us the danger about a rock and roll. Do you believe in magic? Don't bother to choose if it's good music, a rhythm and blues. Just go and listen. Never stop when it's right. Wipe off your face, no matter how hard you try. Your feet start stepping and you can't seem to find how you got there. So just blow your mind. It's magic. Come along with me. We'll dance until morning till it's just you and me. And maybe if the music is right, I'll beat you tomorrow so late at night. And we'll go dancing, baby, then you'll see how the magic's in the music. Music's in me, yeah. Do you believe in magic? Yeah. Rhythm and blues, just go and listen. And never stop in the sun. No matter how hard your face, no matter how hard you try. The beats start banging and you can't seem to find how you got there. So just blow your mind. If you believe in magic, come along with me. We'll dance until morning till it's just you and me. And maybe if the music is high, we'll meet you tomorrow sort of late at night. And we'll go dancing, baby, then you'll see how the magic's in the music, and the music's in me, yeah. You believe in magic. Yeah, believe in the magic of the young girl's soul. Believe in the magic of a rock and roll. Believe in the magic that can set you free. Oh, don't you believe? Believe in magic.
Beautiful red tail house. Make it official for round one. Thanks, man.
Sick it? Shit. Heavy.
See you next week.
Not grabbing the legs. Denzel Freeman is a Greco-Roman guy. Hogan as a college All-American is a guy that's constantly wrestling the legs, so you would expect him to take him down. I just didn't expect that. I would imagine that Freeman, while he's still at the OTC, is wrestling with the national team level freestyle guys. So you would have expected him to be a little bit more prepared for that double leg takedown.
Yeah, he's going to wrestle with the next album.
No way, not this shit.
Hogan's trying to keep him down. Every time Freeman gets to his feet,
Actually, 6 months. Those games instead of doing your rise in division. Check this out.
What a day for a daydream. What a day for a daydreaming boy. How like a daydream. Thinking about my bundle of joy. On my side. So take a way to get and walk outside. I think you walk in the sun. And we always make it up and no one wrong. I'm gonna be a faded dream. Dream again, we're gonna shine up today. Then I can't get my sleep in. She's one makes me feel this way. I'm gonna down because we got alright. And give me this that I can prove this is I got. And give me the gift of being alive. And never forget the pain I've seen for hold on. Daydream, write about how I of joy. And even the time to be on my side. And take every day to get walk outside. And you get the day to get walk in the sun. And gonna raise them up, but we won't wrong. Never no sweet dream. Dream again since I woke up today. Back to me in my sweet dream. Dreams none things can feel this way. I'm gonna try to get it alright. But you make me up when I don't do something that I got. I'm thinking of it to be every alive. I'm getting the dance to the bed and I'm to fall down. You make it be everything and roll. I think it's everything I'm into the night. You're giving a big everything and big under the floor. We live with that about 1,000 years. Sorry, that's not it.
Oh my God. She's camera.
She's like, it has to be structured. It has to like the story. I go, no, that's too much. This is the genre of like pure riffing. Yeah, that can't be. You can't be like, well, we'll discuss next time how bad, but we're going to talk about the toxic traits and how that's fun. But it makes your body as charismatic and funny. She's funny, and also even her being angry, it's like, she's funny when she's angry. I don't know.
Wake up, Maggie, I think I got something to say to you. It's late September and I really should be back in school. I want to keep you amused, but I feel I'm being used. Oh, Maggie, I wouldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home, trying to save you from being all alone. And that's what really hurts. The morning sun, when it's in your face, really shows your age. But that don't worry me now, 'cause I'm your everything. Sun, when it's in your face, really shows your age. That don't worry me now, 'cause I'm your everything. I laughed at all of your jokes. My love, you're getting me to coax. Oh, maybe I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home, just to save you from being alone. You stole my soul, and that's a pain I can do without. You did was a friend to lend a guiding hand, a bed, and in the morning, oh baby, I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home, cause you didn't want to be alone. You stole my heart, yeah, if I tried.
But in this case, over here, you have food. You cover the food in place. Then put the food into the oven. You want to say, like, when the pollo is in the grill, when the time is,
I would have done it. Listen, now what happens is, let's say Sarah touches the outside of that food covering. What's that about? The food actually remains hard. Why? Because obviously the food covering has the status of the food carrot. The carrot is only coming at zero, not only double. But it only comes from the interior, not from the exterior. So since the carrot were to go ahead and touch that food covering, the food would not become coming. I would have thought that if halacha l'maaseh now that same plate covered food is inserted into a tunnel, and in that tunnel ultimately again is a sheret, I would have thought that food also remains in produce. You know, that's So if you go ahead and you finish the ultimately again becomes compromised. Not just for a human, ultimately doesn't not become compromised. So also say again, that's the principle for mercy. Now again, we're going to see that type of challenge and silence again, but that's all the options that we're going to something like that. Thank you, Lord. But we put little off growing the days to be. But you'll see, where I call it, very and you'll see the army getting huge public extremely violent in the sun. But you'll see the concept of the violent is extremely violent, is extremely violent. So what's extremely violent? That's what we're going to talk about now. I have a pathos, and they offer up for the sake of an order. That's called extremely violent. This is extremely violent. What's extremely violent? Using the bringing the carbon, but ultimately again it is offered up or accepted for the sake of sinning. That's exactly what Pathos within perspective is sinning. This capital sinning. The common the sin So what's bothering of this is based on that statement, what we call obviously relevant side. Always take the pathos and I offer up the sake of love. Okay? Healing violent, moving through the pathos, but it's offered up for the sake of healing the pathos. So this is what the concept is for us as we send the pathos. We're trying to heal the life pathos,
I like that song.
So I'm supposed to bring a hot dog. I'm supposed to bring a hot dog for eating potato. But instead I have a mind that it should be a hot dog for eating blood. So it's called hot dog to separation hot dog. So again, interesting that the same person, same carbon, but there was a shift of the reason for it to be blood for consumption. The church does it as an so let's talk about Investigations are done with them. Even if you can talk about the
Michelle, my belle, the young lady keeps me thinking driven on song. I love you, I love you, I love you. That's all I want to say. And then right away, baby, don't need words, I know that you understand. Michelle, my belle, when they know me, driven song. I love you, I need you, I need you. I need to make you see what you mean to me. When I do, I'm telling you, you know what I mean. I love you. Till I do, I'm hoping you'll know what I mean. I want you, I want you, I want you. I want you to know by now. I'm to you somehow. Until I do, I'm telling you that's just understand. Michelle, my belle, someday you'll see me when I'm song, fragrant of song. You're the only way I know that you understand. Michelle. You got me rocking and rolling, rocking and really vibrant, vibrant. Went to a dance, looking for a man, saw a bar and so I played the chance, you got me rocking and rolling, rocking and really vibrant, vibrant. You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking and a really vibrant, vibrant. Try better to try better to try better to, but I think you wouldn't do better and try better to try better to try better to, but I think you wouldn't do better and you got me rocking in a roll, rocking in the rhythm, Barbara, 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 you got me rocking in a roll, rocking in the rhythm, Barbara, 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 Wake up, little Susie, wake up. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. We sound asleep. Wake up, little Susie, and the movie's over at 4 o'clock, and we're in trouble deep. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. Mom, what are we gonna take for our friends? They say, wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. Well, I told your mama that you'd be in by 10. Well, Susie, baby, looks like this again. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, Susie. Little Susie, wake up. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. The movie wasn't so hot. It didn't have much of a plot. When you down to sleep, I cruise took down, and he shot me out a little Susie. Wake up. What are we gonna take all our What are we gonna take all our friends when they say, ooh la la, wake up a little Susie, wake up a little Susie. Well, I told your mama that you'd be in by 10. Well, Susie, baby, looks like we goofed again. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. We gotta go home. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. The movie wasn't so hot. We didn't have much of a plot. We fell asleep. Our boosters took our reputation each shot. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. Yeah, what are we gonna tickle your mama? What are we gonna tickle your papa? What are we gonna tickle our friends when we say, ooh la la, wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. Yeah, little Susie. Dream, 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 dream. When I need you, in the night when I want you, and all your charms whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream, 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 dream. When I feel blue, in the night when I need you to hold me tight whenever I want you. All I have to do is dream. I can make you mine, taste your lips of wine anytime, night or day. Only trouble is, she is, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I want you so, and that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream, anytime, night or day. Only trouble is, Jesus, I'm cleaning my life away. I need you so, I could die, I love you so, and that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream, dream, I can make you mine, taste your lips of wine, anytime, night or day. Only trouble is, Jesus, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I want you so, and that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream, 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 dream. Maybe the sickest thing of all time. Really? For sure, dog. Why? Why not, baby? Look at this athleticism, though. For sure. Each time I hear them sound, here he comes, that's why he's clown. Your tears anymore. Your kisses, that's for sure. I cry each time I hear the sound. Here he comes, let's get this crown. Look at that nose itch. Did you ever see that nose itch? And the leg itch? Maybe the most athletic motherfucker we've ever seen. Don't want your glove anymore. Your kisses, that's for sure. I die each time I hear them sound. Here he comes, that's Daddy's clown. Your love anymore. Don't want your kisses, that's for sure. I cry each time I hear that sound. Here he comes, that's happy clown. Happy clown. Happy clown.
So we're going to see, for example, that in general, Utah and Alabama was done on the northern side of Portugal. That's typically Utah. Utah was not on the northern side of Portugal. That's primarily because Utah was not on Portugal. Right? So again, we don't have to discuss that. Furthermore, you said always have to come into Utah. Furthermore, again, Utah and Kabbalah have the season ultimately again in the Katas Hatzilios. Neither Katas. But Utah ultimately again. Jesus is there, but again,
That's not fun. Last night, as I got home, I had a fast dance. There was a woman I loved in the arms of another man. It's not cool, I ain't no fool. Gonna tell me what happened there. And I ain't going back again. Take a letter, Maria. Address it to my wife. Yeah, tell me that I'm going home. I gotta start a life. So take a letter, Maria. Address it to my wife. To my daughter. I'm gonna start a new life. I'm gonna survive. That's how you got me. You're close to me. I just lost me a wife. So take a letter, Maria. I guess it to my wife. I'll be coming home.
could also be the general like the transport of sacrificial parts. Sacrifice is there. Again, as the Gemara says,
Take a letter, Maria. I guess it to my wife. And I'll be coming home. Take a letter, Maria. I guess it to my wife. I gotta start a new life. dinner with me. Doesn't matter, Maria. Maria. Maybe stick a shit about friends. Really? Fuck sure. Who's winning this bitch? Oh, get him. Where is his voice? What is his haircut? Oh, he's done. This motherfucker's done. Oh, that was sick. That was sick. He got a fucking punch to the face.
Has to be done for the sake of the culture. Maybe when you see a culture that's from the house, I say, I don't need you to teach me that street that has to be done. You smell the cover because you're doing that. We're a different person now. Therefore, maybe you see that.
2 shots in every can, bitch. Bam. Boom.
So when the cover is shut, it has to be done for the purpose of the particular owner. Particular owner was the eye of the high level.
Boom. I would have been like, whoop, 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 and then I would have squeezed allegedly. Why? Why not, baby? This shit is so funny, is it? Sucks. Worst stream ever. Dog, that fucking glasses view is amazing. I'd be like, dog, you got knocked. Oh, dude, I'd be like, you got knocked the fuck out. Really? Dog, I gotta shit. Legendary. Why? Why not? Look at this athleticism. I feel like if I queef, I could shit my pants. And you should pick up. Dog, what if you stand up? Let this athleticism with full prowess. Look at this, folks. Folks, that motherfucker's been going 250 days. 1,500. Why? Because I am the best. Sickest motherfucker ever. Really? The best. You think anybody's done more than 1,000? Archive, that's a difficult thing. Archive on 20 different streams? Fuck no. Singing amazing songs talking about space tourism? Fuck your couch. Watch somebody was, and I'm like fascinated by it. That would be amazing. I gotta take a shit. Does this motherfucker have a ceiling cam? Yo, dog. Does this motherfucker have a ceiling cam? Oh, man. Come on, dog. There's something new, like
when it comes to the small, that's of the small, again, failure to have the right carbon ultimately changes the identity, the very look of the carbon. Number two, it applies to all four alcohols, Shika, Kabbalah, Zika, Halacha. Right? Number three, it applies even after the death of the owner. Okay, let's say for me, I didn't get the name of the carbon, he died, and his Yoshi now bring back carbon. Ultimately, again, they accumulate progress that can compromise the carbon. Yes, but it's even the opposite. And it applies ultimately, again, both for a communal offering as well as for an individual offering. The Apaga, the time that happens. Let's say, you know what, stop over here for today. By the way, stop to much like telling you other again here. It will be one time, this is so soon as the way to us after a bit like a couple of years, it's like, well, it's fine. It's about, we're fine. It's short out tomorrow, that's that. We'll say we're going to be great. We'll stop over here for today. Stop for one second. But again, just understand you might not cover enough ground, but you covered so much information. So you've got to a lot is ultimately always what stimulates progress. So you know again, Shika, Kabbalah, Yusa, Halacha, all that can be done with Shini Kabbalah. Now you start on that same journey that all of these steps have to be done for the sake of the owner as well. We'll pick up tomorrow. Start on that.
You mentioned the training partners, the trains with guys like Tom Aspinall. What have they brought to the table specifically that you think makes the difference? So we're still looking forward to this, but we appreciate you very much. You guys don't go anywhere like anyways. We're up next. Launch up from the bottom. Anyway, this is really again, the really big introduction to everyone that's also going to be to the idea. I recognize myself, the person offers a carbon to the one carbonic designation. I have to bring out warning, I have in mind for a long, so I'm looking the carbon itself is toxic. However, it does not control the obvious out of the open. That's because this is how
details about how the best is to score idea. You want to then that is a very true. What happens if you have no doubt? What's a person offers a carbon without any specific impact. What happens under those circumstances? And also later is what we call stomach. Stomach just a non-specific intent. Is that like negative intent or ultimately again, is that like negative intent or just that does not in any way undermine the effectiveness of the topic. You know what that's important in all those things? Nothing is inclusive of another. Anyhow, let me see this point more. That's actually very interesting, you know. She should be born like that after the class. And opening up a carbon. We got the course of it. So she's in a couple of weeks from now. So, you know, it's like when you open up a carbon, you have to have money. Very interesting.
Give me the ticket for an airplane. Ain't got time to take on. I'm going home. My baby just wrote me a letter. I don't care how much money I gotta spend. Got to get back to my baby again. Lonely days are gone. I'm going home. My baby just wrote me a letter. Well, she wrote me a letter, said she couldn't live without me no more. Listen, mister, can't you see I got to get back to my baby once more. Anyway, yeah, give me a ticket for an aeroplane. Ain't got time to take a fast train. Lonely days are gone, I'm going home. My baby just wrote me a letter. Well, she wrote me a letter, said she couldn't live without me no more. Listen, mister, can't you see I got to get back to my baby once more. Anyway, yeah, give me a ticket for an aeroplane. Ain't got time to take a fast train. Days are gone, I'm going home. My baby just wrote me a letter. I don't care how much money I got. Trying to get back to my baby again. Lonely days are gone, I'm going home. She told me about she wouldn't live without me. Listen, mister, can't you see I gotta get back to my baby once more. Anyway, yeah, yeah. Lonely days are gone. Damn, bitch. I want to rest my fucking head on your chest. Joe Rock.
Yeah,
areas of specific intent. And all I do is go ahead and have non-restricted stand power. Because essentially 4 days later, what you actually do, you're still going to be next level. So what's the logic of that? Actually, you're not actually sure in absolutely someone saying the wrong thing. So if you just understand that this situation governor, then that is going to be the next it wasn't ready for it. If you assume the non-description go ahead
damn, baby, me a letter. This motherfucker got to whip his ass. Well, she bought me a letter, said she bought you could do it with his face.
When it comes to covenants, underline the effectiveness of the covenant. All that is reason with the and lesson number 2 is if I have to do a covenant doing the right covenant, if no specific intent, other than that, is what's not only is the covenant talking about what? It does count towards my obligation. Sama is kasha. Let's get out there.
Low the settings. Oh, of course.
So when you're practicing it, let's remember again, if there's one thing that believes that I get, is that I get happily written for the sake of thesis, for the sake of affecting divorce. It's quite possible over here that in this case, they're writing this in practice. Therefore, again, the get itself is not vested with the power of what that's why it's anyhow. Very much like another value. Also, kind of give it. Kimon value. 3A. Yes, sorry. Customer guy just discovered in law. Well, most listen to this. Ruben is going to divorce his wife. His wife's awful. But what happened? He decided not to. Matsu ben Ilo ba'amar shmit yishmech on the same ishtik yishmech. So what happened? Ruben has a friend. Ruben and that Ruben's wife is also in Rachel. So Ruben number 2 says Ruben number 1, it's shame to let a good guest go away. So therefore, when I use it for my life. I use it for my life. You might see what's out of it. Possibly got it. Ultimately, So again, this is like quite beautiful. So once you get these really specifically for a couple, by definition, you're going to be precluded from your fall anyway. Next, what is number one? Is this like please? I would have to know that customer by beating doesn't work. What do you say? Some really get that stuff. I don't know. Yes, that and more than this, but you know, these material shovels, let's listen to this. Ruben has 2 wives, and both of them are named Rabbi. Such a cat idea on so many levels, right? You know, so right, he has 2 wives, same name, plus some of the guys just have no valid for Sakana. So let's say again, he was ready to divorce number 1. Right? And then he changes his mind, he's like, you know what, no, I'm going to divorce Rabbi number 2. So let's just can't do that. Well, let me put it on every video. He already get the Rabbi number 1. And now he decides, you know what, I want to go ahead and divorce Rabbi number 2. And what's now again? This case, same husband, right? Both wives are named Rabbi. All the other information is the same. What's Rabbi? Can't do that. So it's like, so once you get that seems to say, then now it's specifically called by being doesn't work. So it's you can also know that so it's a case of very wide. Shiny awesome, you didn't declare the thing again, same idea as before. Once we get rid of the Rothschild number 1, by definition what occurs is removed from use the Rothschild number 2. So this is a case of this is the mechanics of this one.
I feel to give myself. Get home to feel Look at this athleticism.
just the first thing I would get that's clear every single document. Then there's the Torah. The Torah is the couple specific information, as well as the ones how it actually tell us the whole Arba. You are committed to every day.
Who's this bitch? Damn, bitch, I want to bite into your chest.
So let's say, if you do this, so for this side, you know what? I want to get a head start on you. I need to get this a little bit of time. So I want to go ahead and just kind of, I want to pre-write as many as I can. You know, so no problem. So you can write the boilerplate stuff, that's not a problem, but you must read out the name of the man, the name of the woman, the obviously the space for where the email is going to sign, and the date. Right? It's also, it's you know, so I'm going to read it on the floor. So see, any of my phone, but it has to be part of the floor. Also, you have to read out, other stuff, like the list, that you over specifically said. The fact that you have to read out the couple specific information that is just each own language is really specifically said. It's one by definition called the check out. But again, when it is not specific intent, at least all stuff is not evaluation. Every pronounce is every year that I also myself. When offered up specific intent, absolutely yes. And by the way, not only works in terms of the covenant structure, and we have to satisfy the obligation of the other. At least that's the inclusion that we have right now. By a get that is written without specific intent, totally good enough. But two others like this, Noah says as follows. Two, loving no suffixes. Let's say, remember again, how this whole of this starts. Remember again, you know that Venus like Papa, all the Venus an incredible night. Why? Because again, in the bounty of Big Pharma, level is
Whoop his ass. Whoop his ass. Who do you want to win? Either one. Somebody kick his ass.
During that evening. She's only no seconds. Not also, but something else like. No one even allowed. Listen beforehand, or you doing it like a quarter of things like this. Complex for shock. Machine only up to them. Shock machine humans shit. Alright, so let's say so this is that. Yeah, these are not going to say anything about the following. But if you shut it a complex or machine, you know, with the invention that was in there, ultimately, I was very easy at getting through the street. Yes, actually points out this is on the low in the day, 46 feet. So what do we try to get that? It's written in the last, so if you check a complex, for the purpose of an element, again, I can never come in complex. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Again, complex, right? We are experts in complex from our holiday days. You're like, you know about complex and holidays? Yeah, we did actually. You're like, I mean, for about 3/4 of the time. Right? But the nice, you remember when you don't have a complex, so any attractions, I wish, if eventually have a few colors, like you can show you, but anybody can win a public complex. So, you may have the really brilliant right? And then, again, that's part of the eventually stop to use the complex.
I would be like this.
So what does God say? Ultimately, it's possible. That is coming. That is coming. Legal side, the Mishnah, right? I'm going to talk about in general that wherever you create a process is still out, right? And so ultimately, it's possible. So what is possible? Check the machine. Wow, this is interesting. So let's say when you check with the process, you had in mind that it would be right? So who is, meaning what? How about the ones the other one that's covered? Not covered, you just check the animal. That's not going to point out. So remember, that's not. One of the things that we will see is the next Lisa is shade of desire. So then again, sacrificial process of food does not have to be the one who is actually is allowed to do that. So therefore again, this is the coin having one resentment, but also this is simply the owner himself having the own resentment. So it's now what's going on here? First, I think it's the last week. Actually, no, that's fine. I don't know what you see in there, it's fascinating. This is not not his boss. The last week run back to that. But it's only when you have erroneous intent that within the same room, within the same type of intent, does that undermine the carbon. But if you have intent that has nothing to do with the carbon itself, it doesn't undermine. So what does this mean? If you
wish I
have
even
a
had sound.
ultimately that undermines the effects of your carbon. But if your gas has to do with something that is only extraneous to carbonos, that does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon itself, right? So if I'm offering up a contest and I have in mind for an OLA, ultimately again, the carbon is toxic. But I'm offering up a contest and I have in mind for cooling, the carbon is toxic. So the Rothschild didn't know it is only a similar type of intention undermining the carbon. But this similar type of intention does not undermine the carbon. So what is the similar type of intention? Intention for another carbon. This similar type of intention, intention for cooling. You know, okay, so that's really interesting. And let's analyze this a little bit. Human touching, human is not a type of carbon. But not this one does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Why? ואין שמו נתפס על הדרך לאחר שמו ממנו. Why? Because holding a carbon cooling does not in any way destroy the identity of the carbon. But holding a process in OLA absolutely dislodge the identity of the carbon. Only a similar type of identity can dislodge the initial identity. A totally dissimilar form of identity cannot dislodge the initial identity. That's what that is. No matter what, no is a catch up, as it's back to get. How I get to the trust of the Isha household, and yet, the trust of the Isha, like that is not in which it shops for a particular woman. Is possible. Okay, right? In other words, that I love for myself. That again, on a simple level, even though yes, divorce is like and here's another like you can't teach that yet to divorce you know, says
Look at that.
even the shame of brothers for couples. Not me, all the time. You know, just even for a brothers for couples. Now, let's know what is this mean. But I love for myself, even when ahead. שלא לשם האיש החדש, שלא לשם איש הזו, אלא לשם איש האחרס חודו. יחד עבדה לסופה במובן בהגיעי שלי, מעניין לסוף. So what does this mean? That I love for myself again, if you know the gas, for one woman that had a mind so different from it, I like the effectiveness of it. Even if the other woman was, I have all the stuff up not to it. Now I know this woman has no practice to give. So then what do you see from here? You see from here that I love for myself, even in something for something that has nothing to do with the subject at hand, and the other process.
What is that? Oh, get him. I get like this.
Because again, remember, just when I was so common, it was different than that specifically. And then he just went ahead and saw a stomach muscle, specifically said by being ultimately undermines the effectiveness of the death. Touching, on the other hand, touching, having a stomach. And that's what I touching, if you remove the human designation, what do you have just now specifically again, the stomach chewing, and ultimately again, stomach is always touching. So that's actually very interesting. So you know what this is just the reason ultimately again why if I have a carbon, I have to bring a process.
I get him headlock, ankle lock, submission.
I would have felt incredibly severe. And I would have felt that of course that undermines the entire effectiveness of the carbon. I'm not sure that's because what's the logic behind it? The logic behind it is repurposing a carbon as humans. Ultimately, again, is meaningless. Why is it meaningless? Because it can't be done. Because again, you can't go ahead and swap out the carbonic identity for a non-carbonic identity. Therefore, again, offering off the human or chef human is really worse than non-specific non-specific intent, we just show the non-specific intent by Kabbalah does become one. However, again, if I'm using that logic, if I'm a Kappa and I'm now offering up for Uya, okay, that's stupid. Why? Because again, these are similar identities, Kabbalic identities, and that can undermine the effectiveness of the incredible. Let me know, Sakri,
Oh, get him. Oh, he got him. Dude, that was not smart fighting. He should have gotten him sooner. I would have gotten him sooner. I would whoop his ass.
What was called a similar intention that undermines the common meaning. Has to be the same type of meaning, set between one Kabbalic identity for another, that's what undermines. The line Galomina, the substituting identity that has nothing to do with Kabbalah, ultimately does not undermine Kabbalah. Whereas I like how you learn is that to go into this. Now, Tummentara. And that's it, by the way. Just understand you tell us that there's an app right there. Right? You have Kabbalah and Tummentara. Literally, they're on the same page. Two topics usually.
I want to see the ref here.
One is reaction. One is research. Right? One is so let's say this is a golden opportunity to redeem ourselves and to redeem our lives by killing ourselves. This right now. Such a dramatic turn in the way we often do two pretty difficult topics. Companies got get ready for someone down. Here we go. So this is really fast. Let's talk about three colors. Let's talk about three colors. That's all. I have no idea. I got to go. Similar to what this. So let's talk about this three colors. Three colors. Two becomes coming. Inside the protocol. In other words, if you put a shell, you slap a shell. On the outside of an earthenware vessel, the earthenware vessel does not become covered. If you dangle a shell in the airspace of the earthenware vessel, even if it doesn't touch anything, the earthenware vessel becomes covered. But listen, we're interesting now that halacha only applies to something that is inside of the detail. But let's say you have something else that's inside of the detail. That item will not become covered. Okay, so let's take it a little experience in just a moment. We must look at our detail code, not the settings, and let's let it pass. Code details, code details, code details. The roller coaster Anything inside of the oven is now covered. But interestingly enough, anything inside of that interior utensil is tar. This tar, why? Because essentially, a shell is inside is only becoming that which is inside of the uterus. The that which is inside of another thing in the uterus is impervious ultimately again to the core. That's what we call tofu, or tofu. Maybe inside of the uterus, but if the food item is inside of another utensil inside of the uterus, ultimately again, the items in the secondary utensil do not become coming up. remember, the caveat in this is that the opening of the second utensil extends outside of it, right? Because if the opening to the utensil is open inside within your this is only evaluated when opening a utensil. Interesting that it actually doesn't matter what the second utensil is made of. It absolutely makes a difference. The contents of that second utensil, which is inside of the oven side of the terrace, does not impact the mold. That is about 3% of matzah. Only by the terrace and the panel, the matzah are obvious at the so-called. The hot top so-called
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. You're not to sing out the key. Oh, baby, when all I need is my hoodie. Nothing but the hand.
No matter what the material of the second utensil is. So now it's like this. The truth is, if you think about it, it's not such a big privilege. Why? Because halakha relates to the inside of the secondary utensil. Because it's going to become anything material. So right now, the opening of the second utensil thing out of the oven is good to go. Right? Because it's going to consider out of the exterior. Once it's amazing, or some other even just the exterior contact. Even the halakha is that inside of that secondary utensil does not distract too much. Incredible. Incredible. So we want to send this comments. Each chapter.
How do I feel at the end of the day? Everything is changed. Everybody.
Everything has to do with where they put the pizza. People put cushions in rooms. Right? They put partitions in rooms so the pizza belongs in a home. Because the pizza belongs in a home, therefore it works. And the pizza in the oven doesn't belong there. Because it doesn't belong there for long, therefore it will not work in any way to block sugar. So that's talking about
That's one of the greatest sneezes perhaps of all time. Definitely one of the most memorable. One of the sickest athletic feats we've ever seen was this motherfucker holding the fucking phone in his head while sneezing. Same time, same station, baby. Sick as fuck. What the fuck is Abercrombie and Kent? That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. What is it? No one knows what that is. Can't you see everything I hope for? Everything I need. You are so beautiful.
is that it is supposed to be successful. The full and not say you gain it. Although you deserve it, yes, Hashem, he needs to in the flow for the place. Also, when except that what it is down to Zuma. What a great successful story. In the journey, it is beautiful in the sense. We have to not on days and days to abuse, and we left off eliminate off, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 lines up from the bottom. Because it's really, again, the video is like just to orient ourselves for a moment. And this thing to do is to be like, but I look for myself, if a person offers up a problem, the wrong combined designate, I have to bring out one, and I have a mind for it for that. I'm not really the problem itself is effective. However, it does not encourage the obligation of the owner. But that's the question of halacha. Obviously, not all presenting the same details about halacha, but that's the basic core idea. Did you know then that is a very good question, which is what happens if a person doesn't have the public social gas? They just have no gas, what we'll call stomach. Local stomach, which means a person opens up a carbon without any specific intent. What happens under those circumstances? Now, what for the Mesa is looking for stomach. Like, stomach just non-specific intent. Is that like negative intent? Or ultimately again, is it like negative intent? Or just, no, that does not in any way undermine the effectiveness of the product. You know that that's the first time you have one piece. Nothing has been paid piece about anyone else. You know, oh no. Let me keep this question there. That's actually very interesting, you know. You see, she should divine as that up in the back. When I bring up a carbon, he's actually supposed to get in back, many back. So he's got a couple of weeks in there. So, you know, it says, when offering up a carbon, you have to have in mind 6 things. Very interesting. Very 6 things. Very right. L'Shem Zava. Now, Rashi comes to there. If you follow along with Rashi, Rashi is in the wide lines on the bottom 4 lines. L'Shem Zava. L'Shem Mashur Nefesh. So the first thing you have to have in mind is what was this carbon principle for, meaning what type of carbon is this? That's the first order of business. You have to have specific examples of the carbon being after. Next, L'Shem Zaveh. L'Shem Zaveh, Rashi says, she is capable by law, and she is capable of. You have to have in mind that the intended owners will achieve upon needs, and not have in mind the wrong owners. So, for example, if this is using this carbon, and let's say the client has in mind for shipments, it's not in Zava, so it's called a carbon, the shins of that, for the ones offering it, the shame. That's because of the earth, you're not first black, but it's not a food shop. And that's what we do. You have to offer the carbon for the sake of our conversation. And we'll say, let's go about this. So we need to ask yourself, what else are you going to have? What else is it exactly that you would be doing? So what you say the other side is that what we'll call situational kavana is not enough. What is situational kavana? Situational kavana is pretty much what many of us operate with, and many aspects of this life. So, for example, if a person gives you some I kavana for the first possible fiasco. Explicit kavana. That's because it doesn't have explicit kavana. It's a situation of kavana. Essentially, since you're involved, and you said it's not because you have kavana. Kavana is not an activity. You have to have a meaningless correspondence with the same. Next condition, like you said,
what's up, big dog? Looks like to be the funniest motherfucker in it. Folks, this motherfucker on Jupiter right now, this motherfucker would be the most aesthetic motherfucker on Jupiter. Do you understand that? The motherfucker on Mars is more athletic than this motherfucker. This motherfucker is the defending heavyweight champion of Pluto. Do you understand Pluto? Yo, baby. Do you all know what Mercury is? Because this motherfucker is the defending, not just world champion. You call it world if it's still like to Mercurians, that's their world. No, this motherfucker is a multiple time Neptune defending champion of the planet. Planetary champion, baby. And everybody knows I'm the solar system champ. Really? Oh, this motherfucker been defending that solar system title since birth.
Let's say I had some cover in one of these areas, meaning I did not have, I was lacking one of the areas of specific intent. And all I did was go ahead and just have non-specific stamp cover. No, what she said, she made it, she used to stand, but long as he was beschritten the snow. We'll say this is fascinating. Because essentially the tragedy essentially says, well, there's a situation cover right now. What is externally? Still, what is that to do? Even if you lack specific intent, you are still going to be lost. And I guess that what's the logic of that? After they will rain on the snow. When they don't show on the snow, it is absolutely fascinating. They can actually legislate that when offering a cover, you should not specifically say that you are offering a cover. And when offering a cover, you can actually really look at it and do offering a cover all right. You shouldn't do that dry, then we can say that. If you mandate too much specificity to run the risk of us, that's saying the wrong thing. But if you just understand that this situational cover, then that is going to be enough. These are, I thought, stomach muscle. There was a link in the issue of sitting the non-specific intent is going to go ahead and invalidate the cover. The stomach muscle, tiny basement and masking over the midfield. The basement is something that inherently invalidates the cover. In other words, what's happening over here? If you say that non-specific intent, by definition, invalidates the cover, then how could they essentially want? How could they mandate non-specific intent, which is exactly what they're doing over here. Rather, what do you see from here? You must what you see here is to have up all night stuff. Summer does not invalidate the carbon. So okay, this is a very riveting Gemara because what the Gemara just did. 6 different things you really have to have in mind when you offer up a carbon. And then right afterwards, the Gemara saying, by the way, if you're missing any of it, don't worry about it. Because it's a tragedy. Essentially, they said, as long as situationally it looks right, you're good to go. Why wouldn't it mandate that when you bring a carbon, you are explicit about the carbon that you're bringing? Because you also be careful what you mandate. Because if you mandate that, a person has to say something, which then means you open up the door for them saying the wrong thing. And if they say the wrong thing, they can really undermine the carbon. But yet, you see saying nothing doesn't undermine the carbon. What does that show you? The non-specific intent, when it comes to carbonos, does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Or in other words, to use the Gemara, stomach kosher, which of us say is fantastic. So therefore, it turns out over here that now we have 2 halachas. Halacha number 1 is if you go ahead and you offer it like carbon for the wrong designation. I'm supposed to bring it I have in mind for a shlamim. So halacha number 1, what does the Mishnah teach me? Carbon is kosher, but does not count towards my obligation. Halacha number 2 is if I have to bring a carbon, I bring the right carbon with no specific intent. By the way, in that case, what's the halacha? Not only is the carbon kosher, but what? It does count towards my obligation. Stomach is kosher. Incredible. Let's go back there. It says the Gemara never got to get the stomach possibly on the bus. Remember again, on the top of yesterday's summit, the Gemara was contrasting the halachos of kabbalos with get. And that by get, let's say non-specific intent does not work. So you want to say, by the way, Where do you know that from? Where do you get that from? So you want to see, even when they hop, I have to say from here, this man, are you over the shop, the Shama Sofa Makin, each point, each bonus, not on phone, let's see what happens. There's the final decision. We're going back to that one. And you know what? We're going to walk into the shop, we walk to the marketplace, and he hears scribes writing a gap, and he hears the announcement. Ruvain from Baltimore is divorcing his wife Rothschild from Baltimore. And Ruvain says, my gosh, science is not very powerful. I was really on the fence. I was on the fence about what to do, but look at this, it's so clear that this is what the Republican wants. But yes, I mean, my wife's thing, see everything, hustle a guy, ultimately, I get into it. So, Martin, maybe that's the case of Stella. Martin, never know. Don't bring it up to that case, but I think you just order up, you don't have up. How come it's so much in Spanish? That's but if there was some thesis class, that case is different. Remember how you qualified that case? That was the case of scribal students. I don't know if that's a word, but right, scribal students. Who again was so when you're practicing it, let's remember again, if you remember, everyone agrees about a gag, is that a gag has to be written for the sake of Christos, for the sake of affecting divorce. But it's like hospital over here that in this case, they're writing it for practice. Therefore, again, the get itself is not vested with the power to affect divorce. That's why it's not. Anyhow, very much loving another eye. What's the top of $2 million? Yes, okay. Customer guy for 6 7 8. Ruben was going to divorce his wife. His wife's awful. And what happened? He decided now to Matsu Ben Ilo Ba'amrlo Shmikish Nafam Mishin. So what happened? Ruben has a friend. Ruben is also in Morocco. So Ruben number 2 says we're going to shame a good get go the way. So therefore, while I use it for my wife, I use it for my wife. You must watch out of her. Partial marriage, though. Ultimately, again, we don't want to say what you see from there because non-specific intent for a get doesn't work. Says, no, it's not a riot. Shining Hassam, the infiltrated engagement directly. Now, you can't bring a riot here. Why? Because in this case, that get was written for Ruben and Rothschild. To get is designated purpose of the intake. It is removed for any other cup. Second option from the cup, the intake. You shan't pull on Russian, the Hanoshin, which engage in that. So again, this is like the reverse. By definition, again, it is precluded use by anyone else. Next, let me hop. Because remember again, it's a French novel. Ruben has 2 wives, and both of them are named Rachel. Such a bad idea on so many levels. Right? The Gemara says, right, he has 2 wives, same name. Plus, the guy just had Gdola, and the guy for Sakana. So let's say again, he was ready to divorce Rachel number 1. Right? And then he changes his mind. He's like, you know what? No, I'm going to divorce Rachel number 2. So also, you can't do that. Well, let me put in one of these information. He wrote a get for Rachel number 1. And now he decides, you know what, I want to go ahead and divorce Rachel number 2. Now, that's now again, this case, same husband, right? Both wives are named Rachel. All the other information is the same. What's how Rachel? You can't do that. So once again, that seems to say that a non-specific intent by getting doesn't work. Which the Gemara says, no, trying to figure that case, I'll tell you why. Shiny husband, the integrated the same duration. Again, same idea as before. Once the get was written for Rachel number 1, by definition, what occurs? It is removed from use for Rachel number 2. So this is not a case of just specific. This is the mechanics of a get. Once a get is written for someone, by definition, it cannot be used for anyone else. However, from here, yes, I'm being I'm going to also, when the English said very students, even though going to so and what does it do? You can say this, we don't have 2 wives named Rachel. And he thinks this is himself, listen, I'm divorcing someone, right? Someone's getting divorced, right? So I'm divorcing someone. I don't know yet which Rothschild I am divorced. Just do me a favor, check out Blu-ray Rothschild, putting all the important things in, and I'll see how I'm feeling later, right? And I'll see what's happening later on, and I'll decide which Rothschild I'm going to divorce. So the Gemara says, hustle the garage, ultimately it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Now what says, now before we go on, it sounds like why it doesn't work, because again, you have non-specific intent. So this specific indicates that non-specific intent by getting doesn't work. Which once again the Gemara says no. So maybe there's a different very awesome, the ain't Brera. So I both say, remember, the issue over there is that case you can rely on Brera. What's Brera? Retroactive clarification, right? So at the end of the day, what that can require is then for that when he gives the Rothschild a get, so the get he gives the Rothschild he gives the get, retroactively becomes clarified that that's Rothschild for whom the get was written. I think that presupposes you rely on Brera. Like you don't know what I'm doing, that's not going to work. Anyhow, here we go. I could say getting, or say remember that's like getting days. So there's a toe face and a toe right? So remember again, the toe face is kind of like the boilerplate part of the get. It's just the pro forma part of the get that's the same every single time. Then there's the toe. The toe is the couple specific information as well as the line. You are committed to every man. Like so, now so the whole thing tells again. So actually, I need to makoma ish, makoma isha, makoma idin, makoma man. So let's say so for decide, you know what? I want to get a head start on getting, because I need to get things a little bit of fun. So I want to go ahead and just kind of, I want to pre-write as many as I can. You must have no problem. So you can write the boilerplate stuff, that's not a problem, but you must leave out the name of the pen, the name of the link, obviously the space for where the agent are going to sign, and the date. It's also, it's you must already do that before, also you have to read out, I'm going to start. Okay, what do you see from this? That you only work if they are written with specific intent. The fact that you have to leave out the specific information indicates to us that a get is only valid if written with specific intent, which then by definition tells us that what? That a get written with non-specific intent that we call sama is not going to work. So therefore, what we come out with over here is that halacha myself. Kabbalah, when offered up stama without specific intent, absolutely works. By the way, not only it works in terms of the covenant's kosher, and it also satisfies the obligation of the other. At least that's the thing that we have right there. A get that is written without specific intent totally does not work. But whoever back there, well says as follows. So, loving no sacrifices. Remember again how this whole will start. Remember again. Rabbi said to Papa, always the genius and incredible night. Why? Because again, in the boundary of faith Rabbi was posing contradictions, answering questions, all this stuff. So the Gemara is going to go through a couple more contradictions that Rabbi resolved during the Sudan no sacrifices. Rabbi also brought something else up. So now we're going to around. Beforehand, the legal name of Rabbi's quarter follows. Katos Shak to the Shem Olok Suva. Shak to the Shem Purim Sheva. Let's say, so which is fascinating. Now, the Jews on record as saying the name of the following case. And if you shakted a Katos, or the Shem, with the intention that it was an Olok, also very able to say, we actually didn't see this thing. Yet Rashi turns up his son and Bang on the day. So this is key. So I'm going to be trying to get that.
Look at this athleticism. Pretty unprecedented.
For the purpose of the Jews again, I bring a common Katos. Remember again, we know Katos, right? We are experts in Katos from our Harish days. Right? You learned about Katos and Harish? Yeah, we did actually. Not only for about 3/4 of the time. Right? But remember what Katos? Any attraction for which it potentially have a few colors, right? It's going to show you that unintentionally bring a common Katos. So, moving at the thing of difference. Right? Therefore, again, that's colors. Eventually Katos. Here's the Katos. When you this Katos, he has no longer a machine over. So what does it say? Ultimately, it's possible. That is validated to Katos. Never validated to Katos. Now, by the way, leave aside the Mishnah, right? Our Mishnah spoke about in general that whenever you play with the Katos, it's going to be invalid, right? Leave that on the side for now. Right, so ultimately, again, you check the context of all this possible. Check the machine. Wow, this is interesting. Well, let's say when you checked the katos, you had in mind that it would be the cooling. Right, the cooling being what? And halacha length, you have in mind that it's not a carbon. The other carbon is affecting animals. What's halacha? It's kasha. And by the way, also it's going to point out, so remember, I'm explaining this down yesterday, I neglected to say this part. When you see them having different intentions about shkita, one of the things that we will see, is in this Hashem, shkita is sheva bizarre. Remember again, in the sacrificial process, Kohen does not to be the one who is accepting the carbon. So he's allowed to do again, this can be the point intention, but also to be some involved having the right intent. So now what's going on? First of all, figure it out. As you know, sorry. What do you see in here? This is fascinating. Even though I'm not good, well, the Rabbi no longer so what do you see from here? That it's only when you have erroneous intent that's within the same meaning, within the same type of intent, does that undermine the carbon. But if you have intent that has nothing to do with the carbon itself, it doesn't undermine. What does this mean? If you have in mind the wrong type of carbon, ultimately that undermines the effectiveness of your carbon. But if your dash has to do with something that is totally extraneous to carbonos, that does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon itself, right? So if I'm offering up a katos and I have in mind for an olah, ultimately again the carbon is tough. But I'm offering up a katos and I have in mind for cooling, the carbon is tough. So the Rothschild the Gemara didn't know it is only a similar intention undermine the carbon. But this similar type of intention does not undermine the carbon. So what is a similar type of intention? Intention for another carbon. This similar type of intention for cooling. So you say, okay, that is really interesting. And let's analyze this a little bit. So the Gemara says as follows. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says this. He's been a lot more to go cooling. If I'm offering up a carbon katas and I have in mind for cooling, Rashi says over here, She'eno min kachim. Ultimately, obviously, cooling is now a type of carbon. No matter it does not undermine the effectiveness of a carbon. Why? The inshmo nitbas al hazerach la'akor shmo mimenu. Why? Because it also holding a carbon cooling does not in any way dislodge the identity of the carbon. But calling a chatas an olah absolutely can dislodge the identity of the carbon. Only a similar type of identity can dislodge the initial identity. A totally dissimilar form of identity cannot dislodge original identity. Fascinating. So let's analyze. Almost, we know not to so we step back again. Call I get Shmita Shol L'Shem Yishav Hassel. So let's look at this. Any get Shmita Shol L'Shem Yishav, right, that was not written with das for a particular woman, is possible. Okay, right, in other words, that I love for myself. Yeah, again, on some level, if Ruben going to get divorced by Rothschild, and he has another wife, Leah, he can't use that get to divorce Leah. The Gemara says, this is not usually shame of Vedas Kohanim. Not impossible, right? Not impossible, I'm shocked. The Gemara says, even for an Avodas Kohanim, now what does this mean? That a local Mesa, even if moving went ahead, the Gulash is known about, even for Avodas Kohanim, the house, Shalom L'Shem Isha Katani, Demashma Shalom L'Shazu, Hello Shem Isha Kaya Kozu, Kohavim Rad Bas Yirishim, so also, what is this? Then I love for again, if you only get for one woman that had a mind of different woman, it undermines the second get. Even if the other woman was, all the stuff up, not Jewish. Now, a non-Jewish woman has no practice to give. So then what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah for myself, even the intention for something that has nothing to do with the subject at hand, and the other process. The Gemara says, yes, go Avodas Kohanim. No. Take out Avodas Kohanim in this case. Otherwise, stomach. Because again, remember, a get for Avodas Kohanim is no different than one specific thing. And as we just went ahead and saw a stomach process, non-specific contained by giving ultimately undermine the effectiveness of diction. On the other hand, touching God will unite. However, a stomach, listen, on touching, if you remove the designation, what you have just not specific intent. The stomach shading, and ultimately, a stomach is always touching. So listen, it's very interesting. So no one is just the followers. The reason ultimately, again, why if I have a partner, I have to bring it up us, and I have in mind for food, it's funny, I don't know, before I saw this tomorrow, I would have thought that's incredibly severe. And I would have thought that, of course, that undermines the entire effectiveness of the partner. And Maxwell Rock says it doesn't. What's the logic behind it? The logic behind it is repurposing a carbon as fueling, ultimately, again, it is meaningless. Why is it meaningless? Because it can't be done. Because it can't be done. Because, again, you can't go ahead and swap out a carbonic identity for an therefore, offering it up to include a chef solution is no worse than non-specific intent. And what do we just know? A non-specific intent by carbonos doesn't think dollars out. However, again, if you think about it using that logic, if I'm a cost and I'm now offering up for Ola, okay, why? Because again, these are similar identities, similar like they're both carbonic identities, and that can undermine the effectiveness. Incredible running house after Singapore Air Taxa. Remember, we go live. Touch the shot finishing, almost small shot finishing, moving shit. The Rabbi cities, they got the contrast and shifted it for the purpose of an overall. Is it effective? Very possible. But if I check this between figure and structure, I'll know what he's using, same principle. The mean of not good loss. The low amino is low margin thought. And also, what is solar intention that underlines the cover? The mix has to be the same type of intention, meaning substituting one carbonic identity for another. That's what underlines. So now, the low amino, the substituting an identity that has nothing to do with carbonos, also means that do not underline the cover. Unless I find the low amino, to entire. I was like, by the way, just understand the level of privilege that we have, right? We have Chris and Tuma and Kara. Little topics usually that when we get what's our reaction, our reaction when is this over? So I will say this is a good opportunity to redeem ourselves and to redeem our learning by throwing ourselves fully into this right now. We can affect such a dramatic turnaround from the way we often do two difficult topics. Companies guys, get ready for time. Here we go. Topo, a little topo. So this is really fast. We'll say, what's that look like two carrots? What look like two carrots? Let's do that stuff. I have no idea. Okay, so I get it again, right? So you know, it's like this. So you know, what's that like with two carrots? Two carrots becomes coming from the inside. We topo. In other words, if you put a shallot, you slap a shallot on the outside of the circular vessel, the circular vessel does not become coming. If you dangle a shallot in the airspace of the earthenware vessel, even if it doesn't touch anything, the earthenware vessel becomes coming. That was interestingly enough, that halacha only applies to something that is dangled inside of the key carrot. So let's say you have something else that's inside of the key carrot, that item will not become coming. Okay, so we're going to explain this in just a moment. We must look at that. She says, almost very close. Hopefully, the role of Prihamina Pitanor, the people of Malo, Piatanor, for opening a match in the sofa, opening to the keys to holders. Let's say, now, let's explain the following phrase. Easy to illustrate. You have an earthenware oven. Now, inside of that earthenware oven is another utensil. The opening of the utensil extends out. Then if you're going to look like the oven didn't open it from the side. Let's say the ovens had openings out. So imagine you have an earthenware oven, or circular utensil. There's another utensil sitting inside of that oven. The opening of that secondary utensil extends outside of the oven. There's, let's say, food inside of that secondary utensil. Okay, following so far? Now what happens? There's a shallot inside of the oven. So what's the halacha? Anything inside of the oven is now coming. But interestingly enough, anything inside of that interior utensil is tahar. Is tahar. Why? Because essentially, a kli cheres, a sheretz in a kli cheres is only mekane that which is inside of the kli cheres. But that which is inside of another kli in the kli cheres is impervious ultimately again to the tumah. That's what we call tofo, or tofo. Only inside of the kli cheres, but if the food item is inside of another utensil inside of the kli cheres, ultimately again, the items in the secondary utensil do not become something. I will say, remember the caveat on this is it has to be that the opening of the second utensil extends outside of the oven, right? Because if the opening of the secondary utensil is open inside the oven, everything will become covered. Okay. Like I know, Toto, when it's so I feel shakef matzah. Let's say, this is not only, by the way, with another ordinary utensil. Interestingly enough, it actually doesn't matter what the second utensil is made of. It makes absolutely no difference. Halacha l'meisa, the contents of that second utensil, which is inside of the kli cheres, does not contract tumah. Rashi says that previously shakef matzah, klomar, only by kli cheres amunach b'tanor, the matzah ala open shebisofo, the hot top ukli b'fei me'akanei b'mukane, the yitma open shelo, take kli cheres b'tanor, ela afilu kli shakef b'tanor mikavol. So listen to this. So let me just clarify this once more, right? So let's go to what we know. You have an oven. The oven is a kli cheres. You put there's a sheretz inside of the oven, even if it doesn't touch any of these rules. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Everything inside of the kli cheres is covered. What's the halacha of tofo? The halacha of tofo says that halacha l'meisa, if you have another kli inside of the oven, and there's food ultimately again inside of that secondary kli, the food inside of the second does not become tummy because of the oven. Because what's the halacha? Because again, sheretz inside of the kli cheres is tofo, that which is in the oven, and not tofo. Not saying that it's something else. I will say that applies no matter what the material of the second utensil is. Because the truth is, if you think about it, it's not such a big finish. Why? Because halacha l'meisa, the food inside of the secondary kli cheres only becomes interior. So as long as the opening of the second utensil extends out of the oven, because the kli cheres can become tummy the exterior. What if it's a metal utensil or something that does contract tumah, even just the exterior contact? Even then, the halacha is that anything inside of that secondary utensil does not contract. Incredible. So the Gemara says, shakef literally means something is wrong. Something is wrong. Okay, matzah. The Gemara says, V'shani asu eitzel kachim k'metzeh eitzel kana. Ultimately, listen to this. The cleaning by kachim is like when the pizza by an oven. What does that mean? So it's like, man, we say it's a kind of a angular cloud, actually it's a kachim, a angular cloud. So say, listen to this. Just like a pizza inside of an oven. Now, what that means? So say, imagine the same case, you have a timer. Every time you have an oven. Inside of the oven, you have a sheretz. So before you even put the sheretz there, what do? You put in the pizza in the oven. Put in the pizza in the oven. So, you put in the pizza in the oven. Please mix that, right? So like I said, so you go ahead, you put in the pizza in the oven. So let's say, so let's say the sheretz is on one side of the pizza, and let's say there's another food item on the other side of the pizza. And the pizza does not help at all. Doesn't help at all. Anything inside of the oven ultimately again becomes tummy. You know what it says? Just like when the pizza in an oven doesn't help, so too, holding a carbon fulling doesn't do anything to the carbon either. That's what it's comparing it to. So the Gemara says, it's not, because you don't perish a precious sugar in the sun where you realize. So if you have an oven, unless you put in the pizza in the oven, either boards or curtains, it means the sheretz b'makom echad, and the sheretz is on one side of the pizza, and then let's say again there's food or other items on the other side of the pizza. What's the halacha? Hakol tamei. Ultimately, again, everything is tamei. In other words, the pizza does not do anything. So the Gemara says, "Kavara sheep of yourself." Sheep of yourself. So it's a karas makes a little mean. Karas usually means like a beehive. In this context, it actually means like a basket. It's like a beehive. has openings in it.
If you say the words hotel, you have to be specific because
And let's just suspended into the airspace of the tunnel. Sheriff's so called and then the sheriff's inside of the tunnel. Kind of it's coming. Sheriff's the tunnel open. It wasn't a tunnel. It wasn't what you again says. It's tunnel. It wasn't logic. So the what's it was logic. What it says, I'm going to run a couple. It hits the Mesa cover. So it's like, of course, the oven is doing work. Why would the future of the oven work? Listen to this California. It hits the Mesa cover. What parts of the food has a cow? Okay, think of this. If the pizza works by two months, now where does the pizza work by two months? If you have a person who died in a house, right, and you have a partition in front of that maze, ultimately again that prevents the tumor from spreading. So the pizza works to block tumas maze, right, which is much more common. Why wouldn't it work in the oven to prevent the spread of tumas sheretz? Although they said to him, no, that's not a good California. Why? It hits the maze from the chicken, kaluka ba'orin, katsaba filikaras, akasim, kaluka ba'orin. It's very different. Everything has to do with where it makes sense to have in a pizza. People put partitions in homes, right? They put partitions in homes from the pizza belongs in a home. Because the pizza belongs in a home, therefore it works. And the pizza in the oven doesn't belong there. Because it doesn't belong, therefore what? Therefore it will not work in any way to block tumor. You know, it's put to that one on. So this makes sense. Ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanon, ultimately, like he says, I'm in the pizza, I'm on my spot. He said that I'm in love, and I'm not going to do this. According to Rabbanon, according to Rabbanon, he said that in an oven, and the pizza doesn't do anything. Why doesn't the pizza do anything? Why doesn't the pizza block the flow of sheriff to the oven? Why not? Because at the end of the day, on the pizza, doesn't belong in the oven. So it's in the oven. Clean logic, Rabbanon say that if you call a carbon, what does that hidden designation do? What does it do? Nothing. Why? Because carbon has no sentence included. So this makes sense. There's a lot of symmetry in the sheets. You might say, you know, the law night for me. My point to the law says that in the pizza by oven will work. So you see, you might suggest that similar laws that says that in the pizza the oven would work. The association spot that calling a carbon foodless should undermine the carbon, which says no. Man says, Michael, the laws of California, we just said before, the laws are, sorry, was advancing a California. Awesome, not me, name a California. So you can see the same of the California, but come on, let's look at what's the California back up on us. You know what it says. So husband and California, Kotchin, McCallum, what's the issue left on his down? Kotchin, McCallum, Kotchin, Kotchin. Here we go, Kotchin. I'm going to say halacha l'maisa, so ultimately again, is carbon a wrong name, and the ability to undermine the carbon. So certainly again, calling the carbon human, so certainly going to undermine the carbon. Hello, time to get out to the lesson. Let's say, we'll stop over here for today. This is not a good way to start from the second up. Okay, good. It gets short. Let's say, but again, you can see how this
So shop and snaz, bro. I've done snaz right now, but holy fuck. I've been instructed to not say what I know about this for the time being, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say.
Do you have a favorite joke from the Rigo Puppy?
Let me think for that for a second. I'll actually try to answer.
Yeah, okay, I thought you were going to go.
Yeah. The special versus I've heard it so many times, the full hour, then he cut down to 26 minutes, but I thought the worst joke was he would end with the, getting a, rifle to kill the cougar at the end. Okay, yeah. I was as a cat lover,
Art will say, good morning, let us begin.
Yeah, I was like,
this will spot something to you giving you section today. Begin by thinking all of our responses. Thank our annual chemical responses. President Trump highlights himself, dedicating all the senior Rothschild this year as his schools. And the source follows on his star. How we turn to the month of Elul. Habaru Solopenic Goldberg, von der Liebe Schönes Harry Abdom Ben Ashapinkas, Saber Angel Bas Zelly, and the Hopes. That the fields are king of Kais will be community. There is the Mishnah of the Under the Alislam, Yitzchak Ayu Ben Hachavar of Yaakov, and Alislam's for today, Sam Malki, Josh and Malki, Rosenwood, the Mishnas, Arabia, Ben-Arab, the lead is from the Baha. This is struggling with the yesterday classes very clear. So, you have the American Arab Island coming over and some stuff in Aliyah. Families in the Hama, all of this we will do to the portfolio. So, it's not pushing it and sending home our messages, our holy societies, it is the whole Imasi Yadayim, and the Yes Hashem need to be included. So, Tavos, Rula, and the Mulacha. Let us begin, Baruch Hashem. Champion of the Kima of the Guyana, welcome back to San Diego. Thank you for everything that you did for me. So, it's incredible. We'll say what it's supposed to be, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin the second, it's walking together. Oh my gosh, I could barely sleep last night thinking about Kachim Baruch Hashem. And again, how understand it's big stuff. Understand that in Hashem, when Mashiach comes, you have to know what we're doing to have an idea. For 2,000 years, this is his Asokara. 2,000 years, I was looking at him, it's kind of do something of the past and maybe some of the future. But we believe with all of our heart that in Hashem, this year is going to the year of Shua, and to be able to go to this and information with our families and know what's going on, and know what's happening, and know what's up to do in this Gedola Mitzvah. It's the greatest response capacity in that. So with that little insight, get ready. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Let's get ready to prepare Ula. Let's get ready to prepare for the Hamish. And Yet Hashem, let's release ourselves in the sea of Kedusha and Yet Hashem over the coming months. And Yet Hashem, yes, let's go. Let's welcome back, please, and our come on, welcome. She lives with you shalom this month too. So pass any halacha. Any carbon that you offer up shalom lishma. Now what does it mean shalom lishma? Think of it as Rashi. Also the nice part is we're a little bit back to regular size pages. A little bit here, but so near Hashem, those harder pages were quite intense. So about Hashem. So call it Rashi. Call it up the ship is all this mess. She needs cut Allah the same shalom. So one of the great things we're going to get really close from this stuff is in there to really get a categorical understanding of Kabbalahs. So for example, let's say a person has an Olah. An Olah, of course, is a carbon that is totally consumed on the day. Versus a Shlug. Right? The Shlug is a carbon that part of it is consumed, part of it is eaten by the Olim, and part of it ultimately again eaten by the Kohanim. That is fine. So let's say again, I have to bring an Olah. But instead, what ends up happening is I have Kavanah for the Shlugim. Now we're going to discuss again Kavanah with. Kavanah is, so the Pastor, let's assume right now, so at the time that the animal is being shafted, I have Kavanah ultimately for Shlugim. So I have the wrong intention by my Kavanah. So the first thing Mishnah says, share. I love when I say Kasha. So I'll say, watch this. Just understand the tremendous yisod that the Gemara, the first line of the second is touching. And what does it say? The discussion ultimately again, when it comes to the first intention, is intentionality. Intentionality. If you want the life of Kasha, if at the end of the day you want the life of Kasha, the most important concept, most important is intentionality. A life without intentionality is a really going where you want to go. Of course, many guys just actually put in this last night behind you shit. He's acting like that. If you check the way down, it can call us a familiar. That ultimately is so important for a person to have stressful. This is good if you want. I mean, you can't do whatever you want. Go ahead and do your friends, relax, learn Torah, have dinner, do whatever you want to do. But make sure that you have you want connection to everything from what you need it now. You need intentionality. You have to have focus. Oh, the good news. But I didn't have any intentionality. Okay, good will come without intention, but great can only come with intentionality. So if you want to treat everyone, you need intentionality. If you want to cover the culture, hello, so we're all about the Bible in the same culture. What's the caveat? Caveat is very interesting that the carbon will not count toward the obligation of the owner. So, for example, I'll say, let's say I was obligated, again, we're just going to use terms loosely now, without any real depth to it, just by way of illustration. So let's say, again, in this case, I'm obligated to go ahead and bring an OLO. That's my obligation. Very difficult. That if I have in mind that I check the summon, I'm still Yoshe. So what is not still Yoshe? What does it mean? Okay, caution. Caution means the carbon is a legitimate carbon, but what? It doesn't satisfy my obligation. In other words, the carbon itself is not invalidated, but if I was bringing this to satisfy a particular obligation, that does not work. It's a fascinating idea. So carbon is fit, legitimately fit, but at the end of the day, does not satisfy my obligation. Next, it's supposed to be fascinating. Now, there are two exceptions to this rule. So, in general, the Mishnah spells the rule. You offer up a carbon for the wrong intention, right? So, for the shalom, for the wrong intention, the carbon is kosher, but it doesn't want to satisfy the owner's obligation. There are two exceptions to this rule. If you offer up a carbon with the wrong intention, the carbon is invalid. You got one of those two exceptions, Pesach, and Tapas. Right. So what's going on here? Last message of the year. What's in that Pesach? That Tapas, first short line, seems absolutely redundant. If you offer up a carbon Pesach, not Lishma, if you go and you offer up a Tapas, not Lishma, the Kavalos are entirely invalid. So not only do they not count for the owner's obligation, but ultimately, again, they are not kosher as well. Incredible. So also says it's not just Pesach and Chatos, but we also do Asham. I will say, again, to do in kosher, we define our carbonic categories. So remember, Chatos and Asham are both sin offerings. Sin offerings, obviously, they atone for different things that we'll discuss. So the rest of it, just like a Chatos, ultimately, again, if offered up to the Shema, is possible. The covenant stuff is possible. So everything applies with an Asham. A Pesach is manner, that's the Asham the following. It's not a yes saying anything. When do we say ultimately again that a Pesach and Chatos are invalid? When is that? The Pesach Dafka is manner. This manner means again for Pesach, and Chatos. And an Asham at time. So let's say this is very important. The Chatos ultimately again is only going to be Pesach is only going to be invalid if you have wrong intention at the time that a carbon Pesach would normally be offered. And let's say if you do not, this is operating over here is very important to say. A carbon Pesach at its core is what? Is a shlomen. It's a shlomen. So which is why it's only a Pesach that is called a Pesach. Let's believe it just become a shlomen.
Well, they do have a
so when do we say that a Kohen Pesach that is offered up Shalom B'Shema is going to be possible? That's only when it's offered up B'Zmano, i.e. Erev Pesach. Chatos and an Asham that are offered up without intention are going to be possible all year round, all the time. Good. I'm a Rabbi guys, right? Chatos ba'achit, ba'asham ba'achit. So the Rothschild says that also Rabbi Eliezer is explaining why he includes Asham in the category of Chatos and Pesach. So I'll tell you why Chatos comes because of the sin. Ba'asham ba'achit. And Asham also comes to Korachit. Machatos sula shalom lishma. Just like a chatos, if you offer up shalom lishma, again, I will say, remember, what does shalom lishma mean? For now, we're assuming shalom lishma means what? Means what? For the wrong person, for the wrong designation. Right? I got the chatos, and I had in mind for a shlomi. So you want to say that, but let's say this, just like a chatos, possible shalom lishma, Acha Asham, possible shalom lishma. So to ultimately again, Asham is possible shalom b'shma. Incredible. Okay, one second. So let's just pause here for just a second. Let's review. What do we have? Remember, one second. You're going to see touching. It's not complicated. We just allow details. that you have to follow along with. Okay, so detail number one, what are we going to do? The unwritten rule is offer up every carbon for the right purpose. Okay, this means I doesn't have to say that because that's kind of obvious. What happens if I offer up the carbon for the wrong designation? Maybe I get is kosher. And a comment said, however, it does not discharge the obligation of the owner. And a comment says two exceptions to this rule. What are they? Chatos and Pesach. Pesach and Chatos. However, Pesach is only invalid when offered up on Erev Pesach for the wrong intention. Chatos all year round. Rabbi Eliezer says it's not just Chatos and Pesach, it's also Ashram. Now, Mishnah says, Rabbi Eliezer, why are you including Ashram? It's simple. If it's whatever is going to work for a Chatos, or everything you do for a Chatos, should also be truthful in Ashram. Why? Because just like Chatos is a cereal offering, Ashram is a cereal offering, and therefore, again, Halacha L'Meisa, Chatos is going to be invalid when offered up Shalom B'Shma, so too Ashram should be invalid if offered up Lo B'Shma. Beautiful. That's the Mishnah. Now let's the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi ben Choni, says, and Ishchato L'Shem Pesach L'Shem Chatos Surin. Rabbi Yossi ben Choni says that those items, those kabbalas that are offered up, the Shem Pesach and the Shem Chatos are going to be possible. And what exactly that means? Look at that each one. And Ishchato Shem Pesach, Rothschild is working. She needs to be down in the Shem Pesach, or she needs to the Shem Chatos before man Surin. He is with Surin the Shem Chatos. Saying like this, same way that a Pesach or a Chatos, if offered up to the ones that are invalid, the reverse is true also. If an Erev you offer up another carbon, the same carbon Pesach, from the year, you offer up another same Chatos, that only is designation validates those carbonas as well. So let's say, you understand what just happened with here. The same thing is going to come and Rabbi Eliezer. In general, the rule is, if you offer up carbonos, because of wrong designation, the carbon is still kosher, doesn't count for the owners, but ultimately it's still kosher. Two exceptions to that rule. What is the exceptions? What are the exceptions? Chatos and Pesach. But again, just not just a Pesach. Those two things coming along and saying the reverse is the same way that Pesach and Chatos, if offered Shalom B'Shma, are possible. So too, if on Erev Pesach you offer up another carbon, the same Pesach, that carbon is invalidated. And if you offer another carbon, the same Chatos, that carbon is invalid. So just the reverse is true as well. Shimon Achi Azariah Omer. I will say this is fascinating. Shimon, the brother of Azariah, said, that was a very strange appellation. What does that mean? Shimon ben Azariah? Shimon Achi Azariah, Shimon the brother of Azariah? That's not how you know. That's not how you Mishnah records things. A beautiful Rashi. Look at Rashi. Shimon Achi Azariah. This is so beautiful. Ashim Sha'azariah. All such a Papa Matthew. Shimon and Azariah were brothers. Shimon was a common papa, and Azariah was a businessman. And what did Azariah do? The secret therapy, Shimon Achi B'Shasha Osi. Ultimately, again, Azariah was successful in business, and he supported his brother Shimon in learning. And what did they do? They just moved in there, and they made an agreement between the two of them. Shehilek la'Azariah b'schar Hamidot shel Shimon. And ultimately, again, Azariah should get part of the schar, part of the reward for Shimon's learning. Meaning the social, and we can each home they sell. Loki Shimon Achi Azariah Tikaf Nikra Ashmo Shalamat Al Yazel. So it says that Shimon is always known as the brother of Azariah. Why? Because Azariah was one who enabled him through his support ultimately again to become a great common prophet. So there's a lot of beautiful lessons to be learned over here. This first I want to point out that if you notice the lesson of Rashi is Rashi says over there that when Azariah supported Shimon, he still by name Shehilek la'Azariah. They stipulated between the two of them that part of the schar for the learning should go to Azariah. Both say, so sometimes you go ahead and you say Hilek means like half. Hilek doesn't have to mean half. Hilek just means a portion. At the end of the day, it would be hard to believe that you get half of the reward for someone's learning just by supporting him. You get some of the reward, But there are certain things in life where you're only going to get the real measure or the real significant portion of the reward is what? You're doing the work yourself. Like there's only so much reward you can buy. You definitely can purchase a good amount of it, but the lion's share of the reward only really comes through dynamic effort. That's number one. Let me tell you, what do you see from there? There's some things in life, it is not about what we do for ourselves, but it's about the greatness that we enable in others. Because think about it, if you enable some things multiplier. I'm one person, so there's so much I can do. But if I try to do my best and I figure out how to enable people others, whether it's to or just to make, to be able to become the best version of themselves, then I not only have my own accomplishments, but I share in their accomplishments as well. Sometimes even greater virtue than what you do for yourself is the greatness that ultimately enable in others. Incredible. So what does Shimon Achiezayi say? He says, oh, my shop from the Shimon Devil, and Shimon, the Shimon man, Shimon Achiezayi has an interesting approach. He says like this, when it comes to designation, he says it all depends on this. If you went ahead and you had erroneous intent for a carbon of higher sanctity, then your carbon is still valid, it's still kosher. If you had in mind for a carbon of lower sanctity, then the carbon is invalid. Give an example of this case. So let's say again, we're very sanctions. We're going to define all these categories. But for our purposes this morning, Kashe Kadashim represents carbonos of higher sanctity. So let's say I'm shechting Kashe Kadashim. But when I shecht it, I have in mind for touching power. So therefore, I'm having in mind for a lower sanctity carbon. Ultimately, possible. It's possible. Kachim Kadashim is shech for the same Kachim Kadashim. Kachim Power is shech for the same Kachim Kadashim. But if I'm shechting Kachim Power, lower sanctity Kadashim, and I have in mind for Kachim Kadashim, higher sanctity, then ultimately again it's going to be kosher. So it's like just a kind of plot this on the snake graph over here. But Shimon Achiezayi is really coming along and modifying the Tanakama a little bit, right? Because the Tanakama said it was, if you check the carbon, shalom lishma, for the wrong intention, the carbon is going to be kosher, carbon is fine, it just doesn't count towards the owner's obligation. Two exceptions to that rule, Pesach and Chatas. Rabbi Eliezer throw in their Asha. Right? So Shimon Achiezayi is coming along and saying, no, it really depends a little bit more. What intention did you have for the carbon? If you had an intention for a higher sanctity carbon, checking your lower sanctity carbon, then you're going to see the carbon, it doesn't count towards your double. But if you had in mind for a lower sanctity carbon, when you are checking your higher sanctity carbon, then that carbon is going to be invalid. Incredible. So let's go right to Avocado. The nicer shashak just more examples of this. Avocado, firstborn animal, nicer animal. But ultimately, again, you check for the purpose of shimon. Why? Because again, it's hard and nicer for the purpose of shlomi represents an elevation of status. Therefore, the carbon will still be kosher. The shach from the shin or the shin nicer. But at the end of the day, if you go ahead and have a shlomi, you check it for the purpose of the again, it will be possible. Why? Carbon of higher sanctity for the purposes of something of a lower sanctity, and therefore it will be invalid. Also, Margaret of Malcolm on thinking of touching, and therefore some cash, finishing them together. Tomorrow. Lama made the Mishnah, and a solo olive. And that's the first thing you want to start with, is just the question on the scene. So the Mishnah says, any carbon offered out, not which one, or is not to be done to the purpose of the covenant being offered, is kosher. It's always the obligation of my why you have to phrase it that way. Listening, and all in the Bible, the same program. Just tells you a little bit. So, Ella, but, Shalom, only the Bible, the same program. It doesn't count for the owner, however, that's always his obligation. Why not just say, below on the Bible and say, it doesn't count, but you should. Ella Shalom. Just say, below, all of the Bible and say, it doesn't count towards the owner for the obligation. That's it. Gemara says, "How come Hashem come teach me? Let's not come Hashem alone. Below Alu, Rishim Chova, Hava Biktusha Sai, Tiny, Va'asar Yego." We'll see what it says as follows. He said, "I'm told the owner to the father obligation, but the carbon still retains its initial residual kedusha, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't make any more deviation." Now, what does that mean? Look at the Rashi. Actually, the first line goes to the bottom of Kedusha. Sayo kaini va'asu l'shenei Su shnui achrina, lavo echas mishar avodos l'chafid l'shalom l'shma. Your avar l'shnina kasha. So let me give you a simple example over here. Let's say according to the Tanakh. Let's just keep it simple. I went ahead and I was offering up a shlomin. And instead I went ahead and I had in mind for a carbon toda, a Thanksgiving offering. Okay, so what's that local? Kosher, but what? I was meant to bring another carbon because I still owe a shlomin. Now, you want to say it like this. You might have thought like this. Once I went ahead and I deviated in the intentionality, right? I know I had in mind for the total, so that I could even deviate in the rest of the avodos. One of the exciting things we're going to talk about, we're going to go through extensively, are the various steps in carbonic service. So I will say, so remember again, there's smicha, leading us, shchita, shechting, kabbalah, seeping of the blood. There's movement of the blood, walking of the blood to the mizbeach, zrika, sprinkling of the blood. So I'm going to talk like this. Once I deviated in the kavanah, then it doesn't really make a difference if I deviate the areas as well. Hamash Malon, the Gemara says, not true. Hamash Malon, the Gemara says, it's true. I messed up. So therefore, again, this covenant, which was supposed to be a shlomin, now had the wrong definition of a todah, which means I had not fulfilled my obligation. But for the rest of the ritual rites and carbonic rites and services, I should maintain the right mindset of a shlomin. Just because I deviated on the front end of this carbon does not allow for future deviation. Now, granted, if I did deviate by other avodas, the covenant is still not sure, but you should still try to keep the right mindset for the rest of the avodas. It's just I've not fulfilled my obligation ultimately again when it comes to my shlomin, about the kedusha, but the covenant still retains its kedusha as a shlomin. You should not make any more deviations in this carbon. So say, I really profoundly sure if you think about it, it's worth my teaching us that a lot of times when we make mistakes, we kind of assume, oh, well, I messed up anyway. So once I messed up, what's the point of trying to rectify it? It's not true. We mess up in life, but the goal in life, sometimes you can't avoid making a mistake, or if I can't avoid making a mistake, at least if I can't undo the mistake, the best thing I can do is don't compound it. Don't double down on it. Try to figure out what I can do to extricate myself from the clutches of this mistake now instead of trying to make it worse. That's the Gemara saying. So it's like this. You have an Ola that was at the Shlomo with the Shlomo. Whatever the case is, I shechted an Ola for the purpose of a Toda. Right? Shol Lishma. Also, Lizlok Dama Shol Lishma. Even though I'm going to listen to this, even I had the wrong intention by Shchita. Right? So ultimately, again, it was supposed to be an Ola. But instead, I went with during Shchita, I had in mind for a shlomin. Okay, so now the cover is still going to be kosher, not going to sound some obligations. Make sure that the ensuing ritual rights, the carbonic rights, that you maintain the right mindset. Whenever you do zrika, don't zrika ultimately again, for the sake of the shlomin, do zrika for the original Ola intention. Incredible. So the man says, Levi's in the svara, Levi's a makra. So this concept, and even if I deviated in the original intentionality by, let's say, the shkita, I should not deviate during future aspects of the carbonic service, but I should maintain the right mindset. The man says either this is a svara or it's a pasi. So the Gemara says, Ibai say Svara. So what's the Svara? So very simple. Mishum Deshani Ba Kohani V'Rishkim Ba V'Daisel. Just because they made one mistake, they should continue to make more mistakes. So it's like, what a line. What a line. Just because I messed up once, I should keep on messing up. Just because I've been making the same mistake for 35 years, I should continue to go to make the same mistake for the next 35 years. No, change. Okay, so I made a mistake by the Shkita. But again, going forward by the other avodas, should do the right thing. God's part is by a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Motza Svasecha Tishma. Listen to this. So the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Devarim. Motza Svasecha Tishma. V'aseh kasher nadarta l'Hashem Elokecha midava. So the pasuk says, literally translated, Motza Svasecha Tishma. Whatever you articulate, whatever you utter, make sure to honor it. Make sure to keep it. V'aseh kasher nadarta l'Hashem Elokecha midava. And you shall do what you vowed to Hashem your God in the double. That was like, you see the problem in the past, right? The past says, talking about my kabbos, or the application of my kabbos. Whatever you promised to do, something whatever neder you made, fulfill it. But then how does it end off? With a nedava. What's the neder and nedava are two different things. High nedava, you might say, so why does the pasuk mention nedava? Amud neder. So I said, ultimately, the subject of the pasuk is kasher nadarta, a neder. So it's talking about a neder. Why are you bringing up midava at this point? First of all, take a look at that. The hard kasher nadarta ksiv. There's a distinction between a neder. What's the distinction? So the Gemara says, neder the amar harei alai, midava harei yisu. Right. So neder ultimately again is on the dabra. Like harei alai, I take upon myself. And midava, ultimately, again, let's say this animal should be midava. So we must ask me, why does the pasuk vacillate between neder and midava? Yeah, they're both the pasuk is incredible. Top line, B, days with days, Ella. In Kamash Nadarta CCA, the Gemara teaching me that if you fulfilled, right, if you carried through on that which you intended to do, and ultimately, then your offering is a neder. The imlav. They love midava, and if not, ultimately again, it will be counted as in midava. Look at that. In Rabbi in midava, even if it's not that, then midava keres, no issue on the show. In general, that's saying this is exactly our principle. And I love Lamais again. If let's say I had an obligation to bring a car back, but when I offered it, I had in mind for the wrong type of car.
Dog, you're horny as fuck.
The cover is kosher, so to speak, it becomes like an adult. I'm offering up a cover. It doesn't count as my obligation, but I'm offering up a cover. When you double, you shall be converted, and what's it? Even as an adult, ultimately again, are you allowed to go ahead and change it in the vision of the double? And it is what you do from this. But when I say even if you need a change in the definition of the carbon, you should not make subsequent changes in the assumed ritual contracts. Look at that. You don't need to change it. Even the Rahman, how you need the double, you shall recite it. And if it's false, this misdesignated karma in the double, it tells you that even though you made a mistake on the front end, don't continue to have shalom intentions the rest of the way. So, I'm going to do a double. The name is a double. Well, public double, the arca, which is given to the karma, this is the second double, all right, double, the genius in my last day. The genius in my last day. You are not with us. You are not with us. You are with us. Karma. The love is in place. Right? The one who is the 90 and they come up in place. The love of moving Mahayasa, Rabbi, Rabbi was constant. He was going about and talking about everything behind the face, reading all the different revolutions, and he was out. He was like a couple of years ago. The genius of massive last night. The genius that everything depends on who your friends are, who you hang out with, right? Depends on what you consider a good match. Whatever you consider being the friends, or did you miss out? And because you know, I thought, oh, did you miss out? Manage. Rabbi was on fire. I was on fire. I see his numbers going to hide and spitting out questions and contradictions and without so my name is Nayasa. So it's obviously to imagine, right? So Papa has a lot of over here. So I probably do. So when you tell me what happened. Right? Give me some training in Nayasa. So So tonight, we got to this. All Kabbalahs that are offered at Shalom Lishma. So watch this. Torah is Shalom Lishma. And interestingly enough, there's a voice happening in the Mishnah. So again, let's take some of this. I have an obligation to open up the Shalom. So what am I doing? At the time of the speaker, I have in mind that it should be the Shem Ola. I'm actively having in mind the wrong Rabbinic designation. Okay, so good news and bad news. What's the good news? What's the good news? Carbon is kosher. Bad news? I still have to bring another trouble. 3 times over obligation. I also have the Hastama, only the Bible Shem Ola. What about the following case? What about if, let's say, that I'm obligated to bring a shlomo, and at the time of the carbon, I had no intention. I didn't have any intention. Like the main carbon, I did something what the good news is, I didn't have intention for the wrong context. What's the bad news or other news is, I also didn't have explicit intent to do a shlomo. So Rabbi posited that just the cover is kosher and counts towards my obligation. Why? Stama Allah Rabbi, Stama Nani Jamishmanda. What was Rabbi's view? Rabbi's view was that Mishnah, the problematic piece was when you have in mind ultimately again for the wrong. This is Joseph said, my what is the compromise? When I have in mind for the wrong type of compromise. So I had in mind
So just to blow your mind.
As long as you don't have erroneous intent, the cover is considered the offer of Ishma. Fascinating. Or maybe one second. Cover gets mixed up to hustle, stomach, and hustle. Contrast this with get. Let's I didn't get that as well for the purpose of let's say again, leaving was involved, leaving was stuff. So this one, I'm divorcing my wife's lawful, and so it's great, it takes a little bit of time, right? So please don't give me, so if you happen to find the living in a layover here, living in a ruffle, you find the people, right? And it's there, it's living in a ruffle. Obviously, it doesn't work, right? Why doesn't it work? Because actually it's small. So it's the most of the stomach, not the hustle. What happens if the social ultimately again just wrong? What didn't write it for the wrong woman? He just wanted to stop. Just wanted to stop. Such a death is going to be possible also. So what's really thinking is, you see here that I don't know myself, so no intention is considered to be negative intention. So what's going on? Just shut the mercy of the end of that. We resolve that. We both know that this time is smart over. Each side is still a lot with the other snowman. You can't compare them to each other. But in general, a married woman has a self-protective marriage. This represents a tremendous change in the overall life situation. That applies after the small. In general, if I designate a covenant of small, I'm reading it. So the default is I designated it. Remember again, I designated it, I abbreviated it. So what's the default? The default is that it's for shorter. As long as I don't change the default, we're good to go. Because these are just fundamentally different from us. So we spoke in the stomach chimney on. But from where do you know that if you offer up a covenant without specific intent, that the covenant is going to be touched? Where do you know that from? So you know, just even when they house, perhaps you're something else to help. This time, I was talking to his position of the Shman, so I'll also say that maybe he's on Mishnah. Again, remember, look how our Mishnah is structured. All covenants that were offered up Shalom Lishman. Shalom Lishman. So what does that mean again? What's the problem over there? They're being offered up for the wrong designation. That's what ultimately they're compromised. The low covenant is Shalom Lishman. Very interesting, right? If you really wanted to see that, that you can stand, problematic, then it would have been a better way to how should have said, Kolazvachim, Shalom Yizrael Shema. If it wasn't offered to Shema, then ultimately it's Kasha below all of the item. That would have told me that even zero intent is still problematic. The fact that it says Kolazvachim, ultimately Kolazvachim Shalom Shema indicates to us wrong intention is what compromises the carbon. No intention does not. No intention does not. Gemara says, Shadeget Nani Hakatani, Kalaget Shanichtav, Shalom L'Shem Ushapasol, the Lokatani, Shalom Nichtav L'Shem Ushapasol. There's the problem. I didn't yet that same verbiage as well. I didn't know that's not halakha. And I didn't know the halakha is ultimately that law. That Shalom L'Shem, that only stand is going to cover. So, for example, again, in the case would be, let's say again, I'm offering up a common Pesach, or right, instead I have in mind for Shlomo. So, says, I'm about L'Shem Pesach, L'Shem Shlomo. Now, the reason, again, that this is a case of Shalom L'Shema is why? Because you actually have in mind for two distinct designations. L'Shem Pesach, Ustava, Kasha. That's what I say, by the way. So it's not the best example of Kasha. Pesach was one of the examples that Shana Kama said it messes up everything. But don't worry about that right now. So the says as follows. What do you notice in there? When do you say that a change of intention impacts the carbon? Only when there's an active change of designation. But when I say this, the first part is it was supposed to be a Pesach that I had in mind again, had in mind for or it's had in mind for Pesach. And again, what the first one is that box. How does it Pesach stomach? But ultimately, again, if the injection is first a Pesach and then change to just a non-discrete intention, Kasha. Someone to the Shema. Therefore, what do you see from here? No intention, like what we call the stomach intention. Ultimately, again, is the same as the Shema intention. Or stated otherwise, the only study compromise the Torah can actively have in mind for a different combined designation. Like what I love from my socks, we just have stocks, powder, right? No specific intent. The government for the instructors. No time that's needed to observe why. Dollar will come up with you guys. Allah South back is shown on the whole side. So what's the news? Because, for example, let's say you say the same thing out, and then you don't have any intentionality. That's okay. Why? Well, my son sees that section is on the outset. That sets the tone. And even if there's no specific intent the rest of the way forward, that's okay. Because I created the intentionality tone. Allah was one more on your stuff. I wouldn't say, oh, Shalom, look at the end of that. You say, but Shalom is small, you were small. Once you get about Shalom is small, you should Shalom with Shem Pesach. You start off by saying Shalom with Shem Pesach. Time of that, saying Shalom with Shem Pesach. Compromises because you're actively different intents from all or Shem Pesach. Kosher, but ultimately, again, if there's no intention, Shem Pesach. So the kosher, no one said nothing will be that different. Why? The other will be that suffer out. So, those are the maybe just active like since at the end you had in mind the river that shows up from the beginning of the Nami, I do the small, Tana Nami, Shalom, the back to this bring up some piece order to maintain a sense. So also we're going to stop today. She's working in tomorrow. So again, what's our open question? If I have the wrong intention by the carbon, so we decide Chatos, Hasham, and Pesach. The carbon is Hasham, but also right intention. Some intention does that compromise the carbon? And you might want to try to answer that. We're talking about a couple of times. Tomorrow morning. Keep track of us.
Wanna find out where we are.
us begin a great discourse Baruch Hashem to be able to begin the new Masechta today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank everyone coming to our sponsors. Dedicating all the Shumer Drushos this year. Thomas on Yisrael. Our sponsors for the month of Elul Habarim with Thomas Ben Goldberg. For Elif and Shomas of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Baker Hazel, Bas Zelig, and the hopes that the tears of our healing of Chai Yisrael will be answered. Shmuel Levi Davis, the Ilu Nishmas, David Pons, Father Rabbi Arifman, Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben HaChavar, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Lebracha. And our Dafyonim scriptures for today, Josh and Malki, Rothschild, the Ilu Nishmas, Harav Daniel Ben HaDikda Leib Zichron Lebracha. The Shiva Yeshiva Space Yisrael was nifter yesterday. Josh is ready for it. So, the Open the merit of our Kamatora and the Shama Slavin Aliyah, the families doing the Kama, all of those who were here, were culturally Yisrael. For Yisrael, Kushan, Yerkashan, bring home our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to reach against the whole Maasi Yadayim, and the Mirza Hashem make it to be a Tobi, Pisos, Pavos, Gula, and the Mikha. Let's do that. Let us begin. Baruch Hashem. What a source. So welcome back to Sammy Esperson. Baruch haba. Thank you for everything that you did for Ami Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Don't say what a source is, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin the set as it's walking together. Oh my gosh, I could barely sleep last night thinking about Kachin, Baruch Hashem. And again, how understand, it's big stuff. Understand that in Eretz Hashem, when Mashiach comes, you have to know what we're doing. You have to have an idea. For 2,000 years, this has been so esoteric. And for 2,000 years, ultimately, again, this has kind of been something of the past and maybe some distant future. But we believe with all of our heart that in Hashem, this year is going to be the year of Gula. And to be able to go to the Beis Hamikdash with our families and know what's going on and know what's happening and know what we're obligated to do and how we have to do it. Is supposed to go Mizo. Not the greatest one could possibly imagine. So with that, let's get ready. Let's get ready. Let's just learn that to Let's get ready to prepare for Gula. Let's get ready to prepare for the Beis Hamikdash. And Yetz Hashem, let's get ready to lose ourselves in the sea of Kedusha in Yetz Hashem over the coming months. And in Yetz Hashem, yes, let's go. It's a fascinating halacha. Any carbon that you offer up shalom lishma. Now, what does it mean shalom lishma? Take a look at Rashi. Calls up so also the nice part is we're a little bit back to regular sized pages, a little bit back to regular pages. So that's Hashem. Those Harius pages were let's say quite intense. So call it Rashi. Call it shalom lishma. So one of the great things that we're going to get to over the course of this Masechta is in there to really get a categorical understanding of karbanos. So, for example, let's say a person has an olah. An olah, of course, is a carbon that is totally consumed on his day. Versus a shrub. Right? A shrub is a carbon where part of it is consumed, part of it is eaten by the owner, part of it ultimately, again, is eaten by the kohanim. So let's say again, I have to bring an olah. But instead, what ends up happening is I have kavanah for a shlamim. Now we're going to do kavanah when? So the Pasha, let's assume right here that at the time that the animal is being shafted, I have kavanah ultimately for a shlamim. So I have the wrong intention by my carbon. The first thing it says, share. Kavanah is carbon. So let's say, watch this. Just understand the tremendously so that the Gemara, the first line of the sentence comes from, what does it say? What is the discussion ultimately again when it comes to touching the first intention is intentionality. If you want a life of Kadshin, if at the end of the day you want a life of Kedusha, the most important concept, the most important thing is intentionality. A life without intentionality is a life that's not really going where you want it to go. I put this today, I just actually put this last night from time this year. I think it actually. Piaget's the big down. That ultimately is so important to have special. Piaget says, do what you want. Don't do whatever you want. Right? But go ahead and time with your friends, relax, recreation, learn Torah, have dinner, do whatever you want to do, but make sure that you have a schedule. Because when you have a schedule, then you live life with intentionality. You live life with direction. So you must have the idea. You want a car, but you want sugar, you want closeness to HaKadosh. You want connection to the Olam. What do you need? You need intentionality. You need intentionality. You have to have focus. God forgiveness. I thought I didn't have any intentionality. Okay, good things could still come without intentionality. Great things can only come with intentionality. So if you want a true carbon, at the end of the day, you need intentionality. Like if you didn't have it, your carbon could still be kosher. Ella, what's the caveat? The caveat is very interesting that the carbon will not count toward the obligation of the owner. So, for example, I will say, let's say I was obligated. Again, we're just going to use terms loosely now, without any real depth to it. Just an illustration. So, let's say again in Mishnah's case, I'm obligated to go ahead and bring an olam. That's my obligation. Torah Mishnah tells me that if I have in mind that I'm shafted first, I'm still yotzei. So what does it mean I'm still yotzei? What does it mean? Oh, I should say it's still kosher. Kosher means the carbon is a legitimate carbon. But what? It doesn't satisfy my obligation. So in other words, the carbon itself is validated, but if I was bringing it to satisfy a particular obligation, that does not work. It's a fascinating idea. So carbon is fit, legitimately fit, but at the end of the day, it does not satisfy my obligation. Next, so what's this fascinating? Now there are two exceptions to this rule. So in general, the Mishnah spells the rule. You offer up a carbon for the wrong intention, right? For the for the wrong intention, the carbon is kosher, but it doesn't work to satisfy the owner's obligation. There are two exceptions to this rule. Where if you offer up a carbon with the wrong intention, the carbon is invalid. What are those two exceptions? Pesach, and Katos. Good. So what's going on over here? Rashi says over here, puts me Pesach, Katos, first short line, Shin Psulin Ligamre. If you offer up a carbon Pesach, not Lishma. If you go ahead and you offer up a Katos, not Lishma, the carbonos are entirely invalid. Not only do they not count for the owner's obligation, but ultimately, again, they are not kosher as well. Incredible. So Rabbi Rosa says, Rabbi Rosa says it's not just Pesach and Chatos, but we also include Asham. I will say, again, one of the exciting things that we're going to get to do in Kachin is really define our carbonic categories. So remember, Chatos and an Asham are both sinopes. Both sinopes, obviously, they atone for different things that we'll discuss. So the Rosa says, just like a Chatos, ultimately, again, if offered up Slow Lishma is possible, the covenant itself is possible, so to again a single applies with an Asham. HaPesach Bizmano, V'Chatas V'Asham B'Chol Zman. It's not even very interesting. When do we ultimately again have Pesach, Chatos are invalid, when Dafka Bizmano. Bizmano means that one can find Pesach, and Chatos, and Asham and Pesach. So this is very important. Chatos ultimately again is only going to be invalid if you have wrong intention. At the time you get a cover Pesach will normally be offered. And let's say if the mission's operating over here is a very important piece. So a cover Pesach at its core is what? Is a shlomim. So which is why it's only an Erev Pesach that is called a Pesach. The rest of the year it just become a Shlomim. So the Gemara is saying over here that when do we say that a Pesach that is offered up Shalom Lishma is going to be possible? That's only when it's offered up to Zmano, i.e. Erev Pesach. Achatos and an Asham that are offered up without intention are going to be possible all year round. All the time. Good. So you want to look at the Rabbi Eliezer. So the Rothschild says, Rabbi Eliezer is explaining why he includes Asham in the category of Chatos and Pesach. He says, I'll tell you why. Chatos comes because of the sin. Asham ba'achit. And Asham also comes for our faith. Chatos psula shalom lishma. Just like a Chatos, if you offer all Lishma, again, I will say, remember, Shalom Lishma means, for now, we're assuming Shalom Lishma means what? For the wrong, wrong purpose, for the wrong designation. Right? I bought the chatos and I had in mind for a shlomi. So the Rothschild will say this: just like a chatos is possible shalom and possible shalom. So too ultimately again, an ashram is possible shalom b'shma. Incredible. Again, one sec. So let's just pause for just a second. Let's review. What do we have? And one sec. You're going to see kachim. It's really, it's not complicated. There's just a lot of details that you have to follow with. Okay, so detail no institutions. Remember, the unwritten rule is offer up every part of the right purpose. Okay, this Mishnah doesn't have to say that because that's kind of obvious. What happens if I offered up the carbon for the wrong designation? Maybe I bet it is practice. And a comma said, however, if the practice starts the application of the owner, and a comma says, two exceptions to this rule. What are they? Pasos and Pesach and Pasos. However, Pesach is only invalid when offered up on Erev Pesach for the wrong intention. Pasos all year round. But the Eliezer says the structure of Pasos and Pesach is also Asham. Now, what she says, why are you including Asham? It's simple. If whatever is going to work for a Pasos, or whatever is going to be true for a Pasos, should also be true for an Asham. Why? Just like the Pasos is a sin offering, Asham is a sin offering, and therefore, again, Halacha L'Maisa, Pasos is going to be invalid when offered up to the Lord Yishmael, so with Asham should be invalid if offered up to the Yishmael. Beautiful definition. No, that's the point. You'll see they call you over the phone, and it's hard from the shitty place after the shitty Pasos, you see it. You'll see them calling them. And those items of Kabbalah that are offered up, the shitty Pesach and the shitty Pasos are going to be cost. I'm not saying what exactly that means. Look at that in this moment. And it's hard from the shitty Pesach. The shitty Pesach is working. So this could be done in the use of the shitty Pesach. So the shitty Pesach is supposed to so you'll see in holding things like this. The same way that a Pesach or a Chatas, if offered up for the wrong designation, are invalid. Also, if on Erev Pesach you offer up another carbon, the same carbon Pesach, and during the rest of the year you offer up another carbon, the same Chatas, that erroneous designation will invalidate those carbons as well. So it's understand what's happening here. According to Kama and Rabbi Eliezer, in general, the rule is if you offer up kabanos for the wrong designation, the carbon is still kosher. It doesn't come from the owners, but ultimately still kosher. Two exceptions. What is the exceptions? Those exceptions? Chatos and Pesach. But again, it's just Chatos and Pesach. These people only coming along and saying it works the same way that Pesach and Chatos, if offered shalom b'shman, are possible. So too, if on Erev Pesach you offer up another carbon, the same Pesach, that carbon is invalidated. You offer up another carbon, the same Chatos, that carbon is invalid. So just the reverse is true as well. Shimon the Achi Azariah, I will say this is fascinating. Shimon, the brother of Azariah, said, that is a very strange title. What is that? Shimon ben Azariah? Shimon Achi Azariah, Shimon the brother of Azariah. That's not how the Gemara, that's not how the Mishnah records things. A beautiful Rashi, look at that. Shimon Achi Azariah, this is so beautiful. Hashim Sha'azariah, Osek B'Tavat Matya. Shimon and Azariah were brothers. Shimon was a Talmud, and Azariah was a businessman. And what did Azariah do? The secret started showing up. Ultimately, again, Azariah was successful in this. And he supported his brother Shimon in his learning and what he would do. But he's still there. And he was really intimate with us. Shemchilek Azariah described Hamido Shoshin. And ultimately, again, Azariah should get part of the schar, part of the reward for Shimon's learning. Meaning the Sota. And ye can each as kolhon beso lo kishon achi Azariah bifach nikra ashmo shalamad al yado. So it's very beautiful. Therefore, Shimon is always known as the brother of Azariah. Why? Because Azariah was one who enabled him through his support ultimately again to become a great Talmid Chacham. So there's a lot of beautiful lessons to be learned over here. Just first of all, I want to point out that if you notice the Lashon of Rashi, is Rashi says over there that when Azariah supported Shimon, his full by name is Hilek Azariah. They stipulated between the two of them that part of the star for the learning should go to Azariah. Both like, so sometimes we go ahead and we say Hilek. Hilek means like half. Hilek doesn't have to be half. Hilek just means a portion. At the end of the day, it would be hard to believe that you get half of the reward for some learning just by supporting them. You can get some of the reward, but there are certain things in life where you're only going to get the real measure or the real a significant portion of the reward is what? If you're doing the work yourself. Like there's only so much reward you can buy. You definitely can purchase a good amount of it, but the lion's share of reward only really comes through dynamic effort. That's number one. Let me tell you, say, what do you see from here? That sometimes in life it is not about what we do for ourselves, but it's about the greatness that we enable in others. Because think about it, if you enable greatness on something, it's of course multiplier. I'm one person. And one person is only so much I can do. But if I try to do my best and I figure out how to enable people and support others, whether it's materially or just emotionally, to be able to become the best version of themselves, then I not only have a feeling in my own accomplishment, but I share a feeling in my accomplishment as well. Sometimes even greater what you do for yourself is the greatest that only can be enable others. Incredible. So let's show that here, as I say. He says, okay, trust in the things of one and so Shimon the mother of Natalia has an interesting approach. He said like this: when it comes to making a statement of resignation, he says it all depends on the mistake. If you went ahead and you had erroneous intent for a carbon of higher sanctity, then your carbon is still valid, still kosher. If you had in mind for a carbon of lower sanctity, then your carbon is invalid. Give you an example of these traits. So we'll say again, we're going to very excited because we're going to define all of these categories. But for our purposes this morning, Kachei Kadashim represents Kabbalah's of piracy. So let's say I'm shechting Kachei Kadashim. But when I shecht it, I have in mind for Kachim Kaler. So therefore, I'm having in mind for a lower sanctity carbon. Ultimately, puzzle. This puzzle, Kachim Kadashim, is shechting. I said to myself, this affair never will go so. But soon after the anxiety is really coming along and modifying the kind of comment, right? Because really kind of comment said it was, you check the carbon to low smell for the wrong intention. The carbon is going to be kosher, carbon is fine.
What up to a Australian state comedy finalist and my friend Zoot. How you living, big dog? Big dog, I'm talking to you, baby.
If you had an intention for a higher sanctity carbon or lower sanctity carbon, then you're right.
If I win, one of my friends comes to run up to others.
Yeah, you're not gonna win, so I wouldn't worry about that.
If I do win, I don't think I will. But if I do win, I'm going to hand it. If one of my friends becomes runner up, I'm going to hand it over to them.
Yeah, they probably won't let you do that though. No, they won't. This isn't like fucking kindergarten. They're gonna say, then you're disqualified.
For the purpose of Shlomim, represents again an elevation of status.
Okay, what if your friend is like, no, you deserve it, I don't want it?
But at the end of the day, if you go ahead and you have a Shlomim and you shift it for the purpose of the far or the purpose of the answer, ultimately again, it will be possible.
All right, Zoot, I'm telling you this right now.
For the purposes of something,
I want you to win,
and therefore it will be.
and I hope the very best for you on Friday.
Yeah, I want one of my friends.
Don't have that mentality. You want to win, Zoot. Doug, this is your last chance to go to. This is your last chance to go to nationals. This is the biggest deal in all of Australian comedy.
It's kosher.
Yes, it is kind of like getting on the Kill Tony, but maybe on steroids. I think it's kind of bigger in Australia. It might be bigger.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure that this is bigger in Australia than Kill Tony is in Australia. What's it? That's totally true, Zoot.
It doesn't count for the owner towards it.
Yeah.
His obligation.
You have to pass true tests to get on.
What are the tests?
Just say below. All of the Bible machine
First one
doesn't count
is
towards the owner for the obligation. That's it.
the first one is just the one at Boston State Farms.
Oh, okay, yeah. How many people are in the big finals?
It does not count towards the owner.
How many people are in the big finals?
The carbon still retains
State
its
Farms?
initial.
No, the final finals, the national finals.
You can't make any more
One for each state.
Now, what does that mean?
And so how many, what about territories?
Territories.
Okay, so what is it? What is that, 9?
Western Australia, Northern Territory, Western Australia, Northern Territory, South Australia, Victoria,
I was offering up a shlum.
Queensland.
And instead, I went ahead and I
I don't know
had
if
mine
ACT
for a
has
carbon total. Thanksgiving offering.
California
So
might have one.
what's that about? What's that about?
I know for sure Western Australia, Northern Territory, Queensland.
Doug, what about New South Wales? What about New South Wales?
Now, if you want to say it like this, you might have thought like
Yeah,
this.
New South Wales.
You did not set the first time. Okay, and what about the Canberra? Yeah.
Carbonic service. So I'm going to say, so remember again, there's smicha, leaving certain animals, there's chita, shefting, seeping of the blood, there's halacha, movement of the blood, right, walking of the blood.
All right.
So they,
Are you ready to lose?
Sprinkling of the blood. So I'm going to talk like this. Once I deviate from
You're not.
the kavanah,
You're not? Okay.
make a difference if I deviate in other areas.
Well, when you are, I'm here for you.
You ever wonder what your life is about like a certain decision?
I messed up. So therefore,
I try not to live in the past. I'm pretty happy with my life. Hey, oh, by the way, Zoot, somebody came in yesterday and they're like, I told them about what I do, and they're like, oh, somebody else on YouTube does that. And I'm like, oh, fuck, who is that? And I go and I look them up, and they do what I do, but they only do it from one angle. They don't have their sound on, and they've only been doing it 250 days, and I've been doing it over 1,500 days.
But you should still try to maintain the right mindset for the rest of the episodes. It's just I've not fulfilled my obligation ultimately again. When it comes to
Do you think people
Hashem, about big
People care now. But Zoot, you know you're gonna have a movie made about you. Zoot, you know you might have a trilogy. Everybody who I've ever encountered, when this goes viral, I have more content than any person ever. Every person that I have ever encountered will have like a spin-off or like a their own story. It's like Batman or Superman. Like all his friends get a movie. And you have a lot of your life recorded. I mean, you probably have like several weeks, more than several weeks, maybe 10 weeks of your life just vocally recorded. You're gonna have your own, not just movie, but you'd have a trilogy. I think that someday you might be one of the top 5 most famous Australians of all time. Oh yeah, for sure. Just based on the amount of data that you've created.
Okay, so now the covenant's still
I'll be dead.
not an obligation. Make sure that by the ensuing
What'd you say, Zoot?
ritual rites, the Quranic rites, that you maintain the right.
I'll be dead when it happens, so it doesn't matter.
All right, well maybe they revivify you and bring your ass back.
Again, from the Shlomim, is Rika for the original Ola intention. Incredible. So the Mount says, Levi's in the Svara. Levi's in the
What if I get cremated?
So this concept.
All right, well they can still bring you back in other ways. Zoot, were you aware that UFC?
I don't want to come back.
All right. Well, nobody wants you to come back, Zoo. Were you aware that UFC's on?
This is a svara or it's a pasta. So the Gemara says, even if it's a
Yes.
svara, so it's the svara.
You were aware that UFC's on?
Here's the thing: if they figure out,
Just because of
if they figure out, definitely.
Okay. All right. I don't know how anybody's gonna figure that out. What I do want you to know: do you want the link to be able to watch the UFC for free?
No, change. Okay, so I made a mistake by the Shkita.
Yeah.
But again,
All right. Go to streameast.sk. STREAMEAST.sk. Did you hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. I don't want to watch UFC. But they can figure out if that what happens after death. If they figure out a way, if they figure out a way to stream consciousness after death.
Word, baby.
So if they can figure out ways to stream someone's consciousness while alive and then stream them after death, they can see what happens after death.
Whatever you promise to do,
Right.
but then how does it end off?
Like,
In the double. We'll say letter and the double.
neuroscience might be able to read thoughts. That's the thing.
Says, so why does the person mention the double?
If consciousness isn't coming from the brain,
So
then it can, that can change everything about neuroscience. So there's no way to prove this doesn't come from.
Okay. Is there any way to prove where UFC's coming from? This time around. Why don't you watch it?
Right, so never ultimately against
I don't think even that consensual violence promotes consensual violence in some cases.
You don't like UFC?
I don't like violence.
All right, but I mean, do you like football?
Not really. Yeah, it's consensual, yeah, sure.
Well, isn't you consensual, dog?
Yeah, but I do think even consensual violence promotes consensual violence.
Okay.
The carbon is kosher.
So do you not like any sports because some of them are violent?
I don't like violence.
I know. I asked you like any sports.
Are you allowed to go ahead and make changes in the designation of an agava? And the answer is no. What do you see from here? And Allah says, even if you made a change in the designation of the carbon, you should not make subsequent changes during the ensuing rituals and rites. Look at Rashi.
Doug, did you know that Chris Rock is at this event?
Designated carbon in the double. It tells you that even though you made a mistake up front end, don't
No, he's
continue
just
to
in his,
have shalom
he's just
small
watching.
intentions
Do you like
for
Chris
the rest
Rock?
of the way. Incredible. I'm going to do the double. We're going to do the double. Well, how this carbon ba'arta?
Zoop, do you like Chris Rock?
So he said, Papa, did you
I like when Chris Rock
miss
said, Will Smith Chris Rock.
I thought you said you don't like violence. What the fuck, man? You're like a huge hypocrite.
I'm kidding. Chris Rock was bad.
All right. I have a question. Do you know who one of Chris Rock's writers? Oh, wait. My turn to say something. I think that was a big show. Pretty show, surprisingly. But I have a question. I never saw it.
I thought it was kind of mediocre.
Why do you consider something to tell your friends, oh, did you miss out?
It was just like him as a little boy. Okay, well, here's a question that I have for you, Zoo. Were you aware of who one of Chris Rock's writers was?
Obviously, you can imagine, right? So Papa has a lot of FOMO over here. So Papa says,
Louis
"Can you tell me what happened? Like, give me something." So tonight we talked about when
Yeah, he has like at least 3 of them.
So watch this. Hang on.
Who's a comedian that doesn't have that?
You don't people try, you reject all their information, all their suggestions.
And what am I doing? At the time of the Shvita, I have in mind that it should be.
Zoot, you're gonna beat Chelsea on Friday, and you're gonna tell that bitch what's up. You're gonna say, "Listen here, bitch. I'm the best fucking comedian in this whole fucking state, and nobody fucks with me. And I'm going to nationals, and I'm gonna win there, and then they're gonna create a Raw International. I'm gonna even win that bitch."
What about if, let's say, I'm not going to finish Shlomo?
Really?
At the time of the,
I don't know why.
I had no intention.
Did they have it like?
I didn't have any intention.
No, they don't. I think the reason why they don't is because
I didn't have intention for the young Carbo.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Other news is I also didn't have explicit intent to bring a Shlomo. So Rabbi,
yeah, baby.
that such a carbon is kosher and counts towards my obligation.
Why'd you fucked up, Biggie?
Someone says,
Because you know what happens after
What happens after you win Raw?
Dramatic case was when you have in mind ultimately
you go on
for the wrong
competitions, the biggest open mic on the competition in the world.
So my when is the covenant compromise?
It is
When I have
called.
in mind for the
I think it's called so you think you're
I have
you
in
let me check.
mind for an Olaf. That's when the covenant is compromised.
Yeah, it's called so you think you're funny.
But if you just have
Okay,
no intention,
but that is that. No one's going on that.
Obviously, because I thought it, but at the time of the Shvita, I didn't have any intention. That works.
No,
When I say
no,
that
very
works,
good.
it's
It's good,
the
right?
covenant is kosher.
I mean, I've never known of an American comic to go there after winning something in the United States. That must just be in the Commonwealth or something. But you were asking, why isn't there an internet competition? I think probably of the languages. Like, how are you going to have a Chinese guy and a Japanese guy and a bunch of English speakers and somebody who speaks Arabic, somebody who speaks French? You know, like, maybe they're really funny in their own language, but that doesn't necessarily translate. Does that make sense to you? Well, that would be different. But you said, why isn't there an international one? So it should be an international English competition. Does that make sense to you? The United States used to have a like an open mic competition on NBC called Last Comic Standing, but that's not really on anymore. But when it was on, it was a big fucking deal. And the guy who won the first one literally went on to do absolutely nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. And he was really, really funny on the show and then disappeared. And now he's kind of like a laughing stock in the comedy world. Like, dude, you won the biggest comedy competition in the United States, and then you just disappeared. What the fuck happened to you? And the guy who got runner-up, do you know who Ralphie May is or was?
So what's the default? The default is that it's for Shlomo. As long as
you don't?
The default, we're good to go. So in other words,
he was like a 600-pound comedian.
But from where do you know? That if you offer up a carbon without specific intent, that the carbon is going to be
nobody knows who that is.
So you might say, perhaps you learn from here. So ultimately, we'll say, so again, maybe it's our Mishnah. Right? Because again, remember, look how our Mishnah phrased. All karbanos that were offered of shalom l'shman. What's the problem over here? They're being offered up for the
Zoot.
wrong designation. That's what ultimately they're compromised. The low company should not use the food lishma. If the Mishnah wanted to teach us that even stam is problematic, then it would have been a better way to try to, how should it have said?
I think I could beat that.
If it wasn't offered lishma,
Yeah, dude, it depends what you consider a joke. But if you were just doing things with your face and you consider that to be a joke, then, I mean, if the jokes have to be words, then I guess you could just, like, make really short jokes like, yo, dog, you suck dick. That's one joke. You're a dick sucker. That's two jokes. Go fuck yourself. That's three jokes, etc. Does that make sense? This is a question for you. You are not a fan of the UFC. Have you ever watched the UFC? Which one did you watch?
Give me an example of Lishman and Shalom Lishman. What's the example?
Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, you did. That was a really big fight.
Let's say again, I'm offering up a Kavan Pesach, all right, and instead I have in mind for Shlomi. So the Gemara says, "Taima the Amar l'shem Pesach."
Zoot. Here's what I want you to do on Friday when you whoop Chelsea's ass. I want you to say, listen here, bitch. And I'm the best motherfucking comedian in all of South Australia. And I'm going on to the finals and I'm going to whoop ass there. Then I'm going to whoop ass in the International Raw Comedy Finals. Then I'm going to Edinburgh. I'm going to show everybody, so you think you can be funny? Fuck yeah, I'm the funniest motherfucker there. Then I'm going to Austin, Texas, and I'm going to make every motherfucker in Austin, Texas laugh. I am literally going to kill Tony with my jokes. And then I am going to blast off into space and be the first space comedian. Does that sound good?
But ultimately, again, if the intention was first of all changed to just a nondescript intention, Hashem, Amal, someone to the Shman. Therefore, what do you see from here? There's no intention.
You go to CERN.
Standard intention, ultimately, again, is the same as a Lishma intention. Or stated otherwise, the only time you compromise the you actually have in mind was different carbonic designation.
No, I think they'll do it for like on layaway or with a coupon or an IOU. They don't want your money, Zoot. Zoot, they don't want your money. The fact that you are a South Australian state comedy finalist for Raw Comedy is all you need to be able to use their equipment. Does that sound good to you, son?
If there's no specific intent the rest of the way forward, that's okay, because I've created the intentionality.
Are you going to go jerk off?
What's an example of Shalom Lishman Lishma? You started off by saying
all right, well, enjoy. Come back when you want to lose.
Because you have two actively different intentions. Hastama or l'shem Pesach kosher, but ultimately again it will stop. No intention. L'shem Pesach will be kosher. Demonstrating us and maybe that's different. Why the Allah Yochiach Sofa of Suasa? That also is different because maybe it's retroactive clarification. Since at the end you had in mind for the right carbon, that shows that from the beginning you had the right intentionality.
Look at this. This is athleticism.
Tana Nami, Ulishman. That says, or perhaps we just bring it up to something in order to maintain a sense of symmetry. So also we're going to stop over for today. So we're going to get to the conclusive proof tomorrow. So again, remember, what's our open question? Here's what we're going to put. If I have wrong intention by the carbon, so leaving aside chatas, Asham, and Pesach, the carbon is kosher, but ultimately again does not count towards the owner. The Gemara now says, but what happens if I just have right intention, stam intention? Does that compromise the carbon? The Gemara, so now both the Gemara is trying to answer that. We're trying to answer it a couple of times, it didn't work. And there's Hashem. Stay tuned. Answer first thing tomorrow morning. All right, have a great day, everyone.
You know, every now and then. Good job.
All right, people say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Cheers to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Personal Shracha Rabbi for dedicating all the Shom Joshes this year. This host from Sort of Sham Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Elul, Habadim Rothschild Ben Goldberg, Rabbi and Shem's parents, Avram Ben Ashakim Bas, Vega Rezel Bas, Selling, and the hopes that the tefillos of our entire kilo, all of Klal will be answered in Eretz Hashem this holy month. Shmuel Minutes. The Nishmas David from his father, the Arik Mom, Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achavra Yaakov from the Racha, and it's always we dedicate on the discuss of our precious Hafiz and the Kushma, the North Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov, the American of these soldiers may be successful, the Chok, or Maaseh Yedeyhem. So let's say with that, let us begin. Mazel Tov upon reaching final down of the Zacharias and Seder Nisikim. Today that is used daily, but we are picking up on the Gimel Amud Aleph 13a. We're picking up Imosai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom at the 2 dots. Remember again, the Mishnah introduced us to the concept of these hierarchies, multiple hierarchies within Klal Yisrael. So the Mishnah, for example, said that a kohen comes before, maybe later becomes before he's so far mamzer, so on and so forth. So when is all of this true? When they're already go footing, let's say one of them is a Talmid Chacham. Talmid Chacham comes first. So for example, you have a mamzer Talmid Chacham and a kohen. The mamzer Talmid Chacham takes precedence for the kohen. So they might not hang with such beautiful. So I'm about to ultimately, we're going to say a beautiful, beautiful passage. It says it is more precious than gems. So what is this referring to? So it says Pasuk Mishnah is referring to Torah. Torah itself is more precious than even the most valuable jewels. Because what does this mean? A Talmid Chacham is more precious. Because shenichnas l'fnai v'lifnim. Even the right Talmid Chacham is more precious. Torah is more precious. Mitbavah words from the Kohen Gadol who enters into the holy of holies on Yom Kippur. As we discussed yesterday, I will say, the difference is that Talmid Chacham represents what you make of yourself. Versus these other statuses of being a Levi, even in Yisrael, these at least initially are statuses which are conferred upon you. Earned status is greater than holier status. Earned status is greater than conferred status. Incredible. Let's go right there. Kind of. The thing which Evan Shachar Meger. Really, an emancipated slave ultimately again should be president over again. Why? She said, God will want to be Kushan. They say, God will want to be Kushan. Because an emancipated slave grew up, right, within a Jewish home, and then Halacha grew up, so to speak, in a context, in a situation.
Hopefully. Sorry.
Well, back to Malta, wow, such a supposed to finish. It's not serious with you. Incredible. Okay, so we went. But this early in the morning, I was seeing things. And incredible. It's funny, I did it right. You're going to have to see things, so good to see you. So the says as follows. So I would have thought that a Nevi Meshufar takes precedence over a ger. Why? Because at the end of the day, a Nevi Meshufar grew up, so to speak, in his home versus a ger which did not. The Gemara says,
Lettuce
stems from a cursed lineage. Remember, again, and he was cursed. Shalotar's as so it's a very interesting shayla. The students ask what else going to why.
Look at this move.
Lines. 4 lines up from the bottom, 13a. So the Gemara says, what is it that people run? Run means that people are amenable to Yores but people necessarily want to marry an emancipated maidservant. What's the reason for that? Very simple. Once again, a servant is going to be defined in the context of honor, of person, but if you're honest with her, one of the possibilities, but the Yoga actually points out what we have to do is that one which is going to therefore, she's careful ultimately again with her own personalistic kedusha. She's moral, she's not promiscuous, but a shifra never knows if she's going to be emancipated. And therefore, Allah unfortunately didn't reach the Lord. Show it, this is fascinating. Why did you start a dog knows its master, has no allegiance to its master, and yet a cat does not? What's the shot? So the Gemara says, amongst them a mouse. These are agreed from something that a mouse eats that's so the Gemara says, if you eat a cat, cats eat mice, therefore digest. Anything by definition a cat doesn't remember its owner because it only consumes the mouse. Interesting idea. Okay, why mice? Why is it that no one likes mice? And why does no one like mice? And everyone's always trying to kill the mouse, catch the mouse, all these different kinds of things. So the Gemara says, because mice are bad, they have bad weasels. Suman means that inherently, a mouse exhibits negative behavior. How so? The Gemara says, it's one thing about say, because mice don't just eat through food. Right? Don't just eat through food, but rather they'll gnaw through everything. They even gnaw through clothes. Now, what benefits does the mouse have when it gnaws through clothes? Yes, it is none. So the most fundamental is that the mouse is just destructive in nature, even though it's not like accommodates. You go and sometimes they'll even chew the handle of a shovel. Now again, you'll ask yourself, what benefit does the mouse get when it chews through the mouth of the handle of the shovel? The answer is nothing. It's the fact destructive nature of the mouse is so negative, and if I look on the mice, everything man doesn't like mice. There's a thing about it. Let's say I want to also point out, I have to ask him, I'm not going to do justice to a lot of these people because like there's so much abundance, there's so much doing all of this. We'll get to the end. If we have time in there, there's a couple of sections I want to go back to. We're going to make sure we finish it out. There are 5 things which cause a person to forget their role. One piece from something that a mouse eats. In other words, let's say a mouse nibbled on a local bread. If you can eat from that causes forgetfulness. We're not so cultural. If you eat from something that a cat eats, now again, it's not because of the cat, but rather why is it? Because the cat eats, because cats eat mice, and therefore again, it's the same type of thing. But also, really show that one eats the heart of an animal. It's you can understand because the heart is the very life source. So to ingest the very life source of animalistic life, by definition, zones and bloods your humanity, which causes you to forget the Torah. The Torah doesn't say, one who eats too many olives, show semayim shoshiyure pizza. If you drink bath water, drink leftover bath water. Seems like a bad idea on many levels. Right? But the man said, causes forgetfulness. This is fascinating. You watch your feet one on top of the other. So just the imagery that remember, we're talking about the sun is like a bucket of water, and you're watching your feet. So if you put one foot on top of the other, and you watch it, that causes forgetfulness. So just think about the imagery for just a moment. If your feet are one on top of the other, what does that show? You left like that, you're immobile. When do you forget your learning? When ultimately, again, you don't move So to with the smoke and just have this is so put the clothing underneath the head beyond your clothing, the rock, but you can't go ahead and get out into the world and accomplish things. So by definition, if you can't get out and accomplish, you're going to forget this whole spirituality is only the process of constantly moving forward.
Look who it is. Look who it is. How you living, girl? What's good?
You're not moving forward.
Set up a little bit. I was still trying to figure out what's going on with eyes.
The coals should give the common answer. The coals themselves are apparently beneficial for memory. Eat a roasted egg with
All right.
salt. Incredible. From making bread.
Yeah.
From making dough.
Okay. I was grown folks.
And they gave me some.
Person drinks
Yeah. They gave me some leverage. I needed
What happened, Miss Aquarius?
Even from
because I don't like being my birthday like that, you know?
Oh, sure.
I mean, talking and stuff.
Okay. Well, how was last night? How was grown folks?
I had a blast.
That's
I was the only one. There was two other ones. I was the only one.
that's what I hear, Miss Aquarius. That puts a big smile on my face. Excellent, man. Oh, it was lovely. Thankfully, very relaxing. Got songs, which is fun, and Zoot was here. Zoot, believe it, Zoot, the guy who I always make fun of for not being funny, is in the state finals in Australia. He won. He got a wild card in his heat, and so he competes Friday. And if he does well on Friday, he goes to the national finals of Australia. No, he didn't do that joke. No, he didn't do that joke. He did his own material. He did not. He did his own material, and I'm shocked that he did so well. Out of him. Look at you, Miss Aquarius. You're getting 6 right off the bat. You've got a split. You can get it. Get the 2 on the right and hit the 2 on. Perfect. Almost. That was the right thought. Give me this. Give me this.
Difficult to learn and to retain your learning. Or if a person goes ahead
Give me this.
By the
well, that's garbage.
Smell of an animal carcass. Or what's underneath a bridge where it hasn't rained for 40 days.
A tough split here, Miss Aquarius. But if anybody I know who can get it, you are the person. Get it. You got 1. That's good. You've started out with 2 splits.
From the cooked dish. One drinks meat, which runs through a cemetery. Or one goes ahead and at the face of the dead. It was a very interesting outcome.
What kind of music they play at grown folks?
Supposed to cover the face. Immediately cover the face.
face and cover the face. One is not supposed to look at the face of the this is fascinating. Or some say reading the inscriptions on a headstone on a great stone causes a person ultimately again to
Go, Miss Aquarius.
Those last two are very interesting. First of all, reading the inscription on a headstone that
You seem tired.
Right?
It sounds like it.
Just
Make this quick. Did you get to nap today?
to a certain degree is rooted in the past. There's a period of time where you are rooted in the loss, that's Shiva, and then everything else all get into becoming the other cells, but those pasadelos represent the duty that the other has to the neshama of his. People make a mistake. They think those adelos behaviors are yet like wholly above God. Not at all. If you're
Miss,
forward,
wait, Miss Pat?
of taking care of the neshama of your loved one and not distracted by other things.
Well, yeah, and she's a comedian. She's very funny.
Represents to a certain degree, being focused on the loss represents the past. Reading the headstone, I don't think it means reading it.
What channel is it?
It's talking about reading it over and over and over. At a certain
Do you know what channel? What channel is Miss
Pat?
on? Oh, spare. Is Miss Pat on? She's very funny. I know all about her life. She worked at the General Motors plant. Her husband worked there. Then she got a show on the radio. She's a bit. She is. All right. It's your turn, Mr. Aquarius. I win. You win. You win. I win.
This is fascinating. When the Nasi walks into the basement, Kala am on to stand up. They can't sit down until the Nasi says you can sit. Similar shura they make 2 lines for him.
That was an excellent sir.
Until he gets to his place.
You're welcome.
One sit down. So 3 different forms of color. And a regular Talmud Chacham.
So are all your birthday festivities done, or you still have some?
What does that mean? The Talmidim were often on the floor. So if you went to the base measures after everyone was seated, it looked like you were doing what?
Weather.
Stepping on that floor. So the Gemara says the sons of Chachamim and Talmidim Chachamim who served the community into the base measures. Even though it looks like a shtickle disrespectful, that they're walking over everyone. Yotzla Tzarech. You come into Yeshua Komo, supposed to say, let's say again, the Talmud Chacham is inside the base and then he has to leave to relieve himself.
Get it. That looked really good. And you're going to get this one. I have full confidence in you, Miss Aquarius. Perfect. Oh, and she put a little bit of curve on it. That was beautiful. You're welcome, madam.
And their back is to the rest of the people.
Give it to me.
When the sons themselves do not have the das to understand what's happening over here. Ultimately, again, so in that case, they sit behind their father.
Get it. Hardest shot in the game. You're the only person I've ever seen get this.
Even like eating outside of his marriage.
I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it. Oh, get it.
It's interesting to note over here. You know, this by the way, you don't have time to delve into a lot of these things,
Ooh,
but you'll notice that
this is tough.
how fascinating is there are different different. There's a Tam Chacham and there's a Tam
Oh no,
a position of leadership.
not what we want. Miss Aquarius should come back right here, folks. No doubt. No doubt. She's on the road to 200 wins, folks.
When you do, and when you do for the collective, we often think that the metric the person holistically is just for yourself. That's part of it. You have to work on yourself. Real greatness doesn't come from what you do for yourself. Real greatness comes from your willingness and ability and dedication.
Give me this.
To serve your community,
Ooh.
to do.
Miss Aquarius, you win, I win.
Yeah, you win, I win.
I win, you win. Undefeated bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good, Miss Aquarius. Thank you, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you. Excellent. Sweet dreams, God willing. God willing. I hope it goes okay with Papa. There are 2 football games tomorrow, by the way. There are two big football games. Okay.
So you have to go leave yourself
God willing.
So therefore, the best thing to do is kind of regulate your body that you can defecate early in the morning before everyone else is around. So like backyard, right? Or late night, or later at midnight. No one else is around. Also, you have to go too far. So therefore, the Gemara sees it as negligent to come something and then have to leave to defecate. You should be able to control that a little bit better. The Gemara says, however, I'm Rabbi, even though the Kosha, I'm not even going matter, but today people are weaker in general. People don't have the same constitution, and therefore, again, even if the defecate come left, you come back in. But the laws of Rabbi started on the opposite side, which the awesome speaking. So the children of the giving covered even celebration of Chaya, even Chaya. It's only true during the lifetime of their father and in the presence of their father. I'm going to be open during the native Shingal. So I'll say I'm ready for this story. The real president as follows: the native Shingal Mishnah. This Mishnah that we learned, which Mishnah? That there are different forms of cup given to the Nasi, Ab-based din, and Talmidei Chachamim. That Mishnah was taught during the days of Shingal. Was the Nasi. He was the Nasi because he was the Shingal Nasi. Rabbi Nassan Ab-based. Okay, so these 3 people, Shmuel Nasi, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi was the Ab-based, and Rabbi was the ranking count. Now, watch this. How they kind of I leave Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Nassan, how they so Shmuel walked in the place, everyone stood up. But they did the same thing when Rabbi Nassan, Rabbi Meir walked in as well. So Shmuel says, doesn't make sense. I'm Shmuel, nobody had Kira things we let it go. Shmuel says, it is important to create a distinction between the honor given to me, right? What was he saying to me? What was he saying? To the office. It is important that the distinction to the honor given to the sea versus the based versus on the. I will say it is important to understand that this is not ego. This is not ego. This is about preservation of authority. For Nasi to have authority, the office has to be looked at. So people are kind of just grouping rabbis, or the rabbis, right? So if people are grouping them together, that erodes the ability of the Nasi and the Ab-based to do what they need to. So each of those, it's incredibly important that there are different forms of respect, different. So what did he do? He came. So they instituted what we learned before, right there when the Nasi comes in, right when the Nasi comes in, stands up until the Nasi says the sound. Basic comes in, they do two rows, and sit down. When he sits down, Chacham comes in. When he's in your Dalit Amas, you stand up. After you reach your Dalit Amas, you sit down. So institution will be instituted. Okay, there's no problem. Or good. So Thomas is a Hahu Yoma. There's only one problem. When the Shimon this change, Rabbi and Rabbi Nassim were not present for this language. So they didn't hear about this. They didn't know about the change. Rabbi Nimaki also, Chazul coming to Kamayu, so the next son and Rabbi Meir come in Fedrish, and they notice people aren't standing up for them the way that they did the previous days. Only my high, they said this. And he said, oh, Shilomio made a change. He made a change. So Shilomio, once they saw what happened, obviously Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Nassim got very offended. Why? Because they took it for it. They thought this was a personal affront. They thought for some reason it was like just anything been covered. And they were switched everything. Not when they weren't there. So what's their plan? I'm going to be Rabbi Nassim. That's the reason. I'm going to come from media business. Naskin no sukidu izan. Nine other way. So let's say, so let's see each other. So let's make a plan. So we should get back on. What should we do? Mind of it. Name of it. Don't sin the last leg. Go ahead and ask me. When we on these measures want to do sheer oxen. Why? Because the children are apparently not proficient in oxen. Let's go ask him to give a shear and something he's not proficient in. People will see he's not such a way. He'll lose his position. You'll become the outdays. The Nasi, I'll become outdays. And this is their plan. So the Gemara says, the Chibon Jelolei, the Chibon Gomer, someone doesn't know oxen. The Chibon Gomer, Niyam Malak Zuras Hashem, Yashmir Koti Lasso. Ultimately, again, to whom ultimately should literally articulate the greatness of Hashem, which means who should receive covet? Someone who knows places of meaning you have to know Kala Kula to deserve all of the honor. And once we see that at the end of the day, if Shimon doesn't know Kala Kula, he's not going to get the honor. Not afraid, but moving from position. The honor of facing at Nasi. I'll become the Abbeis, they will become the Nasi. Incredible. I will say, this was the plan. And I will say, what's the truth of this story? Why is all of this happening? The same way that most interpersonal problems occur, which is a result of a lack of communication. So Shlomo never told his Chavra what he was going to do, and he should have told them. He should have even make a change that affects other people. Probably the guy informing them about it, so they know it on the front end. And they are both saying, unfortunately, or they assumed the worst. They assumed that and so, right, instead of them saying, hey, we came in, people are standing up to you to say, he doesn't communicate with them, they don't communicate with him, and this potential blow up is about to occur. So let's say what happened. Shamir Rabbi Yaakov ben Karshi, so Rabbi Yaakov heard about this plan. Really get the Shlomo is going to be what did he do? Also, Chori in his city, Shlomo, Pasha, Baras, Butana. Now, for whatever reason, Rabbi Yaakov also tells Shlomo it's supposed to be a plan. Instead, what does he do? Focus himself outside of the Shlomo story, and he began focusing out loud. He just begins to transfer over and over and over and over. Amar, Shlomo is this, might become a what is out of here? Shlomo says that's strange. Why is the Yaakov focusing over and over outside of the window? Something's going on. What's the Shlomo says? You are exactly the hearsay, put his mind to it, and ultimately again he learned it. So all of us in a day. Why we speak about for all of us in a day? See, underline this line. Yahar Daite. What does Daite means? Literally translated Yahar Daite. When you put your mind to something, there's no telling what you can accomplish with ourselves. More when we don't accomplish the thing to accomplish in life, it's not good. It's because we just learn we won't be past it. So you put mind to it, and you learn all about the marker on the next thing that they said, the next thing they said, you go ahead and keep awesome. Sure enough, incredible. So after they finished, ultimately, again, I learned boxing yesterday with probably embarrassment. So you'll say, I know what you tried to do. Still, you throws out Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Nassim. By the way, it's so severe. They will say, you have to understand something. Where there's no midos, there's no Torah. There's no Torah. If this is how you treat another yid, if this was the setup, you were upset about something. Granted, if you were I'm sorry. I mean, he didn't say I'm sorry, but he would have said, I should have informed. I should have informed you. What are you doing? You're setting up the Nasi for public embarrassment. Why? For you. No. What's the shot of this? So he throws one of these measures. The Gemara says, so I'll have a quick kushiyas of this. Now, the shotgun was some, the mid-prophet, the thought the Lord of the mid-prophet of the shotgun. So this is every day, they would write their questions on a little piece of paper on a tablet, and they would put it, they would like throw the time measures. And then chances would come back. Whatever they weren't answers for, that made Rabbi Yossi answer their own questions. Rabbi Yossi. So Yossi says, doesn't make any sense. The Torah is too great for me to come sitting outside and we're sitting inside. I don't know that Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. Now little. So Rabbi Shimon Gamliel said, okay, you can bring them back in. So we'll say, but Rabbi Shimon Gamliel says we're going to penalize them. Is that we will no longer say over rulings in their names. Come back in, but we are not going to sing over in their names. Sigler Remera, or Rabbi Nassan Yesh Omer. Rabbi Meir's rulings as Acheri. Others say Rabbi Nassan's rulings will be known as Yesh Omer. Wow. So you must Achilu Bakal Zilu Paisu. Rabbi Nassan had a dream. And in the dream, right, they were told, go and reconcile Shalom Meal. Rabbi Nassan wanted to reconcile. Rabbi Meir did not reconcile. Amar's different Kalomos Lomalin, because Rabbi Meir said that dreams are inconsequential. And I was like, how tragic is this? And I will say, by the way, what an incredible game Noraim also. I'll remind you that part of our Avon, as we prepare for Yom Noraim, is not only to reconcile with God, but to reconcile with one another. And the truth is, you don't tell you to reconcile with people who's wrong. Right? It's passion. It's what we as difficult as it is what is incumbent upon each of us. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, Akiyasu Rabbi Nassan, Ramihida Anilokak, Amra Da'abu, Yumehavi Adbeizde, Shavin Kusin Rabbi Nasi. So Rabbi Nassan wanted to ask for forgiveness from saying meal. So he said, he said, it's enough that your father's belt gave you the position about David. You think it would entitle you ultimately to Nasi? So that would be Rabbi Nassim's father, Rabbi Nassi again about David, still getting a little bit of almost like who you are to try to do what you did. Nassim, right? So that's story ultimately again of, let's fast forwarding a little bit, to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel's son by the name of Rabbi, have you done us? Rabbi has a son named for his father. Shimon, so his grandfather Shimon Mio, grandson Shimon, tells a little bit. Shimon, Achir and Omen, Iro Mura, have a David last time will say, Arius, listen to this. So ultimately, again, now Rabbi's team of Shimon about halacha. Now we're not getting into the halacha because we have time, but ultimately, he teaches the name of Achir. So young Reb Shimon, who shows them on their waters, we don't know their name. So who is Achir? Who we're learning, who is that? The grandson Amalei. Sorry, Amalei. So remember, Rabbi says to his son Reb Shimon, and the other Shedikshu Lakar Kavoda, who Kavod Beisabi. These were people ultimately are going to try to uproot your coverage and the cover of your father's household. In other words, these people who try to really harm our family. Amalei. This is fascinating. The son of Shimon, is his father Rabbi, but my father, it's done. In other words, their love, their hatred, their animosity, it's all been lost. Why continue to penalize them if at the end of the day their actions were so they didn't have any impact? Even when the enemy is gone, his sword is eternal. Those are really profound. Sometimes the hurt that you did to people, even when the action is done, everyone's sometimes the pain, sometimes the sweet there. So you got to see the grandson. The Shimon is saying, but Father, when bad people do things and what they did actually come to them. But when it doesn't come to fruition, sometimes you just let things go and move on. Hunter asked me, this is incredible. Why was the grandson to say this? Because it makes sense. When you're in the interpersonal conflict, you cannot see the trees from the strike. You're just so convinced you're right and what else is wrong. See that what you're doing is actively outside of the conflict to say, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You want to be angry at the world you love who cares about the rest of your life? You could do that, but all you're doing is your grandson, Reb Shimon, or his grandfather Shimon will have to say, what are we doing? But it didn't work. So they penalized them forever, so they changed it. How they're asking, like, instead of calling Rabbi Meir again Achirim, what did Mishum Rabbi Meir? It's the direct attribution to Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir Omer, who said in the name, or who said from Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Rabbi, the Angelus Hada, Tana Anu Mishum Rabbi Meir. Even Rabbi, who says who is with incredible humility, did not state the ruling explicitly in the name of Rabbi Meir. Rather, again, he was saying Mishum Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yochar, we'll say 5 months. We'll say incredible girl, that's how it ends. Chad Amar, Sinai Adif. The Chad Amar, Oker Har. So we'll say, who's going to be a greater scholar? Sinai or an Oker Har? What's your Sinai? Sinai, we'll say, like Har Sinai, represents someone who is a repository of knowledge, someone who has a mass of luminous amount of knowledge. Oker Harim means someone who has ridiculous, like, analytical abilities. Take any issue and like from the depths of it, dissect it. Who is considered to be a greater? Who is considered to be a greater scholar? And I will say, why does this matter? Who cares? What matters is, let's say you have to appoint a Shishi. Well, what quality would you be? Let's take sorry. I really say so you might skip. No, sorry. So this is I'm going to leave out so I sent these to Rabbanim. Like, who's Shofar? So they agreed a but a pastor translation is the wise. So we'll say, because be as analytical as you want, if you can't get anywhere, therefore it is called a Sinai usually can be a more valuable aspect. So as a result, so therefore they wanted from Yosef Yosef was the Sinai, Rabbi was the Okarian, but Yosef refused to accept the position of a rabbi. Mother Rabbi Esra Tarkishim, Rabbi became the Shiva after Rabbi died, did Rabbi Yosef accept Shiva. The Hoshani Dora. Rabbi Yosef did not know the base of the Torah, and all the any appearance of leadership. So benefits being a leader is that you didn't have to go to it come to you. You know, like concierge bloodletting. You know, so the bloodletting, he didn't want to give to leadership when Rabbi was Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Master, Yosef Reisha, and he knew Rosh Hashiva. I don't know, so whoever could say something without getting refuted will become Rosh Hashiva. The Kulu Ifra, he wanted to advance the halakhic stage, and they were all refuted. The Abaye no Ifra, Abaye ultimately, again, his statement was not refuted. Rabbi Abaye, the Gabare Sheh. This is incredible. As soon as Abaye made a statement that it wasn't refuted, so listen to this. So Rabbi saw literally Abaye's head got bigger. Now what does this mean? This is not ego. It's not ego. He saw that Abaye changed. There was something about Abaye that changed. Money, Pasach, so at that point, again, he said, Nachmani, because Abaye, teach us. And listen, what does this mean? That means it tremendously so. A lot of times, when we are faced with the opportunity to take on something communally, we become intimidated. We feel we're not going to be able to do it. Not going to be able to do it time-wise, you can't do it because of resource-wise, they don't have the abilities. It's important to know. When a Yid takes on responsibility within community, when a Jew takes on responsibility within the Kihil, within whatever it is, you show your community, you have Siyata B'Shmaya. The Ebola shall never let you go at it when you are trying to help his children. If you're trying to do something for the cloud, you will always have divine providence. That's what it means. The moment that Abaye, the Hebrew said Abaye, you're the Rosh Shiva, Rabbi saw, he changed. He became someone that he didn't do anything yet. You're right. What was the change? The change was the blanket that the Shmaya. The change was the blanket of divine providence that enveloped him as a Kanishpana who was showing him, I believe in your ability to affect change within our community. Incredible. So you might ask, Rabbi Zera, Rabbi, the man and I are different. Rabbi Zera, just now after we went Sinai, okay, that obviously I guess Sinai, and okay, that's another kasha. Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Zera, is skills and measure, and is able to reach a conclusion. So let's hear this. Which one is it now? To be sharp and ask a lot of questions, or to be measured and ultimately again give answers? Yomar says, my take Ultimately, again, the Gemara leaves it as an open-ended question, not telling us in that case, ultimately, again, to be the greater Nida. Hydrogen Allah, when Mashiach was thinking of Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, so much more to say on all of these Gemaras, so much many good stuff. We'll say, Mazel Tov, Savior, what an incredible accomplishment. We had more time to get this a little bit more. But, so if I should say, tomorrow we'll say, we march towards the Beis HaMikdash. Tomorrow, Yetz Hashem, we march in Kach. Tomorrow, Yetz Hashem, we march to a brand new area of halacha, will allow us to ignite the fire of Gula within our hearts and our souls, which will allow us, and many of us, as a result of 2,000 years of diaspora, falling out of love with Karbanos, is to fall back in love. Right? It is time to fall back in love, and Yetz Hashem, that beautiful love story between the Beis HaMikdash and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yetz Hashem, begins to Masai. Zoom, and look right there, and Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Oh, thank you.
Dave Luke. Is that his name? He's fucking hilarious. Oh, baby.
Good morning, or good evening, and incredible sponsorship. Our last 2 days together, even by thanking all of us sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem Joshua's this year. It is a close to the Soros for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor, so the Allah Volume is over Benek over for Aliyah. Show us some hands. Basil, selling, and the hopes that all materials have valid. We are all the colleagues will be entering the minutes. The evening will be from his father, by Ari from Yitzchak, Ali Benachal. The sponsors for today are Meyerowitz, in memory of his grandmother Anna Smith, and Rachel Das Shimshon, and Mark and Shane Leibowitz on the occasion of the 59th yard site of Moshe Leibowitz, father of Mark, grandfather of Matt, a humble, kind, righteous man, whose miracles continue to bring us comfort and contentment, and his late life choice our family back toward Judaism. May his Neshama have an Aliyah and Shemayim. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So what a way to start the week. And how our decisions in life, even later in life, can have dramatic and lasting impact. Incredible. And let's say, of course, we dedicate our learning and skills of our passages here in Torah from Yetz Hashem. Bring them home the Shalom and the Karet, and the merit of our holy soldiers here in Torah. Allow them to be successful before Maaseh Yedayim. Those with that, let us begin. We have a really beautiful map ahead of us today. Tremendous for for really covering a tremendous amount of ground. I'm going to give you just a little bit of reverse. I'm not going to start
One of the
exactly
most
with
amazing things that we've ever had the opportunity to see, folks.
Up from now again, the second, not the bottom, the second to last Mishnah on you days 12b, which is Kohen Gadol. That one again. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So before that Mishnah, so the last, so you're right before the Mishnah. So about 15, 18 lines up from the bottom. So once you just, I'm just giving you something. Giving you just the lines of reverse homework and it's a little bit self-contained. Otherwise, one thing that I can't get away with is I can't go into the next still in parties, right? So in other words, I could allow like between days. So, but once the sect is over, I gotta go. So this is my chance. All right, says my Rabbi. So what is this beautiful tomorrow here today? Mashiach Mal Da Ba'am Mana. So it's interesting Shiloh. Let's see. Now remember again, Halacha L'Maisa, the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry an Almana. I remember, the interesting distinction, a Kohen had your regular Kohen, is allowed to marry an Almana. He can marry, she can marry divorce. So he can marry a widow. Kohen Gadol has to marry a Besula. Now the Gemara, that's an interesting Shiloh. The Gemara says, Kohen Gadol, Mashiach, let's say the Kohen Gadol got Saras. Now, obviously, when he gets Saras, what can't he? Now, he's no longer fit to function as the Kohen Gadol. Can he marry an Almana? So he wants to Mitzvah Oh, so at the end of the day, usually with the Shiloh is like this. Who is to that once you become the Kohen Gadol, once you establish that status, by definition you are precluded from ever marrying an Almana? That's it. No. When Kohen Gadol ultimately, but once you're no longer the functioning Kohen Gadol, Halacha L'Maisa again, there's no problem. So Halacha be a day. So remember again, nothing didn't know the answer. Didn't have the answer. Coming by. So one time I was going to ask the question of Huna raised Rav Nachman without Papa. So Huna, the son of Rav Nachman, said Rav Papa Tanina. We learned this. Ein li ella Shabra Machmas Karyot. Our Machmas Mumin. So we'll say, I know that Halacha L'Maisa that a Kohen ultimately again, let's say, is disqualified because of a seminal mission that ultimately again how do I know that if he was removed from office and no longer functioning as a result of what's the halacha? What? That a Kohen retains status, even if technically speaking, in other words, so once the Kohen Gadol, that status remains with
we know how
even
bitches.
functionally, you can't perform the duties of some particular reason. Therefore, the answer to the question is that halacha if the Kohen Gadol tzaras, he still can't marry an almana. Why? Again, once that with the kedusha of the Kohen Gadol, he functionally executes the responsibilities. You still have the kedusha. So this is the answer that Tuna, the son of Nachman, gave Shapapa. He got up, he kissed him on his head, and interestingly enough, he gave him his daughter to marry. Alright, so we'll say it seems like a bit intense for the answer to a Kohen Gadol about Sarah. So we'll say, what's the pshat over here? What is it? What is it that ultimately you're so moved by the answer that Halacha L'Maisa gives him a geta? Two things happening over here. He gets up, he kisses him again, he gives him his daughter in marriage. What's the pshat? Because we'll say, understand this answer. What's the real pshat being asked over here? I'll get a hashkafa. See your pshat being asked over here. In life, we want to establish a brief series of milestones. And then what happens? Meaning what? I make mistakes, fundamentally lose my spiritual footing. I fundamentally lose everything I work. So the title is, am I in the aftermath of those cataclysmic life mistakes? And am I in the aftermath of those terribly wrong turns in life where I feel like I've lost everything? And what's the answer? Once the coin goggles, always the coin goggle. Perhaps that's functionally because our mistakes change us. So the coin gets set out, the coin goggle gets set out. You can't function as a goggle, but how the local nice identity is still vested with that. Meaning, no matter how badly you mess up in life, your personalistic holiness is yours and will always be yours. You may be in a certain way. Like it's not like it's usually. Whereas we're not about to sorry. The Prophet hears this, and he's so moved by this answer that what does he do? He gets up, he gets him on the head, choosing his daughter in marriage because ultimate physics is all love. There's no, I want to just understand, when we like this, on the first day of sleepless, like, what stands out, let's be honest with ourselves, what stands in this experience? Right? Besides the fact that it's early in the morning or late at night, right? Because deep down, there's a piece of me that feels that there's a piece of me that feels unchangeable. There's a piece of me that feels like, I have peace everywhere here, where I apologize for what I've done, and then like whatever, and I'm always back in the same place. And just like a genealogist that says that even if you got yourself to, you're still a coin goggle. Still a coin goggle. Once a coin goggle, always a coin goggle. Once a year, always a year. Once holy, always holy. I need to work on things to get myself back up to where I need to be, but never think for a moment that the decisions in life have divested you of your holiness. Incredible. We're not finishing this after, but okay, then we'll be alright. Coin goggle. Next. So back to the office of coin goggle. Very over here. Coin goggle holding with another head up in the mouth. Supposed to be a lot of Salvadeus. Focus we have by Velus is that we have to test here. We carry our clothing. So in the bottom of his garments, we'll discuss what this means. And then I get a regular coin.
She's actually like a UFC fighter. I'm working on that shit. That's a real UFC fighter.
Here's this calling on it. We'll define this in just a moment. So the Gemara says, "Circle matrimony, the little coin goggle." Remember, I'm going to say that he's got a coin goggle doesn't really understand this. Even he executes all of the sacrifices or temple services, even against his set immediate relatives. However, he does not. But he doesn't do Kabbalah. A regular coin in Avelos does not go ahead and offer nor Amar Rabbi. The disciple say is what is in the mouth of the mouth? The mouth is quite literally. The mouth is speaking literally. So a regular coin, if you start practicing regular coin, parents over here, right? That's what they're wearing. So Mavo, I'm talking inside the neck. You carry the neck, right? That's what the regular coin does. And the mato manish, a coin goggle will tear a little bit on the bottom end of his garment, because the idea being over here that if he does not to because that would be the monthly of does not do that. Therefore, coin will go out and play the bottom of his garment, and the coin will play the top of his garment. But then after what no. Lamata becomes Saba. The Malan has, sorry. So yeah, Lamata, and the Malan means again above the neckline or at the neck. Zeb Tzava of the neckline. So if you will get Rab and Shmuel. So Ain't Magna coming stuff below. We don't have to, but for parents, the neckline. Now what's interesting enough, like parents, it has to be a recognizable pair. Like other relatives, it doesn't necessarily have to be these are a publicly recognizable pair. That's why what's even if temporarily. What's how like parents, but have some persons, the parents, we have to share all layers of clothing. Right, so if your person wearing a jacket, a shirt, a jacket, for every other relative, you only have to carry the article of clothing closest to your body. But again, even if wearing a jacket and a shirt, you only have to carry the shirt. So interesting enough, same as the Gemara says. So what that means is it has to be a recognizable kriya for a parent. You don't need the same level of recognition or recognizable kriya for any other relative. So therefore, the Gemara says that for all other relatives that one loses, if you want to try the next one, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. By parents, you have to. Even to the house, Harikan does that for you. Shabbos again. Based on that carrying by an ultimate again would be recognizable fair. That is how to show application that a Kohen Gadol should do this. Because everyone is believing that a Kohen Gadol does not comfort do more. So what's going on over here? It says, Shmuel said, "You this karat she'eno ma'ab yosafa shal eino keret eino elo keret shal tiflos." So Shmuel happens to hold that any tear that's not on that line itself is not a real tear. Therefore, man says, as long as the Kohen Gadol is not carrying by the neckline, which is staying a little bit below the neckline, that's absolutely fine. For me, it's like, you the three of the Kohen Gadol. Like, who the hole is that? Kohen Gadol has hole. But Tanya, even Emma Rosh lo yifra, Ubeket lo yifra, Hayis Rosh Ubeket shall sold. That doesn't matter. So I'll say, I would have thought that the second originally when it says, do not go ahead and allow the hair to grow and do not tear the clothing, I would have thought that maybe he's talking about by a soul. Tamavoma, Es Rosho lo yifra. Ubigdado lo yifra. The Tia Ukima Fote for the Rebbe. The really teaches also that I Kohen Gadol does no Tia at all by Kohen Gadol. You see the small that you go. And the small over in a point, the Derek, the other point, on him, and the whole the master Bahanalo. On the other hand, the small holes that no, Kohen Gadol does do Tia. He just doesn't do Tia. There's Shmuel, someone like a Yudah Bechado. Shmuel was like a Yudah. And he just gives him in other words, the Shmuel physically is the reason that Rabbi holds that Kohen Gadol doesn't do any kriya. Like he holds ultimately like Rabbi in that halacha. So as long as the done by the neckline, it's fine. So I'll say so by the line, if you rather Shmuel to understand the Mishnah. So Shmuel, let's work backwards. So Shmuel will say that what happens over here is the Kohen Gadol tears at the neckline. The Kohen Gadol tears essentially anywhere but the neck, even below the neckline, just not the neckline itself. That's no. The Mishnah teaching me that a regular Kohen tears at the neckline, and a Kohen Gadol tears on the hem of his garment. How do we pass in? The Rambam paskins like Rav. Rambam paskins like Rav. That halacha nice again. A Kohen Gadol who loses a loved one observe any physical form, external form of adelos. Therefore, if he tears his clothing, he's going to the bottom by his hem and not by the top of his clothing. Incredible. I will say. So now we're going to see some really facts that the Mishnah that we are familiar with. The Mishnah is going to go through. Mishnah. Incredible. Let's say you have two things in halacha. How do I know which one to perform first? Which one to? To which the Gemara answers, simple. Tadir b'shadir, tadir kodem. Whenever you have one thing which occurs with greater frequency than something else, you always perform the more frequent thing first. Tadir, what's the most skill in tadir b'shadir, tadir kodem? What's the most skill? Consistency. consistency. Where there is consistency, there's holiness. And therefore, again, you have two mitzvahs. One to be performed with greater consistency than consistency always wins on consistency. Now, once I want to point out, consistency should be used with perfection, right? And because what's the grade? Which is, I'm going to take the best thing you get, right? Which is that never expects perfection. Never. It's not even
Shame. Sugar Sean.
It's only used to okay, you're perfect. You're today. That's not all we have to do. Consistently perfection. Consistency attempt to try to consistent, recognizing I will never be fully consistent with it. I don't know if that makes sense, but you understand. Right? So a nice step, but that's the most important. So again, this is the principle through which we live our lives. If I have to do two things, which one comes first? Whichever one.
What would you say to Sugar Sean?
It's always the one that
Dog,
comes first.
when I was getting into the UFC, you were the top dog. Really? He was the biggest, just from his fucking pink hair. You think you could beat his ass? Not only am I going to beat your ass, but then I'm going to talk smack about it all day, all night for the next 150 years. You got it, baby? Let's rock. And then I'd be like, I'd do fucking elbow from the top. I'd fucking put him in ankle submission. I'd bite. They'd say you can't bite, and I'd be like, fuck them rules, baby.
That are ready to be offered. The power of the Kohen Gadol, the power.
Do you think you could beat him up? No, that's not even a question. The only question is, how many times in a row would I beat John Jones? I'll wait. Allie. One more. Conor McGregor. That doesn't really count. Tom, that's 4. See if you can name 10. Derek Lewis. That's 5. Ken Shamrock. George. 6, 7. Islam Chev. That's 8. Something. Justin Poirier, 9. Sean Strickland, 10. That's fucking a lot. I didn't really name. Oh, fuck. No one knows. Amanda Nunez, 11. Ronda 12.
So the pasuk says as follows.
No, it doesn't count. That one Chinese chick, that doesn't count.
How incredible. On the first day of sleep of the journey of
and that's it.
So what do I get?
12. That's probably
at the end of the day.
They don't like count. No. You need one more.
It's like we got all of the other in okay, so I'll say, let's go back. But that's not the part we must focusing on. What is I just got back. I didn't have a chance to really look at the document just last night. So I saw this, sometimes as much as you try to make it a popular percent, sometimes just fatigue,
Anybody?
But then, when you see something that just smile on your face, I don't know what that is about that cotton cloudy smell, right? But somehow, again, when it happens,
no, don't even try.
Even the most serious people can't avoid smiling just a little bit. And we were just a little bit of sweetness in the early hours of the morning. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, here's what's interesting about this pasuk. Over here.
That one guy. Quentin. His name is Rampage Jackson. 13. Bitch.
Is repetitive. That's the common, right?
What's his son's name?
So the Gemara says,
I've typed this like 1,000 times a day, bro. What the fuck you guys doing? Raja Jackson. Anybody else? Brock Lesnar.
This is what Torah says.
Anybody else?
This is fascinating. So
Really?
That's a
There's that one guy.
Why is that carbon the first thing you do every morning?
Did you do 15? I think.
Because it is the carbon you do every single day.
Who's gonna win this? Well, I'll tell you what. This Chinese guy looks like he's gonna fuck shit up. The Sugar Sean O'Malley. Sugar Sean O'Malley, he got his ass the past 2 times. But he was on top at one time. Oh, look at this fucking. Can I call this guy Chinese? This Chinese guy.
Anything else? So fascinatingly enough,
Sugar Sean O'Malley's lanky and can kick well.
2 items. Don't know which one to do. For a Zulu good consistency from Talmud Shalshaka, the morning.
There's a South African guy, but I don't know his name.
So let's go back there.
Oh, there's that other guy who got all those fucking infections. What's his name? I don't know. He's really good.
Yeah, I will say, I just want to point out something interesting over here. So obviously what this means is...
Papa, it doesn't count.
Whatever is holding the 2 things, and I'm not sure which one first. Whichever first. I will say, we'll just something interesting. If you look at the Lashon over here, it's fascinating.
What's his name?
In both of these cases, call it Mekudash Mechavero, Ukol Es Chavero. I don't know if I was
yeah, you could count
how would you write that?
Uriah Faber. That's 6. You can count that other guy.
Chazal teaches so many different lessons.
What's his name?
Sometimes it will say, the holier you are.
Fuck. What is that guy's name?
Sometimes you put your friend before yourself.
I can't remember his name. He's on the wall of the fucking storage thing.
It's so easy in life to become just self-centered and egocentric, and just really everything just becomes about me. The nature of people. I mean, so much stuff going on in life that it's easy just to be focused on my own needs. One of the greatest demonstrations.
It was like.
Think about the other. And just the ability to be there for the other, and the ability to help the other, and sometimes the ability to advance the other. But not all about me. Depends the greatest metric of success I'm able to do for the other. How do you hold even someone else?
Ooh, good kick.
You make your friend. You put your friend's needs before your own. Right? Ultimately, again, tremendously demands your personal responsibilities. You know, it's really good. Again, back to the regular principle. 2 items, one is holy and the other. How do you know? So we put the holy one first. You know, it's not
What's his name?
It's very similar. It's actually very much as a Kiddush. This is by the coin.
The guy was like a street fighter.
Means a coin.
That other guy.
For any of
Tim Kennedy. Okay, that's like 7. What's the other guy?
Let him be benching. Little money. To give him the biggest slice of pizza. You know, whenever everything.
Cain Velasquez. That's 18. Those 2 guys. They're fucking from like Stockton. Nick Diaz and the other guy. Diaz. Not Joey Diaz. Diaz. The Diaz brothers, but that doesn't count. Nick Diaz and
I'll talk about being separately. Yeah. You guys are
Huntington Beach
support fantastic, you know. But again, give me a couple coffee. So,
That Clubber
so-
Lane,
so-
some
so,
motherfuckers
you know,
are-
but it didn't happen now. That stuff I didn't need a lot of respect. Also, I really love all. And I say, but the nicer,
What's a Diaz?
Holding the door open for a coin, and I could not
Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz, not Nick Diaz. Nate Diaz.
To go out of our way to match
Nate Diaz.
Incredible. So
Maybe that's just one. Okay, there's a whatever. What's the guy's name?
As an example, about Kohanim. What it means in life, if you have two things in front of you and you're not sure which one to do first. Now, again, obviously, the side precedence, the first rule you're always going to use is your content. But let's say reason that not working for whatever the reason, then ultimately you can also look at what's holier or whichever.
Bimbo slice.
What you're gonna do first.
Yeah, I got that bitch out, baby.
Excellent.
Something like that.
So remember again, the last case in the Mishnah was that if you have two carbonates to offer, one is the
Anybody
power
else?
double, and the other one is the
The only reason why you knew Amanda knew she was on the
Okay, so
thing.
remember again, both one sport erroneous, one the erroneous ruling of the Klingon, and one the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin.
Try to get 20.
Said, you offer up the
Can you name any other female fighters?
before the people's power, which is actually quite intriguing. As I don't know, I would have thought the opposite. That the needs of the rabbin always come before the oven.
Was Wapacom? Okay, I guess Brendan Schwab. Shaw.
The pasuk says, "You shall go and burn this one as you burn the first."
One more.
Not why does it say Harusha? Like the definitive article. Shehei Rishon Kodem Lifpar Ha'ita B'Chol So teach us of the Kohen Gadol. Ultimately, again, is always offered before Har of the Eidah for everything. Those all ritual
Anybody else?
sacrificial rites and practices.
Dimitri Penko or some shit. That's a fucking Russian former president or whatever.
And now again,
You can't just say Russian names. You have to have some.
some logic as well. So again, let's say
You need one more for the championship. Championship of what? Championship of name it.
So the part of the Kohen Gadol is offered up first. It's not just let's say the burning of it. All the sacrificial rites and rituals for the power of the Kohen Gadol. All the again go first. Why? Here's Sarah. Holy from the Shiach Mechaper, the Eidalis Kaparis. Why? Because in this case, both of the Kohen Gadol needs kapara and the Tzibur needs kapara. Right? Both of them need kapara. Dinu Shiach Mechaper Limiskaper. So what logic dictates that the one who provides atonement should receive atonement first before the collector for whom he procures atonement. Isn't this fascinating? The Kohen Gadol is responsible for the kapara of Klal Yisrael on Yom Kippur. Let's say, this is pretty crazy. Yom Kippur Gemara. Yom Kippur Gemara, the first day of Slichas. The Kohen Gadol is responsible in general, but not just Yom Kippur. In general, the Kohen Gadol is responsible for the of the cloud. So it makes sense. Take care of his kapara before you take care of the nation's kapara. That reactive mechaper limis kaper. Logic dictates mechaper, the one who atones for everyone else, the Kohen Gadol, his kapara should come before those he is for. The Chim Omer, the Chibet Ba'ad So, Uba'ad Beiso, Uba'ad Kol Kahal Yisrael.
No one.
But I'll keep it in care. The Kohen Gadol will atone for himself, ultimately again, then for his home, and then for all of Klal Yisrael. Which I will say, by the way, another tremendous Musar. That's what they are teaching us. Before I fix anything else in this, I must first. Sometimes it's so tempting to try to fix anyone and everything, right? I'm gonna say everything. There's only one area of life where I, for some reason, forget to fix, and that's me. So again, close to keep it ba'ado, the ba'ad beso, the ba'ad Klal Yisrael. First
You need more.
is fix yourself. You fix yourself.
Dustin 48. I already said that.
And after you have ashpa on your family, then there's Hashem will be zochah. You have ashpa in the world. Har helam davar shal tzibur. Hold the knows it's now.
new
the precedent.
man the basket.
So Param Davrishal Tzibor, closing with Harshal. So interestingly enough, I love Davrin at Tzibor. So we'll say, so remember again,
Who's that girl you
the
know?
offering that is brought, again, in the event that it's an engine offered in the road is moving. So Param Davrishal Tzibor is
can't even name that bitch's name. She's the greatest UFC fighter of all time.
Because then, because Param Davrishal Tzibor is a cut,
Mandy,
and the other is an older cut. It's come to for all the time. You give us a shalach.
Can you name anybody else?
Now
No, there needs to be a black female UFC fighter. Come on, dude. Bet that bitch wouldn't take shit. Oh, hell no.
The Torah already says that Akatas goes first. Ella, Zeb, right? This past complicated paradigm. What's the paradigm? She called Chatos, La'olos Haboim Iman. First white line. First white line. So, what's the paradigm? What's the opinion of like a paradigm? What's the paradigm? Every you have a Chatos and other types of offerings. Chatos always goes first.
Name one more.
Chatos always offered first.
Bautista. What's his first name?
This is very interesting. A chatas of any type always precedes any other designation of karma. Interesting enough, even if
that
your
guy's
chatas is a bird and your ola is a behemoth, still the chatas.
Is that funny? You gotta name his first name.
Middle of the first white line.
He's about to get kicked in the fucking leg.
Before the seer of the
what is that guy's name?
because the power chatos and the seer is an old, and chatos always comes before an old.
There's another guy, Cain Velasquez. I said that name. Bautista. His name. What's his first name? Bautista. What's his first name?
Comes before the Sierra. See what's it? It's my time. I see very simple.
Wow.
Again, the Sierra is a communal offering versus the Sierra Nasi, which is a personal offering. Sierra Nasi the Sierra of a comes before the Sierra of a Yachid, of an individual. My time, very simple. The king's offering comes before an individual's offering. Seiras Yachid Kodemes Lekiv Sas Yachid. The Seir of an individual comes before the sheep of an individual.
Dude, I can name 20 though. You still ain't been able to name 12.
I have a Rex says that the
Bautista.
sheep comes before the goat. I'm not buying.
What is that guy's name? David?
So one opinion says this year is more cautious. Why? Because at the end of the day, since this year was singled out to be the offering for Abuzara by
No.
that makes it more important. The sheep is more cautious. Why? Because its tail, the tail, gets offered up on the elements there. Where called them Lekeves Habaingo. Most of the Covenant Omer. Remember again, Covenant Omer is brought from Barney.
Or Elia Temporia.
So the Gemara says,
Did I say that name?
Ultimately, again,
that's not even a person.
Omer, right? The actual body offering is brought before.
It's like Frank Bautista or something.
The Shelechem is the offering by Shavuos. So ultimately, again, the Shelechem is
Phil
before the sheep.
Bautista.
So this is the rule.
What's that motherfucker's name?
Call them the Davar.
Bautista.
Call
Bautista.
Call them the Davar. Looking at his broad.
What the fuck is his name?
Because of the bread. Bread means, again, in this context, the quality of the Omer or the wheat, ultimately of Shabbos. Incredible. Let's go back to the Mishnah. So say this is a very interesting Mishnah. So the Mishnah says literally translated, a man takes precedence over to sustain them. Now what does this mean? So it appears that what the Mishnah seems to be discussing this idea is that in the event that, let's say, one could only see
What about that was
or
Sandra or something?
so who should one say? Perhaps it should be a man, because a man has greater number of mitzvos that he is obligated to go ahead and perform. Now, again, we're going to delve deeper into this later on. So we're just right now just going to read the Mishnah as it is, and in Eretz Hashem spend more time actually reading towards tomorrow's daf, focusing on this a bit more.
Oh, who's that guy then?
So again, on one side, which means that let's say a man and a woman lost hope, both lose an object. Do I have an obligation to draw Shabbos Haveda
Six selling Toyotas
So it sounds like the obligation is towards a man. Towards a man. Now, how do you create this hierarchy of more important, less important people? So it sounds like, and if you notice, the Mishnah doesn't say anything explicitly about this, but it sounds like this might be based on who has a greater number of mitzvos to perform. Now, why create a hierarchy in importance to get a number of mitzvahs? We'll have to see, and where does that come from? What is that based on? Again, what we're going to see. So the Gemara is like, "Ish condemns the ish mitzvos, or the whole thing based on Shevi." So one thing is very interesting.
This little Chinese guy.
A woman takes precedence over a man, ultimately for clothing and for redeeming captive. So for clothing, because again, as a woman who doesn't have clothing, there's going to be a much more humiliating experience. And for a man, and in captivity, we are nervous. Ultimately, again, much more nervous about what's going to happen to a woman in captivity than what's given to a man. And interestingly, it says, "Bizman sheshneim omdim b'kalkala ha'ish kodem le'isha." It was very interesting. If we are concerned that man is going to be sodomized or things like that in captivity, we have to go deeper into all of these things. Says Rabbanon. So now it's interesting, and this will be fascinating, that the Gemara doesn't spend any time kind of like telling us where it got these initial principles. It delves deeper into what we'll call just this hierarchy. So let's see, all take it in and out. So let's say, listen to this. Let's say again you have a case, you have a person called Ruvain. His father and his Rabbi are all point out. Isn't it incredible that like our entire lives, whenever you read like this about captivity, someone who's in hostage, it never resonates with any type of contemporary importance. So like think about Jews in captivity, and even though again throughout our lives, there's states like that. Just interesting, just it's heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking how so many things that happen in our world kind of take certain things, make them a reality to us. So that now, like the word hostage, was something that I have to like harken back to some type of retrospective or just,
anybody else?
It's contemporary reality.
No, who are the women?
So
Amanda Nunez, Ronda Rousey. And there's a hot one. She's okay. I'm sure there's been a hot one.
What's the logical there? Because Chayecha called me. Anyone else says, right? In other words, I have an obligation to sustain my life before any life. So therefore, again, Reuven's life comes even before his Rabbi.
Oh, you better hurry up, son. This fight is over. This fight is over. This fight is over. It's over, baby. It's over. Who do you think won? I did. Oh, damn. That was crazy. Oh, song. Song. Name one more versus 5 in the.
Let's say two people are captive. Right? So the king is held captive.
Don't know anybody. Dimitri Medvedev. That's not a person.
Before a king. So let's say, by the way,
I wonder if Jose Lopez or somebody, but that's
before you receive
okay.
king from captivity.
All right.
What's the
How
they
put these? How the fuck did I say his name?
Dies. We have one else. Like there is no one to replace the Talmud. Melech Yisrael Shamis, all these things you could replace. Things you could replace. Any Jew, Baruch Hashem, fit to be king. So let's say, by the way, that Lashon, Kol Yisrael Ru'uyim L'Malchus. Every Jew is fit for monarchy. Every Jew is holy. Every Jew is fit.
Dog, think about it. Anybody else? Anybody else? How about a De Leon? Moshe De Leon was a Kabbalist and a UFC fighter. So name one more. One more. Come on, dog. Amanda Nunez and someone else. The Asian chick. Nobody knows that bitch's name, even though she's really good. She destroyed everybody in her weight class and then got her ass in the next weight class. But she was great. Alright. So why would you do that? I would just sit in my weight class. I'd be like, oh, motherfucker, you don't weigh what I weigh. Get the fuck out of here. You deserve douche. Did Sugar Ray O'Malley win? His name was Sugar Sean. You think of Sugar Shane Moses. Sean. Oh. Matt, did he deserve to win? I think one of the last two rounds of the Asian guy, and he's got one of the first one. Alright, come on. Who's that? What the fuck is that? KSV or something? Who's that one guy? If you can't get the letters right, you're never going to get the letters. Joe Rogan count? No. You never fought in the UFC, does he? Phil Lotaro. He was on that TV. He doesn't count. What about? You need to name one more person in the UFC.
If you have a Cohen, he's disqualified because of a mum. He takes precedence over the Mashiach Muhammad. Who led the army. Mashiach Muhammad is called the Scan. The Mashiach Muhammad takes precedence over the Scan. Scan is the assistant. The Gemara says Scan. Called him the Amar call. Scan come before the Amar call.
What are you thinking? What's his name? Is it somebody's name? You don't know him. They thought he's your closest. You couldn't get his.
Gemara says, Amar called him with Gizbar. Ultimately, the Amar call, he takes precedence over the Gizbar. The Gizbar is the treasurer. Gizbar hold him the Rosh Mishmar. Gizbar is over.
Is there Morales? Did that bitch ever fight in the UFC?
There was someone in charge of each of the shifts. So you take precedence over the shift. Rosh Mishmar called him the Rosh Beisab. Rosh Mishmar ultimately takes precedence over the head of the family. Rosh Beisab called them the Kohen Hedyot. Ultimately, again, and the head of the family takes place to Kohen Hedyot. So ultimately, again, this is the president. The most I ask yourself, what's the point of this? Like, why does the Gemara go ahead set up this hierarchy? Like, what's the shot of all? So, like, you know what to teach us? First, teach us is not everyone is the same. You know, we have this mentality and ideology that everyone has to be the same. Everyone has to be the same, right? Everyone has to have the same opportunities. Everyone has to have the same rights. Everyone has to have the same entitlement says this, and if I can do this and this one can do this, it's not true. It's not true. There's different people for different roles. And if everyone tries to be the same, then by definition, at the end of the day, the collective, the much that's always
name one more fighter.
If everyone is general,
Dustin Poirier. That doesn't count. Sean Strickland. That doesn't count.
but if everyone's a foot soldier,
I don't know.
there's no
Bebop,
strategy, there's no
Rocksteady. Who the
vision.
fuck
So
knows?
I need, again, people of higher rank lower ranks. I need ultimately leaders. I need followers. I need with power to make decisions.
Steve Aoki.
I need those who are
I
bound
know
to
him.
obey and execute those
He threw a
decisions.
cake on
But it's
stage.
not fair. They're not correct. Correct. They're not the same. They're not the same. The goal was never the same. The goal was never to mix everyone with the
Well, over to Sheer. There you go. That's 20. Like, bitch, Khloe Kardashian.
differentiated
Kourtney
responsibilities,
Kardashian.
roles and responsibilities.
You could look better, bitch. Really? Yeah. How about this
When
guy?
you try everyone the same,
Kamar Usman. I should have gotten him. Really? Dude, all these guys' noses are just fucked up. Really?
It's not fair.
Every single one of them. It's like a disease, but it's like a tennis elbow. UFC nose. It should be studied. Just like pimples being shot on mirrors. That should be studied. Really? Oh. All right, name one fighter. I'm not gonna exhaust him. Who's fighting in this fight? Patty something. Patty. If you can name that motherfucker, we'll count it. Patty Pillington.
And who's the coin for war. They're both walking and they both together see a Naismith. Someone's gonna have to become coming for the Naismith.
Patty Pillington. Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje. And
so if the sky and the shuttle come walking on the road together,
Patty Pillington. Pimblett. That doesn't count. Doesn't count. Patty Pimblett doesn't. Who's in? Patty Pimblett. Easy. Really? Motherfucker's gonna old bitch. You heard it first. Really? Yeah. You're sure? Would you fit over it? Baby. Oh, not done. Fucking Monster Energy can be too. See? Full of shit. Who's that? That's my boy. What's his name? Luis Gomez? Gomez? Luis? Something like that. He's very funny. But that's not his fucking. That's in the comic. Luis, comedian.
Comes before a lady. Lady comes before Yisrael. Yisrael comes before a mamzer. Mamzer.
That's Luis. Luis. Luis.
Yeshua comes into Yisrael. You're not one of the 7
Luis Guzman. Is he funny?
Fuck.
Is he?
Treaty with them.
Yeah.
Treaty with them. After it was discovered that they lied and they were part of the 7 divisions, Yeshua did not want to backtrack on the treaty. As he felt that again, that
would you fist fight a person for Luis Guzman?
He relegates them to the
Make
status
you what?
of
Me too.
carriers like that. So that's in the sin.
Why? Because he's funny. Justin Gaethje. Oh, Patty Pimblett, champion. Oh, Gaethje's the champion. Do you like the Paramount version or the ESPN version? What? Oh, I've never watched this much. One day. Really? Dog, I've been on shit since before 2:30. Sickest shit ever.
ultimately, again, a man becomes wise, but listen to this. The end of the day, right? How do you become a Kohen? Become a Kohen. That's a position, it's a status that's third upon. So much more important. The true metric of success in life is not where you come from, but it's ultimately, again, what you do with yourself. You can't choose your point of origin. You don't choose your parents, you don't choose your family. You don't choose a foreign religion, so you simply choose if you're a mom. I mean, you choose if you become a mom, right? Like, that's some people make that choice, right? But so again, I mean, again, you have to choose ultimately, again, to be born in mom's. You don't choose that. So therefore, the Lord's parents are telling us that more important than where you come from is choose to make of yourself. Choose to become. And then, you have a mom's accomplishment. So just so that, the man is society, he's a corrupt. I'm sorry, I say you're not going to say it. Stop calling your man. Stop calling the phone now. Because then you just say that because ultimately you still has that intact pedigree, that genealogy, and a man's with that. Man's are called them in a sin, and man's are coming before the sin. Is that bond to keep up the other? Is that bond to keep up the other? Just meaning that this is fascinating. Why does a man come upon the sin? Not just because a man is supposed to be the sin, at least as a man, comes from people. No, it's the DNA. The DNA is used to DNA. This is just, from the original age of the day. It's incredible. You sit to talk them again, and you soon come before it, right? You don't even know the future, you can't know the future. Because these fucking problems stuff. So ultimately, again, it's so literally the decision. Ultimately, again, last day tomorrow, straight up everyone.
Can't shake these lights. I don't understand. The guys who cover big stuff,
Russia. It seems a little extreme for Russia. They give them other meats from their new car. Pesach, we wrote off. At the end of the day, it's not just stuff. Doras, aber die Kinder, die ist auf mein Ziel, das sind wir fast. Aber ihr wagt nicht mit das. Bevor das Spiel ist, ja, das habe ich gesagt, ich war sehr low. This is first of all, she needs to have a habit. Secondly, it's also to get the habit for what this is. Secondly, some habit of people the whole habit. Everything just the button most communication is revealed in every show and what it is what the button because among more happy appearance is slow but among more happy after the work another like to train you suddenly someone doing something easy. Someone doing actress was never get someone is working more often to do. Someone again dressed up as a partner and you having a relationship with some kind of solution about saying that to so someone so come out from Cameron's act, change and practice emerges from it.
Whip his ass. What do you want to win? Well, I don't know which one's which. The orange shorts. Why? Because he's the underdog.
That's beyond our patience, right? Generally, whenever you see that there is small, it's done for some much higher club self-purpose, right? Whether we're going to see an example, the pragmatic example of this maybe amount of the other examples. This is a dramatic idea that we do not feel that way. You want to see over here that Nagir Lishma could be even greater than a mitzvah shalom Lishma. Right? And I think that's done for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's greater than a mitzvah done, not for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Without Kavan Shneimar, Yiborach Minoshim Yael, each is Chavarachim, Minoshim Ba'ar Sheborach. Who is he talking about? Yael. Because this is the HaTorah, we got Torah on the first day of Rosh Hashanah. Right? That's the second day. That's the Aved in Sisra. That's what I'm saying. I think it's second day. That's the Aved in Sisra. Right? This is, by the way, this is the episode from which we learn Chazal learned all of the halachas, many of the halachas. That's the Aved in Sisra. But this is the HaTorah. Like the Lama Rich motion club, such a profound story. So remember again, this is the war that Barak and Deborah and Barak led against Sisra. Sisra fled to the home of...
Damn, this motherfucker's... It's over, baby. Orange shorts got him. Guaranteed.
So Yael Tristan and ultimately children of his head. As we're going to see, and then when Barak and Deborah are seeing him, Yael says, and they see...
One day I'm going to watch one of these fights and it's not good. Buffering. I haven't watched a fight without... Oh, no way. Oh, dude. I don't understand when they're not down, don't jump on them. Like a fucking lion and beat the shit out of them. That's what I would do. But everybody knows I'm undefeated. Potential 6-star. Everybody knows I'm a potential 6-star.
When Rabbi speaks about Yael, when it's says, اشتغلتني من نفس الوضع she like the women of the tent. Here are wow, Rothschild is a very direct. The hospital compares Yael to the emotes, which is dramatic. So what do you see from here? The most positive you see from here. Allah words in Albania and Shema is greater than the mitzvah Shalom. The Gemara says one back in. And then we do that. We all know that, so I'll do mitzvah after the Shema. The Shema, 1 second. We should always engage in tolerance. Even Shema, the Shema.
What was that?
Shalom, the Shema.
Oh, that's a huge swing and miss. I'd fuck him up right now.
A mitzvah, not only with us, but start out with less than ideal circumstances. Why? Because when we read the mitzvah, the people say like that a mitzvah is not worth it. But it is.
What is that cute thing?
The process doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes it's about engaging in the process. Even if the process itself is flawed. Why? Because get involved, get yourself moving, and somehow, over time, you get where you need to get. That's like you don't limit for shalom. Shalom, even if I'm just for the wrong reasons, whatever the wrong reason is, whatever it might be, whatever. Do it. Just don't wait for the process to be perfect. If you wait for the process to be perfect, you'll end up doing absolutely nothing. Get started, even with a broad process, and again, over time, you'll get yourself to where you need to get to. So it's like, this is one of the most important things so close to true love. Sometimes like we wait for the perfect set of circumstances in order to affect change in our lives. Right? I mean, all the planets and constellations and such around you. But about this one, wait. Don't wait. Begin to affect change in your life now, even if that change is not perfect, even if the process isn't perfect. Get started, and if you're consistently committed, even if you're not consistent actually, somehow, you'll get to where you need to get to. Incredible. Versus you're like, hello, the Gemara says, but the Gemara says, you know, you say like this, that Rabbi Shalom Shema is so great. Rabbi Shalom Shema is like the mitzvah Shalom Shema. It doesn't mean to say greater than a mitzvah Shalom Shema, but rather, again, it means like a mitzvah Shalom Shema. Incredible. Shabbat writes in Baal also that Shabbat is a shop. So Sisra had relation 7 times with Yah. Shneimar, because he quotes the Gemara essentially learns this from the number of verbs in the passage. Kara Radla, Kara Gerchal Shachas. The outcome is hanging on, you know? Or a second, how can you close her here? She received judgment from the act of relations. On the view of the Yeshua Yishma, or Yeshua Yochai, Hashem, Rani, even the Tova, like even if you are from Yeshua, is considered negative by himself. I'm not reading that. It's a very beautiful Gemara. The only Yasok Adam, the Torah, and the Yeshua Yishma. Person of the social link, Torah, she didn't listen to Yeshua Yishma. It's a person not the idea. The person should enter our English is even enough for the life of why? And Yeshua Yishma, and once again, it's going to be the life and the life at the end of the story, the promise to Yeshua. It's such an incredible story. You are there. The person doing the right thing actually behaviorally overthrowing the intention is doing the Kabbalah Shulchan. You know, it's like when you see the sun, you start getting the Kabbalah Shulchan Kalasha, you're not coming up to Kabbalah Shulchan. Because of the 42 Kabbalahs that follow up, remember, I can follow through Kabbalahs. Why do you follow through Kabbalahs? You're supposed to put values to that, right? And Shalom is not the result. You're not trying to press values to that. So what happens? But yeah, he bought 42 cabanas.
What was that?
He brought 42 cabanas to go to so we told the 42 cabanas that he brought. Zaka, we got to Samimeru, yes. He was open to have a granddaughter, or great granddaughter, Rus. Then Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina, Yos, Bas, Beno, Shal Eglon, then Beno, Shal Malach, Shal Balak, Melech, Malach. So what's the ultimate again? Yos, Tracy, Shal all the way directly to Balak. So
is this fight over?
So let's again,
It's not looking good for Orange Shorts. Dustin Gaethje
so let's say from Rose, of course, comes David
with the broken face.
The entire messianic one comes from a mitzvah shalom lishma. Is not incredible. It's not good. It's not good, but at least it's something that is putting me on the right path. You want to say the power of mitzvahs is the most profound that we could ever. Again, even it's a low lishma. There's no telling what it could accomplish for a future generation because of one mitzvah shalom lishma. It's a big one. 42 kavanas. There's a lot of kavanas. But at the end of the day, because of that one act, because of that we will have the full power of our act. I'm not going to give out some nice examples of that piece. Where do we see practice? Or utilizing the fine. Where do we see that? Maybe the Victoria Moab. I'm not doing that. One of them. I'll touch a small dot. It's a bummer cover. Was enough. Remember, young fathers performed in the age with his daughters. One is for the altar, like the second one is called When it comes to Moab, the fault is that Moshe our parts that's more about his command from it. Don't go to the world with Moab. You can see that the younger daughter is highly Ben-Ami. She wasn't interesting enough now. Remember, so Moab is the contraction of Moab from my father. Ammon, then Ammon from my niece. Older daughter was very expert in the paternity of her child. There was much more nuance. So the most teaching us over here, after the child was when it comes to the older daughter, she can't go to one to start off with them. With the younger child, Ammon, I'm only asking clearly about this step on the clown after you were 2 years ago. With interestingly enough, Ammon, we're not even permitted to be aggressive with them at all. Why would this thing too? So ultimately, again, because the older daughter was a little bit more crazy and recognized the act. The younger daughter was a little bit more sensitive. And therefore, halacha ma'aseh for us, we recognize in the Lord. I'm going to give out other elements of the talking. The Olam, the active Adam with Zion. Mostly, I'm letting them listen to this. You know, the person should always rush to go. It's almost like a census Jesus. Census Jesus. Why? So the skylight, not the feelings you because of the older daughter, right, kind of went ahead of her younger sister and engaging with that with their father. But once again, was upset because most of the other daughters were lost. Ultimately, again, her offspring from 4 generations earlier to produce Jewish monarchy. Because remember again, David comes from Moab. Comes from Rus comes from Moab.
It looks like this Pimlet is getting his L tonight. Dustin Gaethje is showing why he is the champ.
Amalek's son, Chabon's mother was an Ammonist. So let's say, so already there's so much to say about this in general, how Jewish monarchy, the Davidic line, Messianic line, all comes from like a little bit of this craziness, right, between most daughters, between Yehuda and Tars. Against the Jewish monarchy Messianic line. It also has lots of child deaths. Usually in monarchy, pride itself on trying to do child. The early stories of our monarchy makes it a little bit. So what the Chastanara says, it creates a sense of humility. Monarchy has a tendency to be a little bit carried away with itself. So this kind of is innately humbling for monarchy. Monarchy comes to some interesting So ultimately, again, it keeps them out of it. Also tells us it looks like something amazing. It doesn't matter what your beginnings are. That is ultimately where you're going. Like the Mashiach comes from those two daughters. Like the Mashiach comes ultimately again from the Buddha and Muhammad. Sometimes the beginnings are the beginnings. And we often, too often get
Dude, he's out.
not recognizing where you came from. That's not up to where you're going. That is all in the beginnings. It's not about I'm we're back to remember again, the Mashiach and the Nasi are going ahead and making a mistake. For the Nasi, sorry, for the Mashiach, there's Elam Davar, which she was, for the Nasi, that this really has to be Moshe, but again, each of them have their own unique Kabbalah. Followed up as she was Maisa, a loneliest act. Then he brings apart a sheer that's Maisa with the day, but let's say he makes a mistake. Like, the fact about him is unintentionally guitarist, unintentionally pathos, out of process. Point Gama has she that's Maisa at Helen Rabbi. Maybe this is what we see, was a piece of regular pathos. Maybe so again. Helen Rabbi and she that's Maisa. Then Halacha Maisa brings his new carbon. Thus he gets a she that's Maisa. This is just the regular pathos. I'm alright, Fatma Mashiach. I'm alright, Fatma Nasi. I'm alright, comes to exclude Mashiach and fundamentally from pathos. Under no circumstance will Mashiach or the Nasi ever bring the pathos of a regular person.
Is there a Nick Diaz and a Nate Diaz? I think there's a Nick Diaz.
Remember again, Nasi, I understand when Mashiach like point out those different
Yeah, dog.
Circumstances are different. He's from Helen Davar Shiri that's Maisa. And maybe the Nasi, maybe the Nasi only knows Shiri that's Maisa. How do you know ultimately
And Nate,
again that
Lodi.
something regular pathos? So it's still Mashiach and Nasi Shiri that's Maisa with the Maisa.
Dude, so you got 20.
Oi! He goes to
Champion.
Listen to this. Imagine the following.
Doesn't even need Dave Batista because he sucks.
Goes ahead and eats the half of his eyes, 80 of his eyes left when he was a regular guy. Then he becomes king. Interesting. When does he become awareness about his Halach consumption? When? Ultimately, again, after he becomes king. Now, the act happened when he was a commoner, and now the what we call the idea awareness occurs when he's king. I'm at a thought, Nancy, his fellow since the event happened, he should be regular pathos. Much more than the king in the regular pathos, which he was only for the Shimon, the Alphabas Media. And this makes sense because Shimon, who says that Kabbalah's liability is determined at the time of awareness. So since in this case, the king, if he dies in king when he was a commoner, only becomes aware that when he's a king, so there's no Kabbalah's pathos. So he knows this. And I've always argued about Kabbalah's liability. But according to Rabbi, no, Kabbalah's liability is determined at the time of the submission of the act. So if he ate the Caleb when he was a commoner, why would he not be cited for that? And regular pathos, I'm not really sure what the case was. If I still have that, he goes to Achal, Tzikri, Zayt, Spinning Kishu, had worked with spirits. In this manner, the Shimo, the Akakak, no, what's the case? King Akak resides when he is a commoner, right? King becomes king. Eats the other half of his desires, and now what? And now has
Yeah, but
what it is that he's
not looking good for you, son.
I'm gonna fuck this time to make this
Oh, that was a good hit.
You should bring a regular.
That's how you want to pinball twins. Those motherfuckers suck. These Americans suck. Whoop his ass.
Under no circumstances will a Coinado or a king ever bring to the game, which means that even if they
Low blow. Low blow. Pinball.
find out about it ultimately and when they're in office, they still won't bring a regular. Incredible. One way, you see what's the process to this. As becoming king somehow asks, what does this mean? What are you talking about? How can you guys together to do this? So let's say the king. Kings
Tell you that you're right.
how could you guys do it? Caleb is a regular guy. Then he's been smarter. He becomes king. And then what happens? He's no longer king. Right? So you move to us. But I would say move. Just move. He's no longer king. And then he's the other half of you guys. So right? So here's just like half of you guys being the governor. No Caleb when he's king. Leaves office and then eats another half of his life. He does have Jason ultimately again can more combined from the book, and I wasn't interested about this case. But interesting about this case is when the guy is a king of the right? When he was a commoner, right? That's interesting. The difference is the monarchy in the middle. So does that monarchy ultimately go ahead and monarchy change anything or not? So the Gemara says, awesome. People notice that the opposite party is just like the party. So the previous case, remember again, we had half of you guys when he was a regular guy, half of you guys when he was king. So then again, I understand maybe in that case when the two accusations don't combine of our offer the EV Kishirago after this guy. But here, at the end of the day, he's both accusations right? Just it happens that there's not a middle. Says, so much that we should combine Dilma, Moshno, or maybe like the ends of the day what monarchy does is monarchy kind of disrupts so nice. So this is right now.
The father and the kid. Fuck this.
So we have this, we're double let's say we made 8 Taylor,
Imagine baby
and
girl
recognize
bad
what
after
he did,
the
and separate out a color.
Oh, that's so funny.
He became a woman. He became not because again, and not because parents go ahead and like cover them not because he's nice. Now in this case, the husband, what do you feel about Shula? So you don't have to say like again, he's Taylor, separate out became not because, and then did Shula. And then did Shula. Listen, by the way, listen to the quantity of this. When is all this happening? What's the timeline for all of this? What's the timeline? The Gemara does the same, which tells us that what could be the timeline? All on the same day. Shiva has the ability. We're actually learning this. Remember again, all of Shiva. We have to share last couple of days. Remember again, all of Shiva. You guys were talking about. We started this in the third chapter. Shiva Pitonis. What's Shiva Pitonis? Instantaneous Shiva. A lightning bolt goes off in my soul. And suddenly I'm going to have the most incredible and beautiful clarity to become who I want and what I want. So it's possible that again, all this is happening one with the same guy. Separates out the kata, comes in at the colors, and then becomes about Shiva. All of that is happening within a relatively short amount of time. Why? Because change is the greatest gift we have, and when we choose to act, there's no telling what we could become. So the Gemara says like this: the most important guy used that. Now in that case, since he became an apicurus, after he separated out the carbon, bring that carbon. He can't bring so it sounds like over here is the entrance to a state where you can't becoming because of disqualified. So too, if the commoner ate the half of his ice, and then went ahead and became king, and then became the commoner again. He can't bring the commoner in that state of monarchy, you said something that carbon. So the thing is, these pieces are just a habit. Happy hashtal, Mumar Lab Bar is carbon. Mumar is then allowed. Right? You will not accept the covenant of a member. On the other hand, time is the covenant. As the king, be able to bring the covenant. Okay, so these are unresolved. One is so my person ate suffocated. In other words, a piece of meat, not sure the human or is it human. Okay, now what's the normal? What would happen if you ate suffocated? What would you bring? An asham puzzle, so to say, before. He nobody doing Hashem Talmud. So what happens? Now he becomes king. He knows a little else, and it turns out that now he finds out that he needs to be Caleb. So now, what's that? What I will say? So we could grab on the Zubas of Matado, we might have to make Hashem Talmud. It's going to grab on the state. That Kabbalic liability is determined by the time of the sin. The sin will be better, and therefore Allah subhanahu to bring to Hashem Talmud. Keep you by the Kabbalic Ben Shimon. The Shaz Ben Shimon. Midishtani levada ishtani v'safek. Gilma, he ishtani levada ishtani kavan b'day. So what's this going to go like this? So where's the shayla? According to the Shimon. So do we say Midishtani?
Oh, it's over. Orange shorts, you're done, son.
Also changed regarding Hashem Torah. So the reason ultimately again he changes by definitive covenants is because he has his own unique covenant, definitively mistaken circumstances. About also the lowest tiny covenant today, but I will say there's no alternative Hashem Torah for a king of a law. So maybe Ema likes the Hashem Torah, maybe she stopped doing the Hashem Torah. The Gemara says, Rabbi is unresolved, incredible. The Amarex, the project ultimately again, when it says Amarex, is doing a cover. Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude a mummer. A mummer does not bring a kapas. He's not allowed to bring a kapas. So in the next one, Asharot, first about it. So it's someone always aware of what it's doing with staff acts.
Spinning elbow. This is the most amount of UFC anybody's ever watched. Joe Rogan's never watched this much UFC. They should put me in for Joe. I can wear a black shirt and scream at people.
So it's very interesting. Let's say there's a guy who went ahead and he eats Caleb. He's a mummer. Right? He doesn't say that it's also we want to Caleb. And this guy accidentally ends up eating blood. Does he bring a carbon sacrifice for the blood or not? Marsa. So once you're a mummer for something, you're pretty much a mummer for everything.
Oh, it's over. Orange shorts. Orange shorts, you're done, son. I put this motherfucker in a sleeper hold, give him noogies.
Just because you're a mummer for Caleb doesn't automatically make you a mummer for because hey, that's blood. He would have perhaps desisted from consuming it. You know, it says the Rabbi, I'm a mummer for Caleb. Rabbi said, everyone agrees that just because you're a member for one thing doesn't make you a member for everything. Allah listen to this. We're also revealing with the other. So this coverage will be showing the offer. You have a guy who's eating the Vela with the other. So if you don't chose for food, not to rebel against Hashem, but because again, he likes it. He likes it. Now, what happened with this guy? This guy only eats the Vela. It happens to be a piece of sugar, close to meat, and a piece of meat got mixed up with the Vela. So he ends up eating the Vela. But that was not his intention. His intention was to learn impression. That's the status. He's a woman to eat the Vela. So that's how that goes. The Gemara says, not so the king is there, but I'll come and eat it. What is it? One of the things is this. Once the guy intentionally eats the Vela, even if it's the other for some benefit, he's for the woman. And therefore, the house was for not so like even the aspect there, you know, the offering seal, Rabbi. One of the things is, no, even if you know in the Vela, it's giving the opportunity to choose between functioning from the Vela, he will choose functioning, and therefore he's not eating. It's not about it. Let's say the person eats Caleb, so intentionally, he is a woman. The age of a woman, and what is a woman? Open the Velos, shapers, shucks in the Ramos. In the shucks in the Agnes, if again you eat the Velos, which means again, I don't know that dog is out shapers. And will kill with that prophecy. Shucks in the Ramos, and creepy things in the Agnes. But he says, who's a woman? Even if you wear shackles. Then also, makes you a mummer. I'm a man. So here's the problem. The place doesn't make sense. Okay, let's go, mummer. The age of the mummer also. The middle is my comment. So I said the Bryce began by saying, right, if a person eats Caleb, he's a mummer. And then the Bryce says, what's a mummer? One of these, the name is Crazy Scots, and I'm asking the INS, what's going on here? And we're out of the go hot for us. Also, Caleb with the oven, I raise a mummer. So I said, if a person eats Caleb with the oven means for his own benefit, right? At the end of the day, again, to indulge, that is a form of rebellion, which is because he's a gluttonous individual. Okay, so what if he does so Lahafis? Lahafis is an act of rebellion against them. So apparently, if you sin for your own pleasure, that makes you a mummer. If you sin ultimately as a form of rebellion, that's a tzaddik. Now, generally, tzaddik refers to the people who do not believe in Torah Shabbat. And the regular reading law. But the Right again, you might feel over here a more categorical approach. There's a mummer, it is stomach to the Rabbi. It was an example of a mummer who really is to be. Have you ever opened the Hela Shrifa Shkats and Ramos in Shasa Yayim? It was an interesting the reason ultimately again. This person is on the sneaky. You know, say nobody in their right mind wants to discuss in Ramos. Like there's only one reason why you're eating pubic corn. And that's why ultimately again to rebel against any vulnerable. And we also see good on that apologish kilai. Even if somebody here is ultimately again you're a mother. You must deny line grabber. What happens when a person only wears rabbinic shot? You know, like in that case the technicalities of biblical versus rabbinic shotness, but on the most basic level, biblical shotness requires the forbidden fibers to be intertwined. Like rabbinic shotness is even if the fibers are just pressed together. So what happens if somebody wears what somebody wears rabbinic shotness? So the Gemara says, Gemara says in the Rabbi Having Muller, Gemara says the Klein given the passing soon after the Rabbi Having Muller. Interesting. That's my focus. My focus is one of the things like it's only difficult shot that makes you a Muller, not rabbinic. But I want to say, everyone knows about the halacha of shotness, even violation of rabbinic shotness. Makes you a mother. So what's my focus over here? One thing you said, if you sin or to satisfy your own desires, that makes you a mother. If you sin to rebel against the Father, that makes you a tziddik. The Khatam is nami mummer. And all the things is, even if you sin with the intention to anger Hashem, so follow you, you're still a mummer. Ella is this one year to you. And all that other stuff, come on, let's come. Idolatry that makes you into a tziddik. Wasting is the kasha. Achol, polish, effort, or you to effort, I raise a mummer. So it's like a person eats an insect. Now, right, you're a mummer. Makes sense, right? Lying a mummer. Because nobody in their right mind would eat this stuff just to indulge their own, for their own gratification. Using the awesome what's the difference of that? That halacha l'maisa, the guy says, listen, I'm just curious. I'm curious. I've never tasted anything like this. I'm curious. When he says that it's curiosity, right? It seems like you can't call that guy goofy. That's called a mummer, even though it's something disgusting. The Ezel Nus, he's a Nus. When the Mishnah said, this whole time is speaking about the Nus. If he is the Nus, he's the Mishnah said it's the king.
Nobody won. Look at this. Are you almost at that point about time? Well, that's the title.
So textual symmetries on the page of Osai. So just like ultimately again by the king. By ultimately again, we're talking about someone who does have and is not answerable to anyone other than God. The answer is to no one but God. example of someone who answers to no one but God. There's only one person like God who would truly love about himself, and that is incredible. Someone like you, you think someone like me, if I went ahead and I seemed to encourage me, would I bring Rabbi? And remember again, who is Rabbi? Who is Rabbi? He is pretty much not being a true and start of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. He is the head of Eretz Yisrael Jew, not a king, because remember they regarded monarchy and Jew. Half of the he was a descendant of the Davidic line, but if it's someone like me, I occupy a position in the highest position in the highest leadership position in the land. With someone like me bring a subject book in a glorious house. What do you know? Says, I'm like, how do you tell us come about that? No, because your son leader is involved. Because you are not the singular leader. You're another leader. And if I love one of them, you're bringing style. It's not you come up and it's in Medina, but what happened? It's not even with a monarchy. You don't catch that always. But from the claims of the Prophet and so it's from the humanity. There's not this leader, not this Islam. And yet again, those kings would have brought this sire. You see, for the existence of another ruler does not preclude the king from bringing a sire. I'm not going to the patriarch of the Prophet, and then touching the Lord of God. That's because those monarchs, the king of Moses, has independent authority, neither was pretending or succeeding to the other. And we have the king says, neither he divided to sow, ultimately the purpose of the Jews of Baba. Remember again, I'm saying, Baba was the strongest seed of the Jewish leadership, was the strongest Jewish community, then the community like to stop. So amazing would be enough, and the king says, Rabbi, as much as you are the leader of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael, you are independent and differential religious. Incredible. Therefore, you will not be Yisrael. It's not the much of you. Finally, let me have you. That's not like this in version of religious things. So that the after the here can go, none of the silent. Same question. Rabbi says, someone like me, head of Eretz Yisrael Jews, would I bring the start as far as the that I can do? I'm not from Sheda, how from the focus? Here's the difference. And I say, Baba is the Sheda, the scepter of leadership. And so I here focus with the scholarship of leadership. So it appears that the way that this works was that you are with Baba with the list of yourself, but the seat of scholarship was against Israel. Because of that, therefore, there is this, and he says, you are the leader of Eretz Yisrael Jews. At the end of the day, someone is in state, you would not go ahead and bring this slide. Incredible. And it's like Mishnah, maybe Mishnah. Like the open and two Mishnah, you can learn 2,000 years, one incredible Gemara to learn. Now, of course, in this context, also looking again from the Shia, again, refers to the Shia, right? The first thing. So what is the meaning of the Shia? It's an ambition. It's talking about a thing that goes with the word for me and the word for me. Low primary use of the God. And what's the word is going to be in the first thought. Let's see the significance of God or open it to the God. Number one is to remain to the order. Number two, puts on the clothing of the Bible. Like Shemir says, when we speak about the Queen Rothschild, he has to bring a unique act. If he goes ahead and delivers in a way in the speed of his own movements, that is only a Queen Rothschild and working with the community. Not to leave up everybody. Anything from the stuff, anything from the subject and stuff, in the middle of the body, because I was on the website, it is no distinction according to what created the belga volt, és olyan is tart. Megint csak eszem is van, de egy kalásában. Ultimately goes on. So no time to say and everything that was all 7 days and future generations of kings and Kohanim. Children miraculous. It's about people playing God, about people playing the Uncle. So that's special. You know, so some of it for today, we'll pick up the next session. Look, I want to close out. Monday's down. Monday's down to zero capital. I could go back if I wanted to. I make an active choice to slow down, to come to the next little bit. But you know what I said, Monday will be something substantive as well. Come outside, what a week. You can get me out of shots. Shabbos, everyone. Such a stuff going with all of you. Thank you again for showing up. I used to talk back about it. Category 1. Category 2. Let's go. Like playing golf. All things are erroneous. Who's offering the erroneous movies? It's not possible, but it's himself. He offers us also the carbon same thing. Halam shooting us myself. Requires an erroneous feeling and then following up intentional action based on it. Category 2 is the nasi. Ultimately, again, if the nasi goes ahead and delivers once again, followed by himself, we're able to not know that the nasi. He has a unique offering ultimately again of a sire. And same idea, shing that's myself, shing that's Halam Dava, myself. So then let's say, so that's kind of now again, we still actually have another focus as we require shoe nice because we require Halam Dava. We'll talk about that more today. Now we're going to talk about some exact specifics. So there are some areas of thought where if these erroneous feelings happen, those carbon first. Mishnah in Kayab, so when it's in Kayab, these individuals are not obligated to bring very type of carbon. So ultimately, again, Shmias is a remember back to our school stage. Someone tells you silver. You know that I love you money, right? And I say, and swear that you don't have any of this. That's much less say this, but and I say, I don't. He's making a statement. I'm answering, and I'm taking a shua by answering for someone else. That's what's called shmias chosa. I'm not articulating the shua myself. Someone else is saying it, but I'm answering. I'm confirming the shua. It's as if I say the shua. So that's what's called shmias chosa. In the kind of shmias chosa, Rabbi plays sasayim. So he plays sasayim. So I get back to our shua days, right? And articulation. Whenever it looks like it's shining from outdoor, right? I won't be that happy. That happens again, speechless society. Document the Shikadasham, right? We saw this Shikadasham yesterday. Right? Halacha makes anything to do with Halacha's Shema. It is an addition, whenever again. Too much with the Shikadasham also falls into category 1 is about actual Shema in the organization itself, versus Halachos of individuals entering in this state. So the Sanhedrin order Shia because Allah has rulings regarding any of these areas. There is no unique carbon brought for their erroneous feelings. That's the Allah. Take a look at just a moment. Actually, left-hand column, dangerous, whatever else she has to say. That's how much more movement is like. So the whole honey, have you the carbon over the road to the new layout? It's even being tracked on all of the field. So what's this number is in yesterday's data? At least saw pretty much make the Allah is a common denominator in all of these halachic areas. Shmias kol, decrease of science, too much research for Kardashian. That they are subject to what we call a common older yore. What's a common older yore? It's a type of sin offering that depends on your financial status. If you have more money, then you bring a nice carbon. If you're impoverished, you bring a very, very simple carbon. So we already saw in yesterday's data that anytime you have an infection that is subject to carbon older yore, the unique carbons of these individuals are facing is not applied. We saw in yesterday's data, there's a whole unit there. You got me know what else?
Folks, look at this athleticism. I'm just going to summarize this as best I can. You all want my summaries, right? This motherfucker's so sick. Might fucking destroy so many pussies. Yeah. Motherfucker's going to be raw. Really? For sure, dog. Already the funniest motherfucker in South Australia. No doubt funniest motherfucker in South Australia today, son. Chelsea can't hang with this motherfucker. West side. Chelsea, you know you can't hang with this.
That's the whole thing. Gemara says, "Va'anosi ki otzivam divrei Rabbi Yossi Agri." And Rabbi Yossi, and again, Rabbi Yossi really said that the Yossi became just like the Sanhedrin and the Bezdin and the Kandala. But if you Rabbi Kiva says no,
Dog.
Anosi Chai Kula not true.
Look at this athleticism.
Anosi goes ahead and Allah Rabbi
Dog.
Anosi is
Motherfucker's so hydrated, it makes me want to queef. Why? Why not, baby? Mother listens to the Daf Yomi multiple times a day. Why? The fuck of all time, baby. Everybody knows it. Look at this athleticism, bitch. Motherfucker knows about the cat ashes, baby. Cat fetus ashes. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism.